Welcome to the second hearing of the Select Committee on the response to major flooding across New South Wales in 2022. The inquiry is examining a number of matters relating to the preparation, coordination, and response to the North Coast and Western Sydney floods by the government. I note that this committee was established by the Upper House of the New South Wales Parliament and is separate to the New South Wales Government's inquiry into the floods. I acknowledge the Widjabul people of the Bundjalung Nation, the traditional custodians on the land in which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Today, we'll be hearing from a number of stakeholders, including local members, local mayors, academics, representatives from the local health district, as well as local broadcasters. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence today to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's meeting. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the State Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about today's committee proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on issues raised by the inquiry's terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the Parliament in 2018. If witnesses are unable to provide an answer to a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they may do so through the committee staff. In terms of audibility of today's hearing, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? I now welcome our first witnesses. I just wish to remind Mr. Galaptis and Ms. Safin that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath as an MP. Mr. Mayers, could other witnesses, starting from my left, please state their name and position and title, and whether they wish to swear an affirmation or oath.
Steve Krieg, Mayor of Lismore, and I wish to take the oath.
Thank you, sir.
Do that now?
Please.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, your full name, title, and oath or affirmation, please.
Robert Mustoe, Mayor of Richmond Valley Council, and I will be doing the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you. Now, under the provisions of this committee, there is provision for a short opening statement if any or all members would wish to partake in that. Mr. Krieg, would you like to make an opening statement, a short opening statement?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. Richmond Valley, I was elected Mayor in 2016 of Richmond Valley Council. In 2017-18, a dry spell started. That went into one of the worst droughts in the east of Australia. In October 2019, Our area was devastated by bushfires. We lost half of our council area, over 1,500 square kilometres in those fires, and burned out the village of Brattville, which you may have heard about. Then COVID hit. In the last 3 years, we have had 8 natural disaster declarations, and then we've had this, including this flood. This flood has been unprecedented, and our community is now really on its knees, and we really need help up. We're struggling, not financially, also emotionally, and yeah, it's going to be a hard slog over the next few years to get back onto our feet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Safin, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, please. Can
Thank
you
you.
understand me enough with the mask on?
Yes, I understand, and I hope you're feeling well.
Thank you. Yes, getting well. Firstly, I'd like to say that a feature of our local community was the preparedness of everybody getting ready above the 2017 flood. So everybody did that in their businesses and in their homes. They lifted everything up. Also, our community saved lives. They were our lifesavers, they were our rescuers, and we call them the Tinny Army, who went out in droves right across the region. Our local SES volunteers, too few, too under-resourced, too under-trained, they were wonderful as well and did the same thing. The SES officer who caused the call out to go out on the SES Facebook to our locals with boats, I said should be applauded. To the SES officer who caused that to be rescinded, well, I have said what I think should happen to them. And that issue needs to be sought out, and that's a fundamental feature of any response to a flood, how local community is incorporated, because SES cannot do it alone. It has to incorporate community. And that's a key feature of disaster preparedness, of the Sendai framework, which Australia is party to. A couple of other things that I would say in terms of preparedness, there was a distinct lack of preparedness from the government agencies that are tasked to prepare and respond to disasters. And in one, and I'll talk about one particular agency, Resilience New South Wales, it's been found wanting at every level. It's institutionally incapable of doing the job that it's supposed to do by law. And it was missing in every aspect. And I'll just say a few brief things, starting with the evacuation centres. They were missing. Yes, there were difficulties because some of the staff were flooded in, their families were, they couldn't get here. There were no contingency plans. And people talk about DCJ staff not being present. They were actually ordered out by Resilience New South Wales. I took action, contacted the premiers, got them put back in. There was no security organised. I did things like that. There was a whole range of tasks that ordinarily would fall to the agency that myself and others undertook to make sure it happened. And it just showed an absolute lack of preparedness. And the other point I'll make is that everybody talks about this flood as being unprecedented. And what I would say to that, it isn't. If you read all the literature, you read all the studies, it's been predicted that we could have big floods, even up to over 16 metres. So, but it's used almost as an excuse as to why certain actions were not taken. And unprecedented becomes almost, well, we couldn't have done this any better. Well, you can. In disaster preparedness, one of the fundamental principles is you prepare for what if, not what went before. That's part of the Sendai framework, all of that, and these are the things that we have to be looking into. So I do have a detailed submission nearly completed that will go to the other flood inquiry, the independent one. I know you've got a cut-off date for your submissions, but I'm happy to share it with you.
We would like that. Can you give a commitment to provide that submission to us too?
I give a commitment because it's quite detailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Safran. Mr. Galactus.
Thank you, Chair. And I have prepared a written statement, opening statement. So the February 2022 flood was like nothing we have ever experienced before. And reportedly, it was a 1 in 2,000 year event. So in terms of flood preparation, communities, councils and government agencies generally plan for a 1 in 100 year event. So this was off the Richter scale. No one was prepared for the size of the flood or how widespread the devastation was. The bomb, with all its technology and science, should have determined that this was going to be a major flood and put out early warnings. It was a very wet summer, and the volume of rain we experienced prior to the flood certainly pointed to this. So there was no early warning and communities were ill prepared. And the response from government agencies was inadequate because they were caught off guard. Yes, they did their very best, but they had never experienced flooding of this size and scale. So with people stranded on rooftops, trees, high ground and anything else they could cling to, they had to rely on volunteers in their tinnies, jet skis and anything else that floated to rescue them. These volunteers were not restricted by the workplace health and safety policies of the trained SES volunteers, and so they set off at all hours of the day and night, irrespective of the conditions, to help rescue people who otherwise would have perished. And that's certainly something we must review, how we can better coordinate and train our citizens when we have emergencies, not just for their own safety, but to be more effective and efficient. The lack of communication was a major issue, with the communication hub at Woodburn being down, leaving the Northern Rivers without mobile reception for over a week. So that left families stranded on rooftops with a mobile phone but without any reception. Because of the size and scale of the flooding, the response from government agencies was also slow. Evacuation centres relied on our community volunteers, and in particular in the smaller communities like Corrockeye, Woodburn and Broadwater. People were sleeping on the floors of schools, churches and halls, and families were in together with people who had complex conditions, all sleeping next to each other or in their cars with their pets for well over a week. Just by comparison, a tent village for 500 RFS volunteers was set up at Wallingbar in just 2 days, just 1 week after the flood. And I believe this type of temporary accommodation is suitable and warranted for evacuees of any natural disaster rather than have them all crammed together. I've received criticism of government agencies tasked with assisting flood victims recover that their response is too slow and bureaucratic. And I believe this is largely due to the coordinated response or lack of coordinated response from state and federal agencies. Assessing applications is too long and the criteria is too restrictive. There's a concern that there's a greater emphasis and cost placed on ensuring that grants are not rorted rather than the value of the actual rorting itself. This is slowing down the opportunities for families, businesses and communities to rebuild. If it takes too long to rebuild communities, then they'll just disappear. In terms of response, I think we need a better warning system and better preparedness. The warning system from the bomb must be reviewed. Flood mitigation measures must be reviewed. And that's not just levees and flood detention basins, but also reviewing flood-prone lands and building standards, dredging rivers and ensuring flood drains are regularly maintained, something that has lapsed in the last 20 years. Better coordination of response agencies, community volunteers and recovery agencies needs to occur, simplifying grant applications with a focus on the flood victims and expediting their recovery. And in particular, right at this particular moment, there needs to be urgency in ensuring people have housing and they can have a job, because without that we're going to see families leave the area and communities completely disappear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galactus. Ms. Safran, I'd like to start the questioning, if you don't mind. In your opening statement. Oh no.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Just making sure.
That's okay. May I study it?
He said no, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Ms. Saffin, in your opening statement, you were quite critical of Resilience New South Wales. Now, I know that you have extensive experience in nation building, the nations of East Timor, Burma. You're an expert in this area. What happened with Resilience New South Wales?
Well, they were missing in action, and they never made their presence known. And by the time a coordinator was appointed, and it was someone that I spoke to, it was Gary McKinnon was the person appointed, but by the time they just were missing in action in every way. Their job is to prepare for disasters, and that means having response plans, recovery plans, coordinating with all the other agencies, and they just were simply not there. I'll give a few examples. I would get calls I was at the recovery centre at Southern Cross University from the first week, and I would get asked all the time, like, there's no staff here. There were DCJ staff there, then I got told they were ordered out by Resilience. And that was just so unbelievable, because DCJ staff actually do know how to respond at a human level in disasters. They've been doing it for a long time. So I put in a call at the highest level, they were put back in. Then they got pushed out again. I did that again. I heard it happened in other centres. Then at state level, through the SOC, Salvation Army are given the task of food across the state. No one would talk to them. So again, I had to make phone calls to make sure that the Salvation Army were hooked into the state processes. Then there was, with food distribution, the list goes on. I mean, just in every area where they were supposed to be present, there was an absolute gap, and then not even an explanation for it.
So, Ms. Saffin, would you agree with the statement that the agency responsible for responding to a natural disaster itself was completely unprepared?
It was completely unprepared, and I have been rather unkind. I did say on the Ray Hadley show that they should be dismembered, meaning they are not fit for purpose, that we need to do a whole rethink about what sort of response recovery agency we need at state level, and we need to look no further north than the Queensland Reconstruction Authority.
Now, Ms. Saffin, would you go as far as to say that Resilience New South Wales, in fact, got in the way and actually hindered your efforts and the community's efforts?
I have said publicly that they were clearly not helpful, were in the road, and I quite frankly don't really deal with them. And I've had to work around them and work with a whole range of other agencies to make sure things happen. So, and I'll stay very critical, because I don't like to be unkind. There's some fantastic people in there.
You're not.
Great people. It's not about them, institutionally incapable of doing their job.
Now, Mr. Craig, we're now almost 3 months, Mr. Craig, almost 3 months after the devastating floods. Are people still using camp ovens? Is electricity on in the CBD? Can you give us a bit of an update on, and also please tell us about the mental health state of the community too?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the community's really struggling at the moment. There's no question about that. Even though power has technically been restored, that is, for most residents, a double power point coming out of their meter box.
What's a double power point?
It's just a single, like a double outlet.
What you have in your bathroom?
What you have in your bathroom. Until we can get the certified electricians in to rebuild the meter boxes, that's what people are living with. There are literally thousands of people who are living in homes with no internal walls, quite often no front and back doors. They have no refrigeration in their homes at the moment because of the limited power supply. You know, I remember the very first week Lismore was delivered to its evacuation centre a pallet of gas-fired camping stoves, which were gone within hours.
The little tiny ones
The little tiny
that you take camping.
that you take camping that are powered by the tiny little portable gas stove.
People are feeding their families with that.
And they have to get to these evacuation centres or these centres run by Lifeline and other such organisations to get food because they can't store food in their homes. They don't have the refrigeration capabilities. So they're visiting these refuges 3 times a day to get their supplies to keep their family going.
And sir, what about young people and the mental health of young people? What's the state of play in that area?
Obviously very fragile. You know, I talk to so many people throughout the course of the day who, you know, we've grown up going to sleep with rain on our roofs, and people cannot go to sleep with the sound of rain at the moment. You know, the long-term devastation caused to people by this disaster is, you know, we're not going to know the effects for another 12 to 18 months. You know, people are really struggling to get back to a normal routine at the moment. You can't live a normal daily life of getting up and going to work and taking the kids to school. The kids have lost their schools. There's many schools that have been displaced and had to relocate. People who are employed in certain businesses, who knows when those businesses are going to come back. So they're literally living on whatever Centrelink that they're entitled to, which is not a lot.
Now, sir, I'm mindful my colleagues when I ask questions. I'll ask you one last one and then I'll throw it to my colleagues. So what about young people? Are they leaving the area? What's going on with them? I've heard that anecdotally, that people are just simply packing up and leaving.
I can only speak for myself on what I've heard as well. I know in my business, pre-flood, we employed 22 staff. We put a call out just this weekend we're 5 weeks maybe at best from coming back into our own business, and there's 7 that are available to come back to work, which makes me question where the other 15 have gone. Hopefully found other employment in the area, but I've also heard of others moving away. They're renting an uninhabitable house, so they've gone somewhere where they can find suitable housing and suitable employment.
Thank you. Sue, you had a question.
Just a follow-up question for Ms. Saffin. When Resilience was suggesting DCJ should leave, was there any particular reason, or could you guess as to why they were suggesting they should leave at that early point?
It appeared to be just a demarcation issue, like this is our job, we're in charge and we'll do it. I mean, that's the conversation I heard, which made no sense because in a disaster response, you use the best people for the job at hand.
I'll quickly jump
Yeah,
in now as
Kate.
well. So in a couple of weeks, we'll be in Sydney and we'll have a lot of the government agencies before us. We'll be asking them various questions, giving them, talking to them about the evidence from today. They will tell us that they are doing everything humanly possible to get people back into their homes, to rebuild homes, to get kids back into their own school. What's your experience on the ground in terms of how the government is responding? Are they doing everything that's humanly possible? I'll start with you, Ms. Sutton.
Like yes and no to that question. And I'll just give one example. Tweed Shire Council there was a proposal there where there was a whole block of units for sale beside the police station in Tweed Heads, because Tweed Shire's in my electorate of Lismore as well, Moolumbar, Tweed Valley. And it was put to the government, here's a ready-made solution with, and it was not a huge cost. You could buy these and house a lot of people almost immediately. And it wasn't even looked at. Instead, they'll all go in pods somewhere. So it's being, and that is an issue we raised earlier, like you need to look at what the community needs, not what your programs are, and we have to match the programs. And what I've said is that the disaster response that exists and the grants are not commensurate with the magnitude of this event. We have internally displaced persons, communities, that requires a whole different way of thinking. That thinking hasn't been brought to bear. So the answer is no, even where there's goodwill and, you know, wanting to do the right thing. We already had a housing crisis and we now have a bigger one, and we need much more creativity to the way we did it. Like when my colleague, the member for Clarence, talked about what was stood up at Wallingbar, that could have been stood up for people quite quickly, and it had all the ablutions there, and so things like that could be done. And then when the pods are set up, they've got difficult access, no annexes, no things. So yes, it's wonderful because you've got somewhere, but it should be more than adequate.
Thank you. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I'd like to just stay with the evacuation centres issue again, just to ask, you were going to say something in relation to the food. I know I was bewildered by some of the experiences, but I'm in a different LGA, and I just wondered what was the situation with the food, and secondly, what should we do differently in evacuation centres in future? And I'd like to ask you as well, Mr. Gluck, the same question.
Firstly, we should be prepared. We know what to expect in an evacuation centre. That's not an unknown. So we know we're going to get people who are traumatised, displaced, with their pets, with their medical needs, with all of the things that go with it. So it's actually a known quantity, and it's not that difficult to say what needs to happen. And it just didn't happen at all. Like security, for instance. You do need security. And everything I encountered at SCU, I knew was being encountered in other evacuation centres. So it related right across the board.
I just found confusion as to who was running the centre.
Well, no one was at the start.
Can I add a little, like, to have a public service come in and run an evacuation centre is a challenge because it's almost treated like a 9-to-5 job. And I think what you have to understand is an evacuation centre at the height of a natural disaster is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job, which I think that's where resilience really struggled with the concept of, well, it's 5 o'clock and I'm going to go home sort of scenario. And I know that Lismore City Council staff ran an evacuation centre in one of their council facilities for up to 800 people for more than 2 weeks before a state government agency came in to offer some support.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. And there are people in the room who manned that evacuation centre, local elected councillors who were doing the night shift from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m, acting as councillor, security guard, sadly to say, methadone distributor, all of these things that need to be taken into account at an evacuation centre because government agencies simply were not there.
And just to reinforce what Ms. Saffin said, this is really a reflection on the system rather than the individuals, because I think we all know that there were some amazing
100%
individuals in the
right.
system. So just
100%
the record
correct.
Mr. Glockton?
Yeah, look, I've got to go back to what I said in my opening statement is I don't want to use that term unprecedented, but nobody had ever planned for a flood of this magnitude, and areas got flooded that were never previously flooded, and people were inundated for a lot longer than they had ever thought they were. And you know, Janelle is right, is that people in Lismore would have been prepared, but they would have been prepared for a 1 in 100-year flood. They would have thought, yes, we're going to get water downstairs. It might come up a bit high. We'll put a few things up on tables and benches and we should be right. But when it got to the ceiling in Lismore, and when it covered rooftops in Woodburn, Corrigai and Broadwater, it caught everybody off guard in those communities. In addition, it caught off the government agencies. And so there was heavy reliance on community volunteers. And we saw them at their best under, you know, really extremely difficult circumstances. And we saw donations of food. There was all sorts of food that was being delivered, and it wasn't coordinated because donors were coming from everywhere with whatever they thought people needed. And whilst it was gratefully accepted, some of it was just not necessary, and in fact it was overstocked and people were getting more than they could actually cope with, though nobody wanted to say don't send any more because they didn't know how long they'd be living in that evacuation centre.
Scott, you want to jump in quickly?
Yeah, I guess just to follow on from that. So what was the increase in impact, I guess, from the 11.2 metres, 11.4 metres that everyone seemed to have been expecting, and people were saying, oh, you know, we were ready, we were prepared. Others were saying it wasn't going to affect us, and it did. So what is the level of impact increase from there to what it actually was, that additional 2 metres? Is it
Two and a half.
Yeah, is it like, does it double the amount of work drained on those resources?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes.
It would more than double that. You're finding properties and businesses that were previously sold in flood-free land that were inundated with water. The surface area, the simple surface area of the land that was covered with that extra 2.5 metres is incomprehensible, you know. So instead of dealing with maybe 500 evacuees, in Lismore we were dealing with 4,000. So, and they're the people that were rescued from their roofs, let alone the people that had got out the day before. So, you know, the extra stress and the extra strain of that 2.5 metres of water is uncalculable, I'd say, at this stage.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone coming, and I know that all of you have worked extremely hard for a very long time and you must be very tired. I just want to acknowledge your individual contributions. First up, Councillor Mustoe, I might start with you. Yesterday we had a look at Corrigai and we talked to people from Broadwater.
Woodburn.
Yeah, Woodburn. Obviously, those are very small communities that were really cut off. I'm just wondering if you wanted to talk about Lismore was able to get a lot of boats very quickly. There's, I suppose, the impact on those smaller communities and what you see as being the real gaps there.
Well, thanks for your question. I was feeling a bit left out there for a while. I didn't have
You're
a
in.
chance.
You're in.
We were going to get to you.
Still more time.
I'd just like to say in support of Janelle's statement earlier, I'll leave two documents. One is our submission to the other
Thank you.
inquiry, and the other one we've already done 3 documents in the early days was a response, also the economic impacts, and this one now is our rebuilding the Richmond Valley over the next 3 years. So I'll leave those with you, and I would ask you, there's a lot of work's gone into those, and if you want to understand what the Richmond Valley impacts has been, I'd ask you to really have a look at those, and we can get those by email to you. But Janelle's just touched up on about the recovery, and I'd like to read a couple of sentences out of that document, please. And it says, if communities are to survive and successfully recover from natural disasters on the scale of the 2022 Northern Rivers floods in the future, The leader response from state government needs to improve. Despite the considerable investment in Resilience New South Wales, the New South Wales government still lacks a clear, decisive and cohesive capacity for emergency response and recovery. Responsibilities between agencies are poorly defined and the process of decision making and information sharing is cumbersome. This means that the frontline agencies, such as councils, are often left in the dark, with no answers or resources to help their communities, while state agencies attempt to unravel their own bureaucracy. And I'll give you an example of that. As an example of the post-flood delays in critical decisions, Richmond Valley Council identified the need to provide urgent temporary housing at Coracai community and where it can be placed within 5 days of the 28th of February. I've seen the letter, it was sent on the 5th of March. Despite numerous meetings and various multiple agency committees, the Council provided detailed information on suitable sites. There is still no public commitment to private temporary homes 11 weeks after the floods. Coracai families continue to live in damp, overcrowded conditions in cars, sheds and tents, while multiple state agencies work through government process before making key decisions. The government needs to become more agile in its decision making, as this shouldn't happen. Now back to the Woodburn, Broadwater and Coracai. Those towns were very heavily impacted. What is unknown, or is unrealised, I should say, is that Casino, the biggest town in our council area, it was impacted, but not much devastation. But we had between 250 and 300, we're not quite sure, of inundated properties. Some Catholic church units there, they're scattered around a low-lying area. There's over 50 units there. So some of those are single-aged people, some are couples, and so you could say there's 70 to 75 people just in there. So Casino did not have the devastation. The Furby went down the river. Coracai was inundated. You got to Woodburn, double stories more, and then you got to Broadwater, and there's a lot of devastation. Houses washed off there and cars upside down with sand and silt. So those towns are struggling. At one stage here, you could not buy fuel in Coracai, Woodburn or Broadwater. 2 service stations have reopened. So those people had to come to Casino, Evans Head or Lismore or go to Ballina to get fuel. But the people are trying to get back into their homes. There's been pods put there for the amenities. But you take just like the hotel, for one instance, with businesses, they really worked hard to reopen because in Woodburn, the hotel, it's like any small town, it's the centre of, heart of the community. People go to the meet and socialise and have functions, and it's the same as at Woodburn, Broadwater, the hotel, believe it or not, the new owner had only been there for a very short time, weeks, and the bowling club there is still closed. So they're having drinks on the greens because they can't get into their clubhouse. But the hotel in Woodburn, now what he's finding is he's done all the work, but there's no one there in the town to come to and support his hotel, so he's struggling.
Thank you. Just 2 follow-ups from that, if I can. Thank you for providing the committee the list, I suppose, of what needs to happen. Have you got dollars attached to what that's likely to look like if it was to be fully funded?
For Richmond Valley, we're estimating definitely more than 150 million, but we have a problem. We've got a big, we always hear of the Richmond and the Wilson catchment areas. There's another player in that game that's called the Bungarwalden. And the Bungarwalden gets water from the Great Dividing Range on the coastal side, way up in Pickapeen Forest, up behind Rapville. And Rapville had inundations too, so, and it's a large area, but it's very flat. So the water just doesn't get away quick. So a lot of our assessments has to be done in that area. And the general manager and I, we got through there about 2 weeks ago, but we've had a bit of rain since. So there's people still isolated in those areas that are struggling. They are getting out now, but the trouble is that we can do the roads, but we're not allowed to go in to do their private driveways in. So they're having trouble getting from their houses. out
Alan
of the
will talk
roads.
to us about
So
that.
I believe that the government is looking to try to help those people, which it needs to if we can. But we're still assessing those properties and the roads, and I also wear another hat while I sit here, and that's the chair of Rouse Water. And you will have a deputation here later, I believe,
Yeah.
but there's a levee bank down there that's been washed away. But we can't fix these things because it's just too wet in that country.
That's great. Councillor Creek, similarly, so we heard from Ballina yesterday. It was, I mean, again, we know these are kind of ballpark, but they're talking about 150 million. Richmond River, where's Lismore at in terms of your list?
Conservative estimates are around 250 million for our road network alone. You know, we've got 1,200 kilometres worth of road network in our local government area, and we've, like every other, from Tweed down to the Clarence, road slips, whole roads washed away. You know, so road network alone is 250 million. Other infrastructure, you're probably looking at another 200 to 250 million on top of that as well.
So we've heard from the government, I think there's 312 for the betterment funds, which is on top of that. That's clearly not going to be enough. But what I wanted to particularly ask you with both of you here is we were told yesterday that a lot of these grants are competitive grants processes. Is that the model that you would like to do? Is there any ability for you to all get into a room together and actually prioritise together the kind of funding? Is that something that you'd like, or would you're happy with the kind of competitive grants mechanisms in terms of accessing the funds? How do you think it's going to work?
I don't know how it's going to work, to be honest with you. I think this is an unprecedented, it's been said, you know, it's an unprecedented natural disaster, and we've had commitment from the government that we're going to build back better, but you can't do that without the cash flow. And I don't want to sit in a room with the Mayor of Richmond Valley and fight over $10 million. I don't think that's fair on either of us. I think it should be a needs basis. You know, we're very proud people on the Northern Rivers, and we're not used to begging, but we need help to rebuild our community, and we don't want to just rebuild back to where we were. We want to rebuild back better. We live in the best place in Australia, and we deserve that.
Can I just make a follow-up comment on that? Look, floods don't have boundaries. They don't have local government areas. What happens here is if Lismore gets some funding for a road, that road could come into Richmond Valley or go to Ballina and all that, and same with us. And we're used for our transport, our freight, our people travelling to work. So I've got no problem seeing Lismore or Ballina get funding. Actually, early today, the Minister, Kevin Anderson, announced some money for sewerage works, and realistically, I think it's 155 million. 145. Realistically, Lismore needs a lot of that funding, and it might seem strange for a mayor from another council to say that. The reason is that the sewage that's coming out of that plant is not treated to a standard it should be. That's going into Wilson River. Wilson River goes down and joins the Richmond at Corrikai, which is my town. It then goes down through Woodburn, Broadwater into Ballina. So that needs to be cleaned up, and I'm happy for that money to be spent in Lismore to clear up the whole river system. And I mentioned the roads, but each council then does have its own priorities and own roads, and this catastrophe cannot be fixed in 12 months. This is going to be a 3 to 5 years, and there has to be ongoing funding, because some of these roads are saturated that much, and the landslips, it's going to take that long to fix them. And, you know, the funding, it needs to be more, but, yeah, look, we all need to work together as federal, state and local government, work for the betterment of our community. And I know there's a lot of negatives coming out of here today. There's some really good positives. After the fires in 2019, at this time, 3 months after, we were still arguing with governments who was going to clean it up. That rubbish has been removed, which is an outstanding success. So we mustn't forget that. The government gave each council $1 million. That cash flow allowed us to get and do some really high priority work building. So, you know, we're thankful there. We need to work together, and bickering and fighting and things like that between councils, who gets this and that, that's not going to cut it. We need to work together. It's one region and we need to act as a region.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Benasic.
Thank you. Let's look to the rebuild, because obviously the community seeing a timely rebuild and a rebuild to something better, that's going to do wonders for their mental health to see that progressing well. I guess from both councils, where is your vision for that? I understand you've tabled a document, but I wonder if we need to sort of flesh that out a bit for both of you. Where is the council's vision for that rebuild? And also, I guess additionally, outside of that ongoing funding, are there any policy levers, are there any regulation or legislation levers that perhaps would be pulled by the state government to make that rebuild easy or quicker or better?
Well,
I might start with you, Councillor.
Yep, that's the million-dollar question in my book, because we've got the Reconstruction Corporation that is due to come into effect from the 1st of July, who in theory has those levers to pull. The great unknown for local governments is whether they are going to help in that rebuild with pulling those levers and achieving those goals. I think what Mayor Musto said about the longevity of the rebuild is really important to take note. 3 to 5 years is a conservative time frame on the rebuild, but that's the sort of time frame that we have to look at. But there's no point rebuilding something to be the same as it was before. We have to do things better than they were, we have to do things smarter than they were, and we have to build back more resilient than they were, and that takes into account how we live with our river system. We have to have that whole catchment strategy not only studied, but the recommendations out of those taken on board and put into place. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here again after the next disaster talking about the same things, and our communities can't afford to do that again.
Yeah, look, as I said with our document earlier, we know where we're going and what we want. We've got a pathway that will need a lot of cooperation and funding from governments, federal and state. But there's things that are happening in our community now that regulations and red tapes like the house raising program, people want to get back into their house. They don't want to fix them up and then be able to jack them up. We need to do some flood studies very quickly, and the people need to be told, yes, you'll be able to raise your house, or no, you can't. The red tape that's got involved, and I did mention that to the then Prime Minister. I was pretty frank actually, because we've been around a few disasters and we understand that the red tape in the end gets involved. And I did say to him, excuse the French, I said, we need to cut the bullshit and the red tape and get on with it. Well, unfortunately, the red tape's back in it. I have been constantly bombarded by people who are frustrated, disappointed, angry with the application processes to get their back to homes, business grants. Even before I come here today, I got a call. Apparently they're going to do one-on-one if you've got a problem with Resilience New South Wales or Services New South Wales in Lismore in early June. So this person rang up because he's been having problems, and he had to go through the whole rigmarole again of more or less filling out an application when they'd already had it. So it's just, people are just frustrated, and there's a real lot of anger, I can tell you.
So I just to follow up quickly, in hindsight, should have that one-on-one support been on the ground much earlier, with people going around to these people and saying, let me help you through this process, let me help you through this application process, and let's get it done together?
I won't go into my personal details, but it's very frustrating. You ring numbers, you get passed here, passed there, and yes, there could have been what I would call a case manager to take these, but it's very frustrating, and I feel for the people out there. They're kind of in no man's land. They don't know what their future is, and we need to give them some vision of where they're going in their life, and just at present some of them aren't getting it.
Thank you. Mr. Creed, could I ask you a quick question about the sort of the inflexibility or sort of the rigidity of the government? Now, it's been brought to my attention that the Department of Local Government is insisting that Lismore City Council actually issue rates notices to people in the community right now. Don't you think that's absolutely unfair and inflexible? And how could people pay their rates notices right now?
It's 100% unfair, and from day one when I was asked how can the state government help, I said first thing, week one, we need rate relief. And so we're looking at 12 weeks on. One of the inflexibilities in dealing with this sort of thing is that it's actually a legal requirement for local governments to charge rates notices regardless of whether a house is uninhabitable or not.
So people are homeless and the state government is insisting they pay their rates.
That is correct. So, you know, as I said, I don't think bureaucratically it is understood of the scale of the trauma that's involved, and I keep trying to make this a humanitarian crisis, which it is. You know, the humans of our region are suffering terribly. They're unemployed, they're homeless, they've lost their biggest asset. The biggest asset that you ever buy in your life is your home. And in our region, they've been submerged in 14.4 metres of water, yet as a council, we are forced by law to charge rates notices and water bills. You've got to understand that these people have used an unbelievable amount of water to try and clean the absolute disgusting mess that is flood mud off their premises and off everything that they own. And they're getting billed for it, and there's no recourse at the moment from a local government perspective to be able to say, don't worry about it.
How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel as mayor? How does that make you feel as a representative of the community?
Embarrassed, angry, sad, humiliated, because this is something, as a very newly elected local government representative, I would have thought that as a council we can help our citizens in some way, and to find out that it is a legal requirement, the state government requires us to charge rates on these homes and these businesses, was a shock to me, and it's something that I've been advocating for 12 weeks, and hopefully it will have an outcome. But these are the sorts of nonsense red tape rubbish that we are dealing with at a local government level, imposed on us from the state government.
Can I just clarify something with that,
Yeah,
please?
go
Sorry. Sorry, are you saying that someone from the state government has contacted you insisting that you put out rates notices, or are you saying that there is legislation that says
It's
It's
legislative.
legislated.
I just feel they're two different things.
Can I make,
But-
can I make a follow-up
Yes, yes, Mr.
follow-up
Mayor.
comment on that? As Steve said, he got thrown into the job in December and was welcome. But what's with regard to its legislation, the councils must charge rates. Now, I'll give you an example. Richmond Valley collects about $15 million a year in general rates. We wrote a letter to the government in, I think it was April, got a reply back in May, asking for rate relief. So we were on the front foot there, the same with the housing. So got a reply back that they'd look at it and...
They'd look at it.
Yes, but since then, and we got an inquiry from the government to ask how much we anticipated flood rates would have cost. It's $6 million. Now, if council said we're not going to charge that $6 million, that takes our rates down to 9. To get out of that, we would have to cut staff, cut services. We need staff to rebuild. So technically we cannot afford not to charge rates.
But-
In the fires, the government came to the party and paid the rates for those people who were fire affected. The same thing needs to happen with the floods.
But Mr. Mayor, don't you think that it's absolutely, don't you think the state government should show some humanity?
Yes.
The people have lost their homes.
Yes.
They have nowhere to live, and the state government is insisting they pay their rates. I think the state government should show some
It's
humanity.
in legislation, and I wouldn't say it was only this government. I'd say that has been in legislation for most probably 50 to 60 years. So, yeah. So
But it is
to break
unfair.
legislation, you'd know better than me, I think that would have to go back to Parliament to change legislation.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to come back to the issue of the warning systems and ask both mayors about the rain gauges in the catchments, whether that was an issue, and what should be done to improve on the warning system.
So I know that the gauges in the Lismore LGA, we actually applied for a government grant for $110,000 to upgrade our gauges, our warning systems. It was to also include CCTV upriver so that we could actually visually see the water rises. 3 days before the first flood, that came back as not a priority and that grant was knocked back. February 28 caused substantial damage to the current system. So when the second flood hit at the end of March, the readings were by no means accurate. I believe anywhere between 600 mils and a metre out. But, you know, the initial flood of the 28th of February, the Sunday, the Bureau did put out a flood warning for a major flood of anywhere between 10.5 and 11.5 metres, which would see our levee overtopped. The Lismore LGA community prepared as best they could, in my opinion, for that major flood event. It was predicted that the levee, if it was going to be overtopped, would be midday Monday, and rescues were getting carried out at 3 a.m.
Coming back to the rain gauges, perhaps I might ask you, Councillor Musco, because I know that you had some affected by bushfires. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of that. I haven't heard of that.
Oh, okay.
But I get a lot of calls from people wanting more gauges on the Richmond River,
Yes.
upstream and downstream of Casino. I believe there is no gauge between Woodburn and Burns Point Ferry, which is at Ballina. So Broadwater and Cabbage Tree have not got a gauge either. So that's what I'm told.
Whose financial responsibility is maintaining the gauges and planning them?
I really don't know.
Can I respond to that, Catherine?
Please.
In my submission, I've got quite detail about the gauges and even name all the ones that were non-operational and talk about the confusion of the responsibility about who's responsible and who one person ended up being alone responsible for some and then went off sick, and some of them weren't working, but it's in my submission.
It does seem to me if BOM and the SES, centralised in Wollongong or Sydney, wherever they are going to be in charge of making these calls, they need the best possible data.
And I think
We don't have it.
They don't have it.
for the sake of that cost saving of centralising these organisations, are putting communities like the Northern Rivers at risk, because we are losing a lot of the local knowledge that many farmers and many locals that have lived here, their families have been here generationally. Second, third, fourth generation people living on properties that know the weather patterns, they know the river heights visually. They're getting hung up on when they're trying to warn agencies of river heights. But, you know, you put a call into the SES for sandbag pickup stations and you get directed through to Wollongong, who aren't aware of flood events that are happening in Lismore. And the centralisation of these agencies, I think, is a real problem area, and we need to decentralise and have local knowledge in the local areas to be able to have that adequate warning system.
Thank you. The Greens MPs. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Walt.
I just wanted to turn to the issue of black mould. We talked about it this morning on our little tour around the area. Janelle, you talked about the lack of support or advice from New South Wales Health in relation to black mould. What has New South Wales Health done in terms of informing the local community about the risks of black mould, and what support has been provided by the government to help fully eradicate black mould from the region?
There's been nothing formally done that I know of by New South Wales Health. I haven't seen anything. If others have, they might come forward on that, but I haven't seen it. And also, we have a local person came from Nature Shield, and he's a chap who offers that service, a commercial service, but he does it in Queensland and other places, and I know governments use him. He came here and did that voluntary, and he did it so well, and everybody took advantage of it. I did ask, along with others, if that could be funded, because it was an important service. You know, people were taking the liquid away, using it in their homes, and in fact, some builders required that be done before you go in, or tradies, and because it was deemed by the government as an unsolicited commercial proposal, they said no.
So what have they done instead? If they're saying that this is an unsolicited commercial proposal, what is the government's solution to the black mould problem?
Nothing that I know of, that I've been advised of. I don't know if... No, all of us, I think I'm speaking, there's been nothing. And it's a massive problem. It's a huge health problem. And I was saying this morning, my car, I hadn't driven it for a week. I got in this morning, it's full of mould. I mean, there's mould absolutely everywhere, and we're not dealing with it. And can I just say I just want to say one other thing, is we need a package designed for the Northern Rivers. The grants are just not adequate for our rebuild. And also, we just need a package designed, and there's been very little that came. I know there's always this $3 billion figure bandied about, that, you know, there's money from the state and federal. There was actually very little that came from the federal government.
Just actually on that, this points to a greater need for, in the long term, for sustainable funding to local government, doesn't it? If local government is at the coalface, if you like, of natural disasters, which will only increase in scale and frequency, doesn't there need to be a seismic shift in the way in which local government is funded across the board?
I'd agree with that, because they're often the first port of call, and they're quite active in the community, all our local governments. They're also part of that initial response command centres with their limos and everything, and I don't think they get enough funding or training in those particular areas at all. But yes, they need to be part and parcel of the preparedness.
Can I get Councillor Musto? Do you have an opinion on that?
Sorry?
Do you have an opinion on that question?
I do. It's funding for local government over the years has been very restricted, but what goes with it is a lot of cost shifting, and that's the legislation's made, or councils can look after it. So that really puts a drain on our finances. I think there needs to be a really big look at our emergency services, how they're organised, and Resilience New South Wales. And in the early days, I know there was a lot of questions from government departments, where is Resilience New South Wales? They weren't around. Yeah, I think, and I said this to the Prime Minister that day too, I said, at the end of this natural disaster, it will be like the other ones I've witnessed. All the agencies will leave, and you know who's holding the baby. It's local government. So we need ongoing finance to be able to deliver those services, because we're at the coalface. We got all the people's frustrations. I'm sure Steve gets a lot of phone calls from his community. I know I do. And we're left there at the end of the day. And we're taking a lot of inquiries from people, and a lot of them are just angry that the government, these departments, just slow to withdraw. One thing I didn't mention earlier about a positive was the way the Army came in and done a great job for the whole Northern Rivers, and that was great too.
Just as a follow-up, in terms of
This will be the last question because we're past our time.
Just as a follow-up, could you, particularly Steve and the mayors, the role that your councils played in terms of a comms centre in the response, so whether it was your websites or Facebook pages, that sort of thing, what you think the need is for that going forward, in between response, in future response, whether that's your preferred, whether you want that stream or you think it's valuable and you need it in terms of that. Is it a place where your local community went to, Steve?
Yeah, communications will come out as one of the biggest downfalls of what we live through. There's no question about that, but for me personally, I was doing daily updates based on what was coming out of the Emergency Operations Centre to keep the community informed, and I know that that proves to be very popular. One of the benefits, if you'd like to call it that, the Emergency Operations Centre was based at Lismore City Council's chambers. So I was in there a fair bit, and I was getting the up-to-date information and sharing that on my mayoral Facebook page to try and keep the community informed. One of the saddest things for regional Australia is the loss of our daily papers, which used to keep our community informed, and that's just the way of the future, I guess. But people need to be told what's going on and where to go to and what services are available. And I think it's sad, to be honest with you, that we're relying on social media now to get that information out, when only a few short years ago we did have the daily papers and different things like that to be able to get the word out. But, you know, for me, communications was a struggle, no question about that, and it continues to be a struggle, to be honest with you. But, you know, as I said, to rely on social media to get the word out, I think, is something that needs to be looked at as well. I don't think it's the answer.
Yeah, similar here, communications for the people in the lower river, and I know on the event of the night I had my own challenges, and we just could not get receptions, but on how you get it out to people, I believe there needs to be only one message come out, and that's from the services. People were putting stuff on there that weren't factual, so I shared a lot of stuff, but Richmond Valley Council's comms, they were putting stuff out as it came to them, and then I just share it and things like that. But it's a problem, the communications, and then the other thing is if they use their phones, or they've got no way to charge them, so they run out of power, and you know, it's just a bit of a slog. But I know you want to wind up, and I need to say something to the Lower River people down at Corrico, Woodburn and Broadwater. There needs to be a look and an inquiry into the Pacific motorway. I don't know if that's been raised with you anywhere.
It's been raised. It's been raised with us. Yes.
Yeah. So
state
there is a lot of frustration and comments down there, and people's different views. So there needs to be a good look at that, and whatever comes out, it needs to be made public, because if it's not now, the next time there is a flood, it will only come back. So it needs to be looked at whether that motorway did stop any water and hold it back. And, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and please take a time to look at that if you can.
Yeah.
Should have been an auctioneer.
I think we might be. Yes, sorry, we'll reconvene at 2:30. We'll take a short break. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume now. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Carlin. Now, as we've had with all other witnesses, could you please state your full name and position, title, and whether you'll be swearing an oath or affirmation, and then read the oath or affirmation.
Sure. So it's Tyrone Carlin, or Professor Tyrone Carlin, Vice-Chancellor of Southern Cross University. I'll be taking the oath, and as you've asked, I swear that the evidence now about to be given me, by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And under the provisions of this committee, you have an option of making a short opening statement if you wish. Would you like to do so?
I will, and it will be short. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I want to start that brief statement by just thanking the members of the committee for being here today and for taking this evidence in the region. That means a lot to me, and I'm sure to many members of the community. I know it's not easy sometimes to get out and about, but I think it's really important that you're here. So thank you for doing that. I say this wholly as a personal observation, but also on behalf of the university. I want to acknowledge the amazing work that our local Member of Parliament, Janelle Saffin, has done throughout this very, very difficult time. And it really has been quite inspirational to see a little of what she has done and the passion which she has brought to that work. And I thank her very, very sincerely on behalf of the university. I also can't make an opening statement, Chair, without reflecting on the hard work and commitment of so many people at the university, both in their work at the university but also through the community in membership of important bodies like the SES, St John Ambulance and so on. I think you've all read my statement and I don't intend to recite that. I'm sure you'll want to ask me questions about it. The only other thing that I would want to say by way of opening is I think we all understand how profound the events are that have given rise to today's inquiry. Certainly we have felt that very, very deeply. And as you know, we have done our best as an institution very much embedded in and of the community to respond to community need. To that end, you will have had a small sense in the statement of some of the things that we've done and some of the measures that we've taken over recent weeks. And I simply wanted to explain the philosophy with which we've done that and then hand back to you, Chair. And the philosophy was quite simple. We could not, at the beginning, nor for quite some time, comprehend the full magnitude of what we were living through. We knew that if we took a standard approach to decision making and prioritisation, we would be well behind the curve. And so we made a commitment very, very early on that when we were approached for help, our answer would be yes, and we would then try and figure out how we would bring that into effect as best we could, and that's certainly been the creed by which we've operated since the beginning of this, and that continues. With that, I won't recite the remainder of the submission. You can see it's in three parts broadly. I hope it's been of assistance to you, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Professor Carlin, I guess I'll open the question and throw it to my colleagues afterwards. So what has actually been the impact on SCU students and the staff at the university, and what are the implications of the recovery center, of government activity being there?
Look, I think there are obviously several dimensions. The university is deeply embedded in the community, so many of our staff and many of our students were incredibly deeply affected through the loss of their homes and all that they held dear, and that's been an ongoing issue for us. Beyond that, when the first flood event occurred at the end of February and into March, and given the yes principle that I described earlier on, we were in effect obligated to close our Lismore campus to ordinary university operations, so our teaching and to a certain extent our research. And we did that because we needed to turn the campus over to community need. So the evacuation centre, the emergency services, and then as time went on, the schools, the health care organisations, other New South Wales government agencies and organisations like TAFE. We're now back on campus, Chair, and we're able to offer the full on-campus experience to our students. We have some of our staff who are not able to work from campus at the moment because we have given over a lot of the office space to schools and other organisations. So our staff have been incredibly supportive and understanding. That will be something that lasts for several months while we continue to reconfigure the campus. And from the point of view of the campus itself, it is obviously a very busy place at the moment, with lots of organisations, notably schools and TAFE, there every day.
Can I just take you back? I'll make this my last question. So have there been any practical, not practical, but impacts on students? Because you've come out of COVID and then you hit floods. So have there been any impact in the area of the school year, completion of degrees, completion of academic activity on the campus? And what has been the impact, and what has been the response and the timetable?
Yeah, look, so broadly we have maintained our academic calendar this year. We initially moved off campus for a period of about 7 weeks. COVID obviously gave us a lot of practice at delivering education online, and so we proceeded on that basis. The academic results that we've seen so far have been quite encouraging in relation to the capacity of students to continue to engage with their learning. And quite early on, when we set up some site access, particularly for those students who had no power, no internet connection and no capacity to really engage with learning from home, the feedback that I received from a lot of them was that they absolutely really wanted the opportunity to continue with their studies, if for no other reason, and it gave them something in their life to focus on other than the events that were unfolding all around them. At the moment, we're broadly back to normal, if you can call it normal, in the sense that we're delivering on our core education, we're delivering research, but our campus configuration is radically changed, and that will be an ongoing matter throughout this year and beyond.
Okay, thank you. Kate?
Yeah, thank you. I wonder, Professor, if you could just talk us through a little bit of the early week or two, the first week or two after the floods of the 28th of February. Who was... So you setting up the evacuation centre, you get an order from somebody to the SES to set up the evacuation centre. My first question, who gave you the order? And then who was providing the coordination of that centre in terms of ensuring food got in there and supplies and bedding? Talk us through what that looked like in the first week or two.
Yeah. So can we even go back before that? Like,
Sure.
If you're, sorry, I'm hoping
Before
to
the floods?
Yeah, like surely someone ever reached out to you and said, if this does come to be a flood event, are you guys ready to go? If that goes to that question as well.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do my best to help you both.
Let's do a whole timeline of...
Yeah, look, as I say in my statement, the university is regularly called upon to assist in these matters when there are natural disasters. That obtains whether it's bushfires, whether it's floods. So, you know, the memory of the 2017 floods lived pretty large in the lives of many of our staff. But I do say in my submission, and I say this humbly and, you know, in a very direct sense, the university is designed to be a place for learning and research. It is not configured or designed in a specific sense or for a special purpose sense of supporting evacuation or recovery activity. So when we're asked, and look, you'll please forgive me because there are so many agencies that we've dealt with over the past. I think the answer to your question is that Resilience New South Wales is the central agency that would ask us to give access to our facilities. But
So did that happen, literally did Resilience New South Wales call you as BC at the outset and say, will you open up your university as an evacuation centre?
yeah, not me personally, but the relevant executive. There was a lot of contact back and forward. So we've done that.
That
before.
was resilience. I guess that's what we're trying to clarify.
I did not take the call, and so it would be hearsay.
Can we get you to take that on notice, please?
I'm happy to do that. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. In any event, a call was made and a response was given, and the response was in the nature that I've described to you, which is, yes, how do we do it? Now, if I can just elaborate, given
Please.
The contextual tenor of your question. this was done in circumstances where the rain was falling out of the sky in an extraordinary way, and that had been a continuing state of affairs, where there was no power on campus, where telecommunications access was patchy at best, and where, as those opening days went on, there was a very profound apprehension that within a matter of hours we would have no fresh water on campus. There were difficulties in accessing campus for quite a number of people. As you can appreciate, people come to the campus from all over the region. Lots of the roads were cut, lots of the creeks were up. So in the early days, we were very lucky in that we had a number of our key staff members who actually lived within walking distance of the campus and whose path to campus was not impeded by floodwater. The campus is elevated relative to the CBD. That time was a less orderly moment. It was an incredibly challenging time because of the magnitude of what had occurred, because of the level of the need that was obvious, and to be really direct with you and to calibrate that for you, essentially the entire executive leadership of the university and then some worked on this basically full-time for many weeks, and that meant action after action after action, change after change after change. You asked about other organisations. I call out specifically the incredible work that the Salvos did in bringing in food to the many people. We had 1,200 people on our biggest night. St John Ambulance, a whole range of those organisations. But the fog of war comes to mind to try and encapsulate some of the experience of that first week or two.
So at what point did government agencies, so you've mentioned Salvos, NGOs, charities, at what point did government agencies either provide assistance, even maybe over however they could communicate with you and where the things were cut off as well, but at what point was control taken over, for example, by the SES, by Resilience New South Wales, by the DCJ?
I can only offer you an impression, because I'm sure there's a formal answer to that in a strictly formal or legal sense. Many agencies were present early. The level of their presence clearly grew over time, and in some instances that came down to the logistical challenges that I've referred to earlier on, the availability of actually getting places. I think my takeaway from it, for what it's worth, is that best endeavours to one side, there was not perhaps the sense of authorised leadership in relation to those various agencies, and there was not perhaps the degree of coordination that, with hindsight, we might have liked. And we, therefore, found ourselves in a position which we were very willing and happy to take, of attempting to undertake some of that coordinating work whilst that capacity was being built up. So there were times when, and look, we may have erred in doing this, but there were times when, if it seemed that there was perhaps a little bit of a gap, we just stepped in and did our best to fill that whilst, as I said, that capacity came on stream.
Professor Carlin, so when you're actually referring to sort of authorized leadership, so are you talking about a void of leadership from the state government?
I'm not going so far as to say that. What I would say is, if you can put yourself in our shoes, because the campus became a focal point for so many of the activities that had to take place, both to provide the basic shelter and the necessities of life, and then to establish the conditions in which the agencies could begin to bring their teams together, could begin to put an infrastructure around them so that they could go and do their work. What we experienced was that we felt as though we were dealing with many different parts, and sometimes that made the facilitation of the role that we have to play perhaps a little more challenging than otherwise it would be. So, you know, I don't want to attribute anything to anyone except to say that our experience was lots of moving parts, a sort of a perception of a lack of capacity on the ground early on, and a desire on our part throughout to have an authorised party with whom we could directly operate to cut through, get things done quickly, and to do that for the greatest effect for the community.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, and thank you to your staff for what was obviously an incredible series of events. That's probably the best way to put it. Look, I wanted to, in your submission, you talk about being involved in planning for the future. How much have you been have you been formally involved prior to this event? So you said you've sort of done bushfires, that sort of thing. Are you formally part of the local committees that operate to do this kind of planning? Would you like to be? Sounds to me like you need to be.
Look, I think it would be ideal if we were. And I think what has been demonstrated by the events of this year is that we are able to create a layer of capability when it matters. And to that extent, I think there is a very direct and obvious reference point back to us, even though I think we have to be clear about what our role actually is as a university, which, as I said before, is our mission is about education and research primarily. But we're very realistic, and we, as I'm sure many in the community believe, that this will not be the last of these events. And I think one of the things that we've tried to point out, and I've certainly tried to underscore in my submission, is that forward-looking question of how could we do it better, not because we have ambition to supplant the role of those agencies whose job it is to do this work, but because we very much believe that whatever else happens, if there are events of similar magnitude, we will be asked to, and we will step up in that facilitative role.
Yeah. But basically you need a bit more of a role than you've had to date, perhaps.
Look,
given your experience and, as you identify, probably likely to be called upon again.
Yeah, and that may manifest in a whole variety of ways. It could manifest in the way that you've suggested. It could manifest in the way that we think about some of that critical supportive infrastructure and how that is located and configured in future. There could be a range of outlets.
I saw that, and I see in your submission you've kind of already thought about that in some ways. You've already done your own review, thinking about what the kind of infrastructure change it would be. Where, and I don't know whether you can answer this question, but obviously that needs to be funded, and I think your whole submission points to the fact that it's not really what universities are about, but you see it because you are part of the community. The funding for that, have you started to think about where you would get that? Is that something that you'd go, I mean, it looks to me that it's a state and federal government thing, but going back to some of the evidence, I think from Janelle Saffin earlier today, whether there's programs that meet that, it's sort of, to me, it looks like it's a very holistic and thoughtful idea about how you could upgrade your infrastructure. But I really struggle in terms of where would you be able to get the funds to be able to make that happen.
I can help by telling where we might not get the funds.
Yes, well, that's probably equally as helpful.
Well, clearly, they would not in the main come from core university operating funds. I think one of the paradoxes that this reveals is that there is a very, very particular role for regional universities. I mean, we're just one of a number of really special universities in Australia. Whether or not that has been wholly recognised in the framework for governing, funding and investing in universities, I don't think it has. So I do think that there is work to be done in partnership with the state, definitely, but also the Commonwealth.
Mark, can you answer?
Thank you, Professor. I'll just picking up on the question from Ms. Fairman. I just wanted you to talk about the process of how you got approved or certified to be an evacuation centre, because we've taken some evidence extraordinary evidence last night from a school who off their own bat said, we'll take people in, we'll take the community in, and then an hour later after they'd taken people in, they were told, oh no, you have to send everyone away, you're not certified. And then someone in the background, a mystery man, certified them quickly. So it was just bizarre. So I'm just wondering whether you can talk through the process of how you got approved or certified, because it seems like this whole setting up evacuation centres was just a dog's breakfast around the whole area for various reasons.
Okay, look, I can't enlighten you in the way that you might like.
Were you ever certified?
Well, just enlighten us in any way would be great.
You can take it on notice if you
Perhaps
don't.
on notice, yeah.
I'm happy to do that, but what I can say, just through lived experience, is it has been customary that in the face of these substantial disasters, that the call comes to the university. And I think there's two reasons for that. One is that we are blessed with a pretty extensive estate, both as regards our land and the buildings, and people know by reputation that we are prepared to act to the community benefit. And the second, which is highly pertinent in the context of what we've just lived through, is the university campus is measurably above the flood zone. It is known to be a safe area, and there are axes of transport by road off the plateau, directly off the plateau, in and out of campus, and in a number of other directions. So from the point of view of accessibility, from the point of view of safety, from the point of view of the physical capacity, I think those are all the factors that add up. The actual certification process I can't speak to, but I'll take
so
on
to your
notice.
knowledge, in your time, no one's come and assessed the suitability of your site.
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Sue Higginson.
Thank you. So my question just goes really to two things. One, a little bit similar following on. So say adaptation. So looking for making the university facility really fit and proper as an evacuation centre, and knowing that it has been the evacuation centre for decades and decades. So one of the things is whether or not, it's been modelled that the lower lying areas are above the probable maximum flood of 16.5 metres, whether that's something that you're calling for, whether that work's being done, etc. And secondly, the second part of it, which really is my main part, is I understand that you've got a large high school student body at the university, and what's your understanding about the time that that's going to be there, and how is that going, and is that something sustainable, and is that part of the adaptation?
Okay, thank you for your question. In relation to the topographical element of it, essentially the bulk of the university campus lands are substantially above what is regarded as a worst case event. So we're very, very lucky in that regard. There is a small portion of one corner of the campus that temporarily flash floods, but from the point of view of the capacity to operate the campus, that's broadly not an impediment. I think you talked about adaptation and just some of the issues that confronted us. If I understood your question correctly, I think there were three parts, the third related to schools and others. So let me just address what I think might have been the second part. If you're going to operate in these circumstances and you're going to provide critical infrastructure to both people who desperately need shelter and safety and emergency services, there's some pretty fundamental basics you want. You want power, you want communications, you want drinkable water, and all that goes with it. Each of those things was placed for varying reasons under stress during the events. We have a very, very limited backup power capability on campus. It's not designed to power the campus proper. It's designed on a temporary basis to power our data centres in circumstances where we get a power outage for a few hours. I think, as everyone knows, even getting diesel fuel into the region for quite some period of time post-flood was incredibly difficult because all the roads to the north, the west and the south were cut, and you don't run generators without diesel.
And the petrol stations were flooded.
And the petrol stations were flooded.
Sorry, your generators are all diesel?
Correct.
Thank you.
Similarly, water, you can't shelter people without water. You can't talk to one another when the mobile network's out, and there's no obvious alternative. So we've documented in the paper, and I won't recite them further here, and we've provided this to government, just some what we hope are thoughtful reflections. And I'll underscore, these don't advance our capacity to teach a student better or to do better research. And it isn't because of the university's interests that we have made these observations. We have simply made these observations and offered them to government on the insurance principle, because we're fairly certain that there will be a point where we're asked to do this work again. And obviously I've said emphatically that we will jump to it. With respect to the schools, I anticipate that the schools, and we have, so on the boundary of our campus, but on their own land, we have Lismore High School. We have Trinity Catholic College operating now in part of our campus, and we've given over, in effect, our largest building to them so that they can bring their school community together as one whole, and we're very happy that we're able to do that for them. Those of you familiar with the independent school sector in Lismore will know Living School. Living School also has been given basically an entire building. They have their whole school at the site. In addition to that, we've provided land, which is university land, which is contiguous to the Lismore High School site for the purpose of building demountables. Those demountables are being used to house the students from Richmond River High, who obviously have been displaced because their campus has been devastated. Personally, we would never have wished for any of this to happen. However, to the extent that it has, and to the extent that we have those students, as well as TAFE students from Lismore now on our campus, it obviously raises in our mind questions about whether we could build something very integrated, very high quality, certainly more high quality than we would have ever done individually, and sustainably. And education is where we began. You know, Southern Cross University began as Lismore Teachers College. That's how we started. It's very deep in our DNA. It is core to who we are and our identity, and to the extent that we are able to bring together school education, technical and further education and higher education in one place, even if that has resulted through tragic events, that's certainly an opportunity to reflect on.
Okay, sorry, you've got experience in Coffs Harbour on that, haven't you?
We do. So we've been operating a shared campus with TAFE New South Wales and the Coffs Harbour Senior College for almost 30 years. So we're well familiar with integrated models, and there are many virtues associated with them.
So as a Vice-Chancellor and an expert in education and research institutions, do you think this actually could be turned into an exciting pilot for our region where we do that integrated education?
I do, and don't take my measured tone as a lack of excitement about that. I absolutely, genuinely do. And look, to give you a sense of it, we're already talking with the schools with us about how we can integrate our research and really build those deep connections, how we can make sure that the students at those schools get access to the best of our on-campus talent and infrastructure. I think there is a really wonderful opportunity, albeit one that has come from adversity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Catherine? No?
Oh, no, thanks, that's right. Are you talking to education about that? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask, I just do have a number of quick questions.
This will be the last one, Catherine, because of the time.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. All mattresses and bedding, where does that come from?
My impression is that in the main it came from the community. So we received enormous amounts of donations of bedding, of clothing, of shoes, of any manner of things, and we created a distribution. I can't stipulate.
Oh, that's okay. Maybe you could take that on notice, because I know there's sheets, everything's clean and organised. I just don't know where it comes from.
My impression is, for whatever it's worth, and I will take it on notice, that the generosity of the community around us was
amazing.
A very, very large source of that, and that was very humbling.
So there will be expenses for you in providing these, making the space and services, power bills, all of that sort of thing. Is there any recompense for that?
We have not kept count. Look, that has not been at the front of mind. You're right, there are, and there will be. But we haven't really gone through that exercise yet. We just haven't had time. No doubt we will, and when we do, I hope that there'll be an opportunity to have a sensible conversation about that.
And just
But
finally...
that wasn't the motivation. I hasten to add in anything that we've done, and I know...
Oh, no, I wouldn't suggest that. I just
know.
wondered how that relationship works. You've got over 800 employees, mostly in Lismore. How many of your employees were impacted by the flood?
We believe that 60 of our staff were out of their homes, at least for some period of time. I think of that 60, there's 15 to 20 where the loss was profound and ongoing. Beyond that, many of our colleagues have been involved in housing community members and other people who've been affected. And we've encouraged that. And of course, if you think about the number of our students who've been affected in that way, it's some multiples of the number of staff.
Just coming back as a major employer, I mean, I know that some of those staff who've lost their homes are under a lot of pressure and they're using their holiday leave at the moment. Do you think there is a role for employers to assist with the employment arrangements for people who are in this situation?
Look, our response in the immediate wake of this was, I'll enumerate it just along the following lines. The first thing that we did was we made direct financial assistance available to A, anyone who was out of home, and B, anyone who helped anyone else to put a roof over their head. That was the first thing that we did. The second thing that we did is we immediately made community leave available to all staff, irrespective of whether they had been directly impacted, so that every single person in the SCU community could get out, help with clean-up, and that was 15 days of paid leave that everyone at the university had access to. For those people who were directly impacted and lost homes, we made further accommodations. We made sure that they just could stay on paid leave for a substantial period of time, in some cases 6 or more weeks. Whilst they went through the initial process, we adjusted their work arrangements so that they didn't have to worry about that, and their colleagues stood behind them. So we really, really tried to put a very, very human face on the way that we responded, because obviously a university is a community and we are made up of our people, and how we look after those is a reflection of who we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Professor Carlin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take a brief break and resume at 3:15. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume proceedings. Could witnesses from left to right please state their full name, their position, and state whether they'll swear an oath or affirmation. Dr. Longman.
Thank you. So my name.
You'll have to speak into the microphone.
You can move it a bit closer if that helps. Yeah.
So my name's Dr. Joanna Margaret Longman. My position is a Senior Research Fellow at the University Centre for Rural Health, which is based in Lismore, part of the University of Sydney. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Professor Bennett-Levy.
Thanks. My name is James Bennett-Levy. I'm Professor of Mental Health and Psychological Wellbeing at the University Centre for Rural Health in Lismore. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Doctor, your full name, title, position, and oath or affirmation.
So my name is Dr. Therese Butowski. I'm a psychiatrist and a representative of the New South Wales branch of the College of Psychiatrists. I also am a local psychiatrist, so I work in public, private and Aboriginal health services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And under the provisions of this committee, if you wish to make a short opening statement, you may do so. Dr. Longman?
So because James and I are from the same organisation, James is going to do our opening statement.
Okay, and will you be making?
I would like to.
Yes, okay. Dr. Bennett Levy, please.
Good. Well, thank you very much to the committee for this opportunity. I'd like to acknowledge the extraordinary work of our local MP, Janelle Saffin. Also, the amazing Indigenous leadership we've had locally, the Courier Mail and the Community Healing Hub, with Dr. Carly Atkinson, who's the coordinator there, and also the extraordinary work of Resilient Lismore in this community. So, as you know, we have a monumental housing crisis, a monumental mental health crisis, and really like to emphasise also an impending health and social care workforce crisis, which is very likely to add to the mental health crisis unless we address it. We are in the position we'd rather not be of being the first centre in the world to have done disaster research on a disaster-affected community, which then gets re-disastered. So in 2017, we undertook research on the 2017 floods. We did a 6-month follow-up and a 2-year follow-up. As far as this committee is concerned right now, we want to highlight the fact that people who are displaced from home for more than 6 months had a very, very highly elevated chance of mental health problems. And you could say around 40–50% at least of those people are going to be having depression, anxiety, PTSD, some variants of those. With the current floods, we have many thousands of displaced people, many thousands who go on being displaced for more than 6 months. And we could estimate somewhere between 5 and 15,000. And this is the problem. We just don't know how many. And so this is like really, really important because not knowing how many people are displaced, not knowing where they are, who they are, we're in this situation where our systems have utterly failed to track these people. They're the most vulnerable people, but we can't, at this point in time, project numbers. If we had the numbers, we could project pretty accurately what the kind of expectations might be, what the kind of funding that would be required, but we simply don't have those numbers. So our capacity, the services are simply have not been set up at this point in time to track the most vulnerable members of our community. The second thing I'd just like to highlight is the impending health and social care workforce crisis. So our services 6 to 12 months down the track might be critically perforated unless we address this right now. So already these workforces, due to the housing crisis locally and due to COVID, were really thin on the ground. And then this has happened. A large number of those people have been directly impacted, their houses. Others have got clients and friends staying with them. They're then in the position where they're faced with really very, very distressed clients, traumatized clients, the potential for vicarious trauma, absolutely, the very high potential of burnout. So unless we have strategies to reinforce and replace some of those workforces, we are going to be in even more problem, and of course that directly impacts on the clients themselves. Okay, I'll stop there. Yeah.
Thank you. So the New South Wales branch of the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists welcomes the opportunity to address this committee. We are both a membership organisation charged with development research and medical specialists and advocates for people with serious mental illness. We've got 1,330 psychiatrists in the state of New South Wales, and as mental health clinicians, we're in a position to report on short and long-term impacts of natural disasters, as Professor Bennett-Levy's also outlined. In terms of the effectiveness of the preparation, coordination and response, I know that this committee has already heard harrowing near-death experiences of many and the heroic responses of the local community. Major issues that were identified by our members and by our patients were telecommunication failures, impacting on actually warning people about the floods, and then locating missing people, which has also been raised. We also have had significant issues finding suitable housing, both in the short term and the long term for people, and that's not just our patients, but is our staff. We've also got the ongoing uncertainty of Lismore's future, which is impacting on whether people feel confident moving back to their homes. There's been massive ongoing disruption of community infrastructure, and schools were highlighted. Many students are only attending school 4 days a week at the moment because of the lack of places in schools. And there's also, has been identified repeatedly that there was a very uncoordinated response by the various systems to the flood. There's concern that the community's perception of the official response to previous floods, as well as these devastating floods, have led to a perception of injustice and at times abandonment. These in turn erode economic and social resources and can unchecked lead to disadvantage and disconnection in the community, which were identified as significant independent risk factors for poor mental health. So the college has a position statement on mental health impacts of climate change and notes that natural disasters lead to increased rates of stress, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol and substance abuse, domestic violence, self-harm and suicide, and certainly exacerbate existing mental illnesses. We've seen increased presentations of all these conditions within my services, particularly PTSD. So the college advocates for decisive, timely, ongoing action to address climate change as part of that social contract. COVID and affordable housing shortages pre-flood have led to a significant shortfall of clinicians, which was also highlighted by Professor Bennett Levy, and that's meant that we actually have had a ward closed in the local mental health unit, and that predated the floods. And many local public and private health and support staff, including NDIS support staff, have been impacted by the disaster. There have also been substantial bureaucratic hurdles, especially in registering for housing and obtaining government grants, which are an ongoing issue which health staff are having to work with. So the college has developed a statewide coordinated disaster relief mental health plan, and that advocates that we support the capability of the workforce within New South Wales, that we support collaborative planning and coordination for regions, that we support access to health services for rural and vulnerable populations, including children, older Australians and First Nations people, recognising that they do worst in disasters, those particular groups. We also would like to support the addressing of rural adversity and social determinants, which also have an adverse impact on mental health for our population. We'd also like to highlight that there are alternatives, at least some alternatives to mental health care in terms of using technology. However, the federal government has seen fit to roll back some of the funding of those Medicare items, which has impacted on the ability of the local population to obtain services at this present time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with a quick question and then I'll sort of my colleagues. You mentioned in your opening statement, Dr. Gutowski, about, quote, the uncertainty of Lismore's future and how it's impacting on mental health of individuals. Can you explore that a little bit for us, please?
So certainly, people are not aware of what the plan is for the CBD and South Lismore, so whether we're going to rebuild or not rebuild, what's going to be rebuilt, what's going to be zoned, whether houses are going to be bought back, etc. So people don't know what the town is going to look like in the future, and that's very disturbing and distressing for them.
And what about the departure of young people? The mayor talked about, sorry, I pointed to where he sat, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. He sat,
empty chair.
The empty chair. He sat there and he talked about a number of of employees have simply just disappeared. They've either left the region or moved to other places. How does that impact on young people?
Well, I think that the significant issues have been that our workforce has been drifting north for quite some time, and some of that is around housing, some of that is around the awards for nurses, for allied health staff and for medical practitioners. New South Wales awards are quite poor compared to Queensland, so that has encouraged the drift, which the housing issues have also encouraged. And the problem is that as our services become less staffed, they become less attractive to people because they're harder places to work.
Thank you. Thank you. Penny Sharp?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission. You're right, it's a very unusual thing that you've been able to already research the community, so it's probably not so great thing given what you're predicting is coming. What I wanted to could you just sketch out for me what the kind of infrastructure around mental health support is currently, I suppose maybe just in Lismore, just as an example?
So the Primary Health Network has been funded and got a lot of additional funds to set up Hit for Health at Southern Cross University, so that's a sort of immediate place to go. Obviously there's the local health district as well, but I think as Teresa's just said, it's already under considerable stress. And
so how many beds is it?
Beds wise, I think you'd have to refer to the local health district for that. But basically looking at severe mental illness as far as those beds are concerned. Yeah.
But you were Dr. Grabowski.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't read your name because my eyesight's bad. Thank you, Grabowski. Thank you. So you said that the mental health unit had closed prior to all of this.
So one of the wards had closed. So the ward comprises a high dependency unit, a less acute ward for adults, and then also a child and adolescent ward. So we've closed, I think it's 15 beds, and those have been closed prior to the flood because of staffing issues. So COVID had been very difficult for us, but even before that we were struggling to staff the beds.
Can I just add something to that? So I think there are a number of organisations and grassroots organisations and groups in the Lismore area that do a huge amount in terms of well-being of the community. And so I think what we're talking about here in terms of the infrastructure in terms of mental health support is a particular kind of support, but I also think there are huge numbers of NGOs and grassroots organisations that provide really important...
Preempting my next question, sorry, which was just to get an understanding of the official health-based... I mean, we went and visited Wardell Core the other day. They talked a lot about the mental health support. They're just really lucky. They've got a volunteer who's got expertise in this, doing an incredible job for no pay. And just trying to understand in terms of government response about whether, it seems to me that there's just not enough flexibility to provide even small amounts of funding for those community groups that are doing that kind of community wellbeing. I mean, Trees Not Bombs we went past before today. Yeah. Clearly people are going and being fed there. Surely there's kind of an opportunity there to have that conversation with people. I'm just wondering, there's a bit of that. Are you kind of aware about how linked in that is, whether they're able to get, more, whether they're getting government support? I think I know the answer to this, which is no. But just trying to get from your, you're obviously seeing it, you've studied it, just, I suppose your suggestions about where we could enhance that kind of well-being outside of the formal infrastructure as well.
So I'll take that first. Do you want to add?
You take it.
Yeah, I'll take it first, and then you can add to Jane. So we're aware that there may be some funding coming, which will help, because I think, particularly if you talk to Resilient Lismore, that they talk a lot about exhaustion now amongst the volunteering community. So there's lots and lots of volunteers who've come forward and have done amazing work, but that is dwindling now because people are exhausted. and they're also dealing with their own trauma and issues around being flooded. So, James, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand the sort of time course of response to trauma as well. So right now, at this point in time, what people need is what we might say low intensity, inverted commas, support. So somewhere to go that they can feel safe and secure, tell stories, share stories with others, be understood. It is not PTSD treatment time. That's way down the track. So the community organisations are fundamentally important here. So the Community Healing Hub, for instance, I don't know if you've got to see that. So that was set up by Dr. Kylie Atkinson, who's an Indigenous academic here in Lismore. That's been a fantastic resource. There's been a lot of, my partner's a naturopath, and there's been a herb hub in Lismore. And she's been part of that. And that has been, like, people have flocked to that, more so than any counselling or anything else. And, you know, it's a safe place for people to go to get some, you know, naturopathic support, but to tell their stories as well. So it's those kind of low-intensity, community-based services, currently unfunded, that are really, really important at this point in time.
And is there any research that shows where people have done that well in other places that does stop that pipeline of PTSD that's coming? Like, can we draw a direct line, do you think, to that?
It's a really great question, that, and I'm not actually aware. I mean, obviously the research absolutely says community-led recovery, plus. But I'm not aware, quite honestly, of that kind of research. What we can say from our 2017 experience was that Helping Hands, as it was called then, the community support service, was really fundamental, I think, in getting people back on their feet and a safe place for people to tell their stories and so forth. And I think we're seeing the same again here, but what we have here is just, as you all know, at a completely different level. And what we really have here is collective trauma. And this entire community, I now say to people, like, just about everyone is traumatized. It's just different levels of trauma and different levels of exposure to. But everyone is kind of under a cloud, because we all have friends, we all have family that have been severely impacted. And we've all experienced all the indirect impacts as well, which our research in 2017 found was also sort of predictive of later mental health problems. So whereas in 2017 it was a limited number of people who were cut off from social and health care, for example, here just about everyone for, you know, a number of days and in weeks, and some people still now are, you know, some people on communities that are completely isolated, the roads are cut off, you know, not having internet for weeks, food insecurity, petrol insecurity, diesel insecurity. You know, everyone got impacted at that level as well.
Can I just add to that question about what do we know about the research? So the 2017 research that we did in the Northern Rivers following the flooding at that point did show conclusively that people, a particular kind of social capital measures, so informal social connectedness and feelings of belonging were protective. So we know that. So we know that mechanisms that help to promote connectedness and feelings of belonging are going to be protective in terms of people's mental health down the track. And those kinds of informal NGOs and community or grassroots organisations do a lot in terms of connecting people and giving people space to feel that they belong somewhere.
It goes perfectly into what I'm saying, if it didn't actually answer it already, but I guess to go further back up the track before there are mental health problems, what are some of the things that we can support, I guess, to improve the mental fitness of communities or the mental resilience, not just following a disaster, but So when a disaster comes, they're at this level, not this level. I see recently there was a report about how important sale yards were for that, for instance, because people are getting together and chatting and I think you just touched on it then, Doctor, about the clubs, NGOs, community groups.
So I might just talk, in 2020, the University Centre for Rural Health undertook a piece of research where we talked to rural communities in New South Wales about what did they think the mechanisms were that would help build community resilience to the mental health impacts of climate change. And that's exactly what they talked about. They talked about sport, they talked about various clubs, they talked about mechanisms for bringing people together, community picnics, all of those sorts of things that just provide a platform for people coming together, meeting one another, getting a sense of belonging. So they were all exactly the kinds of things that they talked about, and nature-based activities. So, you know, land care or being in nature in some way in a group situation is really beneficial.
Can I just ask one other quick question while I have the floor? Sorry. Doctor, you touched on the tech care that government's moved away from. What specifically we're talking about there?
So, recognising the issues that people had accessing mental health care during COVID, the government created a specific item number under Medicare, which provided for so that the payment when you did telehealth for people was the same as the payment if you did it face to face, and that meant that in rural communities where we don't have enough psychiatrists, that we could have services from, say, Sydney or somewhere providing services. And more practically, what it's meant locally is that when people are not able to get out of their homes but actually have a functioning phone, so when they're being cut off because of floods or their doctor's being cut off because of floods, that they can still get a service and that the Medicare item number exists. But the government wound that back pretty much at the time of the flood, actually, very close to it. And that the college has identified that a number of services in Sydney that were providing outreach to communities like ours are no longer providing those services because of that. So it's a further barrier when we've got far lower numbers of mental health clinicians on the ground in rural areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Bennett-Levy, your submission, I'll just turn to that. You mentioned, you really made the point, and in your opening statement, about the fact that there are all these displaced people that the government kind of in some ways has no idea how many, where they are, what their situation is. Would you care to make some recommendations around what should be done in the future to be able to, in natural disasters, climate-fueled catastrophes, whatever we want to call them, what should be done by government to ensure people are case managed, if you like, in situations like this?
So right from the start, clearly, we need to be able to track people, and you know, we might do. Some people are going to show up to services immediately, show up to evacuation centres and so forth, and others will go to friends, family, whatever. What we need to be able to do is to kind of do a snowball to find out exactly, to find out, like, from other people in that community. And it might be something like a community organisation like Resilient Lismore, for instance, which has, you know, a reach that is far beyond any of our services. 30,000 people on Facebook. We could track everyone through that, and still possibly could. Obviously, there's privacy issues and so forth. But I mean, that seems to be about the only way we can actually track people now. So we need you know, if there's community organisations that are prepared and set up for this kind of event, then we have a capacity then to actually be able to track people, and that's really what we need to be able to do.
Because just to draw upon that, the tracking of people in terms of governments recognising or even acknowledging the demand for mental health services, that's the first step. And unless we can do that, is the New South Wales government, for example, aware of how much demand there is out there for mental health services, particularly not now, but in 6 or 12 months' time?
Well, absolutely. Is it enough? I mean, and you know, then there's the issue of what's New South Wales government and what's federal anyway, because the vast majority of people are going to be like sort of primary care, and it just depends who's going to fund the community organisations that are actually going to really be the first port of call. If we can, you know, it's those community organisations that are actually probably more in need of the funding than the, you know, the so-called health organisations, because that's where we got a kind of, you know, a support at that level, because we've got such huge numbers of people here. Support at that level can potentially, you know, cut off a significant percentage of people who might otherwise be going to primary care services or secondary care services.
One last question.
Yeah.
And sorry, there are so many, and it's to you again, Professor. In your opening statement, you said 6 to 12 months down the track, our services will be critically perforated unless we address this now in terms of the severe shortage of mental health professionals. Would you like to expand on what you mean by that and what impact that will have on the ground? And perhaps Dr. Grotowski, if you wanted to also comment on that.
Okay, so where we're at the moment, as I said, we're already very thin on the ground, but we are now already seeing people, you know, we're seeing a number of people who've been directly impacted. 33 mental health workers in the local health district, for instance, directly impacted, lost their houses. 3 out of 8 in another community organisation that I know about directly impacted. So these are, you know, this is really hitting workforces hard, and those workforces are typically the ones that are actually in the lower cost housings, especially in the social care sector. So to be able to sustain that kind of demanding work, vicarious trauma, you're working with people who themselves are traumatised, burnout, it's not looking good at all. So we absolutely have to, at this point in time, start addressing this problem. And, you know, just looking at Q&A last week, the incoming Minister for Child Education, Child Support, was saying, hey, in Melbourne, we're having real difficulty finding childcare workers. In Melbourne, we've got an incredible shortage of housing here. Who exactly is going to move here unless they've got subsidies, and the other way to go with this, I have to say, is can we? So we're sort of starting to do some thinking about this, but clearly it all needs support. Israel, we have a significant number of people who've been unemployed as a result of the floods, obviously. Is there a way that we can transition some of those people who might want to work in the social care sector, that we can provide them with the kind of support and supervision and so forth that might enable them to be transferred? So we either bring people in and support them to come in, or we can somehow generate some shift within our workforce. But it's a big problem.
Any other questions as we've reached the end of our session? No. Thank you for your time.
There actually would have been a lot more. Yes, that's it.
I don't think you've taken any questions, I noticed, so thank you for your time and your submissions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you.
Well, the person with red hair, it means.
Okay, could witnesses starting from the left please state their full name, position, and swear either an oath or affirmation? Ms. Clay.
My name is Christina Clay. I'm floodplain officer for Rouse County Council. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Ford.
My name is Brenda Ford. I'm the Operations Engineering Manager at Rouse County Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, and under the provisions of this committee, you're able to make a short statement if you wish. Ms. Clay or Ms. Ford, would you like to do so?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today, the Widjabul-Waibul people of the Bundjalung Nation, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We'd also like to acknowledge the impact and trauma of the recent floods on the community we serve, and particularly on the residents and landowners of the Richmond River floodplain. We are both here as representatives of Rouse County Council, which is a unique organisation. Many people are unaware of the role of a county council, and there's benefit in clarifying that first. A county council is established to provide a service to multiple general purpose councils. So there's only 9 county councils left in New South Wales, and Rouse is the only county council to provide multiple services, as well as being the only one to provide flood mitigation. We provide bulk drinking water supply, weed biosecurity and flood mitigation to local general purpose councils in the Northern Rivers. Our submission to the inquiry is based primarily on our experience and understanding as the appointed flood mitigation authority for the Richmond River, Lismore City and Ballina Shire councils, as well as the Regional Water Supply Authority, providing drinking water to these councils and Byron Shire Council. As the Regional Water Supply Authority, we maintained water supply to over 100,000 people during the recent floods, complying with the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines without need for boil water notices. We attribute this to the individual effort of dedicated staff, luck and hypervigilance. We came very close to not being able to continue this supply. Despite our role in providing this service, we had little assistance in accessing remote and critical infrastructure and was not recognised as an essential service provider. We had the added frustration of miscommunication in the community, including confusing messaging about the integrity of Rocky Creek Dam and the ongoing quality of tap water. As the Flood Mitigation Authority, it is our experience in the Richmond catchment that who is responsible for flood mitigation here is not clear. There is no clear organisation and no whole of catchment perspective. We are both involved with the management and operation of existing flood mitigation infrastructure, and we are concerned that there is no long-term strategic plan for the flood mitigation infrastructure that already exists in our catchment. In our day-to-day roles in flood mitigation, we are hampered by the inadequate funding we receive to maintain and operate our current infrastructure. Rouse has inherited the legacy and responsibility for the majority of historical flood mitigation infrastructure that has been installed along the Richmond and Wilsons River. Rouse is responsible for 80 kilometres of levees, 750 individual floodgates, and 180 kilometres of drains. Moving forward in the Richmond catchment, the state government needs to clarify how flood mitigation will be undertaken here. What is the role of the Flood Mitigation Authority and the General Purpose Councils? We need the state government to provide a clear, long-term strategy for our existing flood mitigation assets that we have inherited and adequate funding to maintain them. We welcome the opportunity to participate in today's hearing and share our experience and understanding with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Clay, so how do you interact with the state government at the moment?
I might answer that question. So I assume that question is about, so I work in both the flood mitigation and the bulk water supply part of our business. So I assume that question is around the flood mitigation.
Yes, it's flood mitigation, yes.
So for flood mitigation, we receive a grant for maintenance of flood mitigation infrastructure, and that is one-to-one funding, and the other part of that is funded by our constituent councils for the 3 areas that covers, so Richmond Valley, Ballina Shire and Lismore City. I will say that funding is $84,600, and that dollar amount has not increased since 1985.
Sorry, less than $1 million.
So $84,600.
Less than 100.
Less than 100.
I'm sorry, I gave an extra zero there. So sorry.
I will take the million, no. But no, yeah, so 84,000.
84,000. Okay, sorry.
And 600.
Oh, 600.
It's very important.
I need that money.
600.
Has it increased since when, sorry?
1985. It's 37 years.
What do you do with that $84,000?
$600 as well.
Sorry, $84,600. What can you do in
So-
flood mitigation?
Yeah, so
With that-
so we also get contributions from Richmond Valley, Ballina Shire and Lismore City Councils. That comes from their rate base and comes from their general funds for rate base. And that's what we use for maintaining our levees, our floodgates and our drains. And
So what's your
for-
total budget?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I can take that on notice.
Okay, I'll come back to my questions, but I have to be fair to my colleagues. So, no, you were next and then Catherine's. Sue and then Catherine. Oh, no, she was next.
Thank you. I think what Rouse does is absolutely incredible. I've been watching Rouse like a hawk for the last 30 years.
Okay, Catherine, you're
And
on.
so
Sorry.
we heard quite a bit of evidence yesterday, particularly from cane growers, about the dreadful state of the drains and how that if the drains were maintained and the evidence given about the idea of maintenance was simple, excavate them, clean them. Some were concrete them in their wildest dreams. From your perspective as the manager and owner of those, I thought there was actually 191 kilometres of drains, but anyway, that was the map I looked at yesterday. Do you think it would have any real, tangible and substantive impact on the way those areas of the floodplain respond to the type of flood we've just seen in 2022 if those drains were maintained in a different state to what they currently are? That's my first question.
Sorry, I might just...
If there's
I'm a
anything
little
I
bit
asked,
nervous, so I have some notes, if that's okay.
But if there's anything that we ask that you want to take on notice,
Absolutely.
we can do that.
Absolutely. Well, I think,
Yes.
well, Brenda finds the notes. I think it's fair to say that the role that a drainage system plays really depends on the scale of flooding that we have. Yep. And so the flooding that we had in February, I mean, the majority of our flood mitigation assets on the Richmond floodplain were drowned out by metres and metres of water. So certainly when you get a flood of that scale, it doesn't matter how many weeds are growing in a drain. It's the smaller scale events and it's at the different ends or the different periods within a flood that could actually be quite different. Yeah?
So when it comes to cleaning the drains, I think while we have a large length of drain network that we maintain, there's a large portion of it that's also privately owned, but I think a lot of the conversation and a lot of the evidence that you know, the witness statements that you've received are a lot around the outlets, and so it's probably fair to talk about that's what we're really talking about in terms of how well that worked, in terms of how well those outlets worked and where the floodgates could and couldn't open because of outlets clogged up with mangroves and sediment. So one of the things that we focus on is on being able to make sure that our floodgates can function. So like Chrissy said, the scale of the flood, personally I don't see that the drains would have made a significant impact, a difference to the scale of the flooding. And so then when you start to look at the inundation time, so how long it then took for flood waters to drain away, you then start to have a look at the question of could the floodgates open earlier if there was less stuff in the outlets, basically was that holding it back. And I just want to point out that we had elevated river levels for an extended period of time, and our floodgates are a form of one-way valve, they're a flap, and so you need more water behind the floodgate than in front of the floodgate, and they'll push open and pour out. And so when that river level is up, those floodgates stay shut and those drains fill up. And so the elevated river level had a much bigger impact on how long it took for drains to clear than any vegetation that was in any of those outlets. A lot of that was also debris that was brought down by the flood, and so a lot of the issues that we've had, and we've been going around in circles clearing out debris, coming back and there's more debris. There's a lot of rubbish in our river at the moment.
Thank you. And I've just got, do you want me to ask? I've just got two quick questions to follow up.
Okay,
Yep. So the two, and I'll give them to you both at once. One is, do you have a functional relationship with fisheries, or is that experienced as a problem? And two, the other part of the question is Rouse's governance structure, which I'm a lawyer of a long experience practice in this field, I struggle to navigate the governance. Is that do you find that a mechanism that is difficult in terms of the organisation culture and function?
I'll take the fisheries question.
Okay, would you like to take the fisheries question?
So we do have a functional relationship with fisheries. They are a regulator and they have a purpose, and often the activities that we do require permits from fisheries. But I'm happy to say that we do have a functioning relationship with fisheries. I think where that question comes from is probably some of the other submissions that you would have received, saying that the space that we operate in terms of doing these regular maintenance activities do tend to trigger a lot of environmental approvals. And I've got an environmental science degree. I understand the need for those, but to maintain publicly funded existing infrastructure, it is a lot of work, and it could be streamlined a lot better than what it is. And we could still maintain adequate approvals on the environment by doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. Thanks.
did you
Sorry,
want to answer
I've got
There
quite a
was
few questions.
Sorry, there was a
Okay, let's keep going with that. That's no worries.
In terms of the structure, I think our submission really talks a lot to the issue that we have with that. That we're set up as flood mitigation authority. We don't have responsibility for drainage. That sits with the what we call constituent councils, with the general purpose councils. But we also don't have ownership and maintenance responsibility for all of the flood mitigation infrastructure. So we have some responsibility for some flood mitigation infrastructure, we have some responsibility for some drainage infrastructure, and there's no clarity on what that means.
Okay, I want to get into that in a moment, if that's okay. So Rouse isn't on the Disaster Management Committee for anywhere from the sounds of it. Reading your submission, you were never contacted about the state of flood mitigation infrastructure, for example.
So I might talk to that. So I was just by referring to the fires that we had in 2019, and one of the things that we found with that was the fires that were burning in the Narcap National Park came very close to our water treatment plant, and we were really struggling with getting people to understand that we needed to protect that as an asset, and that it was a critical asset in the network of critical assets in the community that were under risk from fire. And from that, we have representation on the LEMC at Casino, and it
the
focuses
local land management service,
the local emergency management centre, and so when that starts up, we have someone that sits on that, and it's primarily around our role as a water supply authority.
So it's just that, to me, in terms of flood mitigation, your role, flooding being the major disaster we have in this region, then in addition the need to supply fresh water to people who are in flood impacted communities. I'm just stunned that you're not participating in a more, in terms of expert advice to the... please.
And I think what that speaks to is the lack of clarity over who is responsible for flood mitigation in the Richmond River catchment. So we are the appointed flood mitigation authority, and we cover Ballina, Lismore and Richmond Valley. But on top of that, you'll find that Richmond Valley, Lismore and Ballina also do their own flood mitigation. And then, of course, we don't cover the entire catchment, so we have Kyogle and the upper parts of the catchment that are also presumably doing flood mitigation in their area as well. So it is very complicated, even for those of us who actually work in this day to day, Monday to Friday. It's very complicated for us to understand the parameters over who's responsible for different assets. Where does our responsibility end and start, and where does a constituent council start? And this arrangement in the Richmond has happened over many years. Since the first Flood Mitigation Authority was established in 1959 in Richmond River County Council, the constituent councils have also always done flood mitigation. The problem is that it is not documented anywhere. The arrangements are best described as bespoke, and when we have events like what we've had, it adds to confusion. So it's like during the event, after the event, who owns that asset? Who do I talk to? Who do I talk to about what are the future plans for flood mitigation? It's not immediately clear.
When the councils are applying for funding for flood mitigation works, what is your role in relation to that? Because it is council-based, so like Lismore will apply for funding.
So Lismore levy, if we use that as an example.
No, that's a really bad example.
It's good to illustrate this point.
It seems to be the exception to every rule, that's all.
But it illustrates the point.
Okay.
So Rouse County Council are the owners of Lismore levy because it was a decision so Lismore City Council identified a need for that and wanted to apply for funding and couldn't because they weren't the Flood Mitigation Authority.
Okay.
So Rouse County Council got the funding, built it, but Lismore City Council operates and maintains it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And there is a memorandum of understanding between us, but that's the only one that we have.
I get that. So that the councils are applying for things as opposed to there being a strategy for the catchment. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a piecemeal approach by the very nature of what we have.
Okay.
So if you have a constituent council, so you've got Ballina Council, they are obviously restricted to within their
caring
local
about
government area.
Ballina, but the water's coming from
Kyogle.
Exactly. So you would recommend, I would assume, a catchment approach to flood mitigation?
I think that there's probably a number of different models that we could take in the Richmond, but whatever model we take in the Richmond, it needs to be able to have a whole of catchment focus.
Yes.
And it needs to be clear, and it needs to be documented, and it needs to be well articulated and communicated to all of the stakeholders involved in a flood. So when we have a flood that happened in February, there's not this confusion over who do we need to talk to or who's actually responsible for the levy that protects Woodburn.
Okay, so I want to come to Woodburn. You say when the Tuckenbill levy was going to be overtopped, putting the village of Woodburn at risk, Rouse provided advice to emergency services. They did not understand our role or our expertise, and that advice was dismissed.
So I was trying to find someone to get in contact with about who we talk to. The warnings, obviously, because we maintain and manage infrastructure all the way down. I watch a lot of the stuff, and I was following all of the warnings that were coming out and trying to work out what it meant for the communities that we serve.
Yes.
And there was a warning that was continually coming out talking about Baggotville levy being overtopped, and I pick on that because I still don't know what that is, or where that is, or what they were trying to refer to. I couldn't get an answer. Eventually, I went on my personal Facebook page and tried to send them a message and say, "Where are you talking about? Because we need to clarify this." And I still don't know the answer.
So you don't have a direct communication with them during a flooding crisis?
So from our representative at the local emergency management centre, they were saying that there was no one from SES there, so they couldn't ask them the question either, which is where I don't know who I'm meant to ask and get clarity during an event on something like that.
So, sorry to interrupt. So who are you trying to make contact with in the state government? Who are you trying?
SES.
SES.
Trying to
They were sending it because there was notices going out about safe return when you could see that the floodwater was still coming through and hadn't reached Woodburn yet. There was notices saying that a levy was overtopping that like I said, I still don't know where that is.
But you mean a levy that you're unaware of? Were they referring to a non-existent levy?
Perhaps. Well, we assume that they were talking about the Woodburn Town levy.
We-
that
I-
protects
Also,
the
the
village of
name
Woodburn.
wrong.
I don't know whether they were referring to the Baggetville Barrage or the Tuckenbull levy, based on where they were talking about, and those things have different impacts because they're in different parts of the...
So they didn't have any local knowledge. This is because they were in Wollongong.
And
I don't know.
but the point then being that when you try to just clarify this, there's no capacity to communicate directly, even though you are responsible for flood mitigation. And I'm so sorry, but this is just an extraordinary situation. So in terms of Woodburn, have you any further comment about the impacts on Woodburn?
Oh,
Of
no,
this?
that's all right.
Yeah.
You keep going.
Okay. So we have the maintenance and operation of existing flood mitigation. So you seem to be distinguishing between existing assets and future assets and how that might operate. So at the moment it's kind of an orphan system, is that, or a cut-off system where you don't have a source of funds for it?
So I suppose the way I'd word it is that we have existing assets which we can barely afford to look after, and that's what we focus on, is trying to look after those, and know that there's, I don't know what future, if there was to be future assets, I'm not sure who would look after that and how anyone would be able to afford it.
And who would own them?
Yeah.
So what would be a way forward through these problems?
I think it comes back to those main points that we made in our submission. So it's like we need to have a clear lead organisation for flood mitigation in the Richmond River catchment.
Sorry, before we get there, who decides that? Who's the person to make that decision?
I would say that it's state government. I would like state government. We would like state government to actually step in and come up with a model for the Richmond River. I think that we have been working with our current model since 1959. And not making a lot of progress with it in terms of clarifying those roles.
And sorry, Chrissy, but we exist as a county council based on the state government. So I think what that role is depends on the state government.
So we need a clear lead organisation. We need to have a long-term strategy for the existing flood mitigation assets that we have. There's been a lot of discussion about what is the role of flood mitigation and moving forward, what future assets might we need in this catchment. But I think we need to recognise that we have a lot of flood mitigation assets already in existence in this catchment, and to make sure that we have a long-term strategy for those. That is really important because we have a lot of assets where we have no information on what exactly they do, what level of service they provide, who are they providing that to. We have no information on how do we try to reduce their environmental impact. The environmental impact from our flood mitigation infrastructure on the Richmond River estuary is very significant. And then we have the threat of sea level rise. We already have floodgates in the Richmond River estuary that do not open a lot because of sea level rise. And then, of course, we need adequate funding. So we put the figure on the table that the state government has given us $84,600 for the last 37 years to maintain a huge asset base. Those assets are historical. Most were built in the 1950s and 60s. Some actually date back to the 1920s. And so the cost of keeping that infrastructure is not being met by the cost of funding that we are being given. So they would be the three main points.
That is a wonderful summary. Thank you very much. Can I just ask one more question?
Keep going, Catherine.
The Rocky Creek Dam confusion. I mean, I got the message, the red alert. I don't know what that is. I wonder, do you want to just talk us through that? A lot of people are really wondering about that.
Yeah, so Rocky Creek Dam, like all dams, has a dam safety emergency plan, and it has thresholds at which point alerts go out, white, amber and red, and that comes down to the amount of water that we had going over our spillway. And that is an early warning system for residents downstream to let them know that the dam is spilling and the level of that spilling. We definitely found that there was miscommunication, and we heard a lot of stories of people talking about the dam wall overtopping. We heard stories of the dam wall potentially breaking or being damaged, and that was never a risk.
What does it? Is there? I mean, there is a lot of talk about this in terms of the flood language.
Yes.
Just standardising what things actually mean, so
Yes.
that, because SMS is a wonderful way to communicate a lot to a lot of people, but
Yep.
maybe we need to. What does a red alert mean, basically?
For
the dam.
I can take it on notice to give you
Oh,
the
thank you,
exact
yes.
thing. And we can probably provide a copy of the dam safety emergency plan, but it in effect came down to the height of the water over our spillway. I mean, we ended
So
up
it was about the volume of water that was spilling.
Yes.
Okay, because I personally thought it was failing. But.
Ms. Ford, we're almost near the end of our question. Sue has a
Sorry.
question,
Thank you.
but if you want to take that material on notice and provide it within 21 days, then
Yeah, so that's
So just two follow-up questions. One is, there is a lot of talk about the need for further flood mitigation. The CSIRO is perhaps looking, hopefully Rouse will be consulted and have a role in that, but I don't think you have just yet. But the Dunoon Dam has been flagged as a potential mitigation proposal. The idea that that catchment of Rocky Creek is something like 3% of the entire catchment. So just wondering whether Rouse has a view on whether the Dunoon Dam is not an effective mitigation measure for the entire. And then the other question I have, I'm doing them both again, so because I know we're short of time, is the river. The river is the sickest, most unhealthiest, saddest, heartbreaking thing that our entire region features through the centre of it. We've studied it to death almost. In terms of the upper catchment, is there any major notable contributors to the ill health of the river that you guys are aware of, being sort of the experts in water and the river?
How about I take the question on
River
Dunoon
Dam.
Dam and you can take the question on River Health. So I suppose in terms of your answer about Dunoon Dam and the catchment size, Rocky Creek is quite small in terms of contribution. So our existing Rocky Creek Dam has a catchment just over 30 square kilometres. Dunoon Dam adds in another 19, so we get a total of about 50 square kilometres catchment with the Dunoon Dam. Lismore, and I wrote these numbers down because I wanted to get them right, but the catchment upstream of Lismore, which includes both the Leicester Creek as well, so Rocky Creek flowing into Wilson's and the Leicester Creek, is over 1,400 square kilometres, and the catchment of the Richmond River, so once you get down to Corrigan, we're looking at that, it's over 6,900 square kilometres. I know earlier today, Councillor Mustow, who's our chair as well, he spoke about the size of the impacted area for Richmond Valley Council and spoke about the catchment of Bungalwalbin. So Bungalwalbin Creek comes into the Richmond River just south of Corrigan and it goes out to Rathville. We have Rocky Mouth Creek near Woodburn that comes from New Italy into the Richmond as well. So the Richmond River is a very large catchment, and when we have a look at that, it's even more significant than the comparison of the catchment for Dunoon Dam to Lismore than the catchment of Dunoon Dam to the Richmond.
So just for clarity, is that answer suggesting that the Dunoon Dam would be insignificant in terms of mitigating flood impacts lower stream?
So Dunoon Dam was proposed as a water supply solution and not as a flood mitigation when it was proposed.
Thank you.
The 46 gigalitres that we had go over our spillway would have filled Dunoon Dam if it was empty, but that's what it would have saved.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question about river health. So I have spent the last 23 years working in this Richmond River trying to improve the health of our estuary. In terms of the major contributing factors, there are two main ones, and they are priority actions in our draft scoping study for our coastal management plan.
They are associated with the drainage of the lowest lying areas on the floodplain, back swamps, former wetlands. So these areas are intensively drained and used for agriculture. This has happened for generations. This is not a new thing. But we have major water quality issues come out of these areas on a regular cyclic basis. So we're talking about deoxygenated water, so black water from rotting vegetation, from pastures and grasses that now grow where once would have been swampland and rushes. The other one is acid sulfate soils. So we have acidic discharge leaving these lowest lying areas going into the estuary. Those two main water quality factors impact on our estuary on a yearly basis. And so going forward, they are the two of the key priorities for improving the health of the Richmond River estuary. And of course, there's other impacts upstream, but they are by far the two biggest impacts on the estuary.
So thank you very Sue, we're almost we're over time. Thank you. Now, I understand, Ms. Ford, you took a number of questions on notice, so the Secretary will be in.
Sorry. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Good afternoon.
Starting from the left, could you please state your full name, position, title, and swear an oath or affirmation, and it should be on the table in front of you. Mr. Steed, will you start first, please?
My name's Vincent Stead. I'm with North Coast Radio. We run a radio station, 92.9 River FM, and I'm Secretary of the Management Committee.
And you have to state an oath or an affirmation.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
Yes, I'm Sean O'Shaughnessy. I'm a volunteer producer, presenter at our community radio station, River FM. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now, gentlemen, under the provisions of this committee, you are able to make a short statement if you wish, emphasizing short.
No worries. 92.9.
And if you could speak into the microphone, please.
92.9 River FM is a community radio station that's been operating in Lismore for over 40 years. Our role in a flood situation is to communicate information to the public. In a minor flood situation, it's part of the protocol that the normal presenters, as part of their programming, give updates on what is going on with the weather and the road closures and such like. Our primary resources are the Bureau of Meteorology and the State Emergency Services. Our secondary resources are the Lismore County Council Disaster Dashboard, My Road Info, and by looking at the local community groups. If a moderate warning is given, the presenting is taken over by trained presenters, and the normal presenters are asked to follow State Emergency Service protocol as far as getting to safety. Two presenters then stay at the station and give a rolling update of what is happening with the river heights, State Emergency Service warnings, Bureau of Meteorology warnings. And yet, this flood was beyond what we normally have. In the 2017 floods, the water was up in the street outside the building that we're in. We're on the second floor. This time it came within 6 steps of coming in, so the water was approximately 25 feet deep around the building. We broadcast until 6 a.m. in the morning, at which stage the meter box downstairs went underwater, and we had to cease transmission because we had no power. Once the flood had receded, we got a generator in and were able to start broadcasting information for recovery efforts where people could get help and such like. The second flood We had power at the station, but the flooding affected essential energy and the Gundarimba area where our transmitter is located, and we were off air for just after the flood had peaked. And I'll pass it over to Sean's got some comments.
Okay, how about we ask you a few questions?
Oh, yes.
We'll take it from there. So how does River FM differ from 2LM or ABC North Coast? What do you provide in an emergency that differs from those two organizations?
I think community contacts. We've got a very loyal base and a multicultural presence in the community. A lot of older people listen to us. We were instrumental this floods helping people by the fact that we've got up-to-date river heights at what is happening before the official information is coming out. And a lot of people got back to the station and said, thank you so much, we got out in time because of you.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think that I'd say a few things on that. One of the things that community radio provides that commercial radio and public broadcasters don't have is that direct connection in the community. There's really strong ties that Vince alluded to. We live in an era where everything's mistrusted, where institutions, the media, everything else are mistrusted. But people know who the people on the air are at River FM. They're their neighbours, their friends. They're listening in, and a very loyal listener base, as Vince said. And the other thing we have is people, the volunteers who are committed to their roles. Somebody like Vince here and John Maloney were there on the morning of the actual the flood. Now the day before the flood, personally, I was cleaning out a friend's house, lifting stuff up to somewhere above where it came in 2017, listening to River FM as we went. John Maloney was on air. At one point, I don't know, it must have been about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he said, at midday the height was this, at 3 o'clock it was this, at right now it's this height, and while I was lifting boxes and stuff up high, I was able to, in my head, do the mental arithmetic that gave me, it's coming up at about 20 centimetres an hour from that information. Now John is a complete flood geek. He's totally committed to this. He gets, once the flood comes in, it's his self-appointed role, and he's like the best. He's the best in the region at it, at figuring out those figures. He gave me those figures in such a way that I could calculate that the flood was going to overtop the levee by between 3 and 5 a.m. I said that to the people I was working with. I said, according to what we just heard on the radio, we're going to have the flood overtop the levee at about 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that's exactly what happened.
So do you believe that your coverage was more accurate than 2LM or ABC North?
I didn't listen to 2LM or ABC, so I'm not comparing our coverage to theirs, but our coverage was so accurate and sufficiently accurate and in-depth and detailed that you could make those kinds of calculations in your head as you went.
Mark?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Up to the point at 6 a.m. where there was no more coverage. Suddenly we were no longer providing that service. Well,
thank you.
Sorry.
Sure. No, thank you. We took some evidence yesterday from another community radio station, from Byron, and they were talking about a different model of, I guess, connecting with the emergency service providers for information. I think they pointed to a Victorian model where there's a more formalised relationship. So A, are you familiar with that model, and B, do you think that is a better way forward in terms of you getting access to that timely information? And
we had a disaster training workshop, and we had the SCES come to the workshop, and we got the numbers of people and contacts. Unfortunately, in the flood situation, everybody's busy, and nobody contacted us. That's in our strategy for moving forward. That's one of the things that we're going to be looking at, is rather than us trying to get through overwhelmed lines, we have a designated person who passes information to us. So unfortunately, we're sort of reliant on the information that everybody else has got coming via their Facebook page. Likewise, the road information. The road information is only updated every 8 hours or so. So we're sort of running behind. We've got our hands tied a little bit in that under community broadcasting rules, we're not allowed, we can only broadcast official information. So if Joe Blow rings us up from down the street and goes, the water's up to here and it's coming into my house, we can't broadcast that. We can take that on board and with the information that we've got. As Sean said, John's got a board with all the different river heights, and with experience we can tell if the river is this high at Kyogle and this high at Nimbin, we know that that water is going to come down and affect us in Lismore. So there has to be improvements made as far as communication, but we had done. Yeah, we've done the groundwork before the flood situation happened, and it's just a matter of improving the performance in the future.
I think the evidence we received was almost like the community station be able to reach in and get the information itself and not have to sit and wait for someone, or even call someone and say, hey, can you give us this officially? They'd be able to reach in and tap into that information straight away. Is that a model that you guys would like to see, obviously with some sort of service agreement set up between?
We were told when we had the workshop to not ring them when they were in the crisis mode. So as I said, it's got to be that they send the information to us, and I think the model where the SES goes, look, this radio station, that Facebook page, and they should be sent information that they need. So it's something that's got to be worked at.
Can I just say, I think what we need is some sort of centralised hub of information which is accurate, which is timely, which is complete, and which goes both ways. Like as we're saying, there's a lot of local knowledge which we're privy to, which the authorities, as you say, based in Wollongong or wherever, the agencies don't seem to have access to, so it would be helpful if there was a two-way street in that kind of system. From my perspective, I don't know the Victorian model that you're referring to in detail, so I can't comment.
Ms. Cusack, sure.
Sorry, you were referring to, I think, John
Maloney. Yes.
And he predicted it accurately.
He didn't predict. He just gave the figures. He just gave accurate information. I was able to do the mental arithmetic myself. Anybody who could do mental arithmetic
What was
could
that
work
information that he had access to?
He has.
That's the river heights from the Bureau of Meteorology.
So the calculation that he was able to do in his head was more accurate than what the Bureau was doing, is it?
No. The Bureau, the river heights of the Bureau are very accurate to a point. You can actually.
That was the problem, as I understood it. Yes.
You can look at the river heights in the different areas, and then you can press table. And it shows you the river.
Okay, so that's my question.
Yes.
Where is that information available? What's that source of information?
The Bureau of
from the Bureau.
So the Bureau publishes those tables.
Yeah, it's a continuous 24-hour thing.
So he's using the same information as the Bureau.
Yeah.
But it's the presentation, it's the capacity to be able to say, this is what it was then, this is what it was now. And just in a 5-minute presentation or less, he's able to get across to me or anybody who's listening enough information to be able to make your own projections.
So is
and
he
I wasn't getting that from any of the other media outlets, to be honest.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to make those projections?
He wasn't making any projections. He was simply stating the figures from the past. I'm allowed to do mental arithmetic while I'm out there, preparing for the flood. That's what I did. But anybody who could do mental arithmetic could have made that projection at that point. So it was just he gave the information in such a way that it was actually usable.
So is what you were trying to say, it was the hyper-localness of providing the time and the effort to go into the Bureau's data to extrapolate that on the hyper-local level.
Yes.
And that's because you've got hyper-local people sitting there knowing that you're talking about communicating to people in the Lismore Basin about the Lismore High and etc.
Yeah, John knew enough and had enough experience in doing this that he was able to actually present the information in such a way that, as I keep saying to people, anyone who could do mental arithmetic could figure out for themselves when the levy was going to be overtopped.
Why did the SES get it so wrong?
I'm not party to the SES's processes. I can only speculate, but I would guess that they're in Wollongong, and there is talk in the community that the reason why what we used to have was much more accurate information in a much more timely manner from the SES, but they no longer are based in the local area, so all sorts of strange artefacts of distance seem to creep into their analysis and projections.
We have actually asked them some of these questions before. We had them in front of us at one of the committees, and they said, well, the BOM got it wrong.
Well, the BOM did get it wrong in the second floods, in the fact that some of the measuring devices were affected by the first flood,
they were broken,
and then they were broken from the second flood. But no, it's every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes you can see it tick over, and it changes the number, and you can actually you can press a button and get a plot or a table that tells you exactly where the river
for each station, for each actual measurement station along the river, you can get that.
A little bit of local knowledge goes a long way in that we're able to look at it and go. If Nimbin's getting hammered by rain, we know that within 2 days that is going to end up in Lismore and likewise Kyogle.
Correct. I mean, another example, local knowledge. If you know that the farm dams are all full and starting to overflow, then you know that the next thing is the rivers are going to start rising. Like, and if you're a local, you know whether that's happening or not. Now you can't tell that from Wollongong, Ms. Cusack.
Yes, the timeliness of information is my question. You said that the gauge readings are updated every 8 hours. Is that right? Is that in real time?
No, that's the road information. The actual gauges are every 15 minutes.
Can you access that information?
Yes, you can watch it live.
There's one thing I could not understand on the ABC was when they were reading their script, which would go for 10 minutes, some of the information was more than 24 hours old, which isn't very useful.
That is a big problem across the board. Especially after the initial flood, a lot of the information, because everybody's busy. Like the SES are not really worried about what's happening with the river heights because they're trying to save lives. That's their primary focus in a flood situation. I'm not sure there shouldn't be someone who's attached to the SES, who's in charge of monitoring the floods and giving accurate information. This is just anecdotal from Facebook, but the Bureau of Meteorology, there was a picture on Facebook of the SES getting briefed by the Bureau of Meteorology. And that was right before the second flood, when the SES said to everybody, "Oh, it's safe, you can go back in." And
yes.
Come out, go back, I was in a difficult situation because I was on air, and a Facebook post came from the SES that said, at the start of the post, it's safe to go back to the central business district, and at the bottom of the post, there's an evacuation order in place that you're supposed to be out by 4 o'clock from the central business district. And then a bit later there was another post, "Oh, it's up to you whether you believe the weather or the river heights, whether you can go, you make up your own mind, but we're saying it's safe." So I went on air and I said, "Look, I'm reading you the official thing that is in front of me now from the SES." And I said, "Pay attention to this disclaimer at the front. It's up to you." And at the end of it, I said, "This is my opinion. I repeat, this is my personal opinion. If you are in the central business district, get out."
Do you have a copy of that post by any chance?
No.
Okay.
Catherine, one more. And
yes,
then
no, you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
what can the New South Wales government do to better support community radio stations to provide the critical service that they are clearly providing to local communities? What would be your ask today to this committee?
Reliable electricity.
Maybe go a bit more ambitious than that.
No, truly, because when the power went out after the first floods, it's our duty to get on air as quickly as possible. We financed $2,500 to buy a generator, went down to Ballina, loaded the generator in my van, brought it back. It has been over 2.5 months. And that was, we've supported Essential Energy, we've supported Janelle Saffin and that to get the power back at the station. And we've only been able to broadcast 8 hours a day.
12 hours a day.
Between 8
a.m. and 8
I've got
p.m.
8 on the brain because I've got to start the station at 8 a.m. in the morning and like each
This man
morning.
has done heroic work. It's like he would never sing his own praises, but this man has done absolutely heroic work with River FM, and as has Marilla Curtis. And starting and stopping that generator every day was absolutely arduous. I had to do a little bit of it to fill in from time to time, but it was bone-wearyingly depressing to have to get in and do another day where you start
But
and stop this
there's
generator.
more to this then,
Yeah.
isn't there?
There's
You're
a lot
saying
more.
electricity, fair enough, but that's kind of at the end of the very last bit of a potentially a good natural disaster response plan
Yes.
for you to be seen as a critical part of and resourced accordingly.
Yes.
Is there, so that's obviously hasn't happened now. You're here telling the committee your worth in terms of what you do, but is there anything else anything else you wish to kind of request?
Could I have a turn at that? I would just have a quick. I would say there's a few things. Communications, obviously, like we need to be integrated into the communications with all of the emergency agencies as as equal partners in that as an emergency broadcaster. The communications across the region went down. Like we had phone towers, everything went down. Our station went down because of power and also because of internet connection. So we were unable to connect to our transmitter in any case, even if we had electricity. So both of those critical infrastructure issues need to be resolved. So for a community radio station to function in the situation where we are, and I think probably across the board in a given emergency, we need independent power supplies. Need a power supply which is independent of the grid, so that the grid goes down, which it did here. It's done it again just yesterday, and so it's been pretty unreliable. We need to be able to go. We're going on no matter what. And the other thing we need to be able to make that function is independent communication systems which are independent of the terrestrial NBN, so and independent of the 3G, 4G, 5G phone tower network. So we need like satellite uplinks that we can actually manage to get our information out to our transmitter. So that would be pretty basic. So I think the communication culture, communication infrastructure. We also need, we need to be able to have our studio mobile. We need to be able to go from the location which is disaster affected to a more appropriate location where infrastructure is available. That's another way in which we could actually manage that process. But I think that it would be a good fail-safe backup for us to be able to have what we already have, which is an outside broadcast system where we go out and do events, etc., but one which can independently communicate with our transmitter from wherever we are. We need that kind of upgrade to our outside broadcasting system. And I think any other community radio station in the country would be well served by having that access to that kind of infrastructure on tap, in a few boxes. And I'll quickly, the third point that I have, which I think that we need the state government to address, is we need better staffing. We're currently staffed by, we have an administrator who is our manager, basically doing the work of like essentially 2 or 3 full-time people on a 0.6 position, and we need at least, we've got one tech, again very much on a part-time basis, who comes and goes in between 3 other jobs that he does, and we have nobody who's dedicated to actually being production staff. We don't have somebody who's there to support and to maintain the production values and to train, and provide, the other volunteers and provide them with support. I mean, it is a voluntary organisation. Like most of the presenters, Vince, John, these people who did heroic work were actually there for, over 24 hours, continuously keeping the radio station.
Days.
They were there for days and days. Nobody's paying them to do that. And so there's no support, no resourcing for them to be doing that. So Vince won't complain about it because he's a Trojan. But really, people deserve to get better resources than that. And also, so we need to be able to get training and support to increase our capacity for news gathering and sharing. And that requires a certain amount of infrastructure and resources, and also networking with other community radio stations would be another valuable point in which that production staff could actually fulfil the role there.
That's right. And you mentioned also a contact in the SES in real time.
I think Vince mentioned the contact in the SES. I think we need a comprehensive range of communications, cultural change.
Yeah, there isn't a strategy, is there?
There's no strategy as far as I can tell. There's an idea that we should present this sort of information. We were giving the training, which was great. It was a great first step. Our emergency broadcast training went for a day, or it was half a day something.
He did an excellent job.
He did a great job of presenting the material that he presented.
And the SES lady was very good too, and we got a number.
All very helpful, but when we said
but when we rang from the station
during the actual emergency,
all lines are totally busy.
We'll give the last question to Sue.
Thank you. I know we're nearly out of time. We've got half a minute. I'm pretty sure the radio station physically used to be based at the university. Is there, if we had the probable maximum flood of 16.5 metres, you would be flooded where your current premises are. So is that something that perhaps you would think about, being relocated to a safe, secure place where you could have more guarantee of constant network and electricity?
Coincidentally, we were supposed to have a flood debriefing meeting today after this. But unfortunately, the manager's crook, so it's on next week. But
yes.
Do you pay rent? Do you pay a rent,
yes,
or is that
yes.
what? Okay, and
Yeah.
so that is one of the reasons why you're in the building you're in and not somewhere more
because it's cheap.
flood-proof.
Yeah.
Cheap. Okay.
Yeah. And that's right. If we had proper resources to be able to make that move and to pay for the rent of it on an ongoing basis, then moving the station would probably be the smartest thing to do. Staying where we are will require upgrading the building and the power supply and the comms, as I just listed before. Either or. There's going to need to be some money spent on it.
And we have spent some money improving the transmitter, but what needs to happen is there needs to be solar power at the transmitter that flicks on when the mains cut out. And we simply have not got the money. A lot of our sponsors were taken out by the flood. The chances of getting more sponsors locally are very low at the moment. We're running a gratis news service where we're listing the businesses that are open.
Gentlemen, thank you. You clearly love your community. You're passionate, and we thank you for your service.
That's right.
And I love your T-shirt.
Thank you. Yes.
It's Resilient Lismore. It's a beautiful T-shirt.
Thank you again, gentlemen.
I've just handed around to a copy of our submission, which we didn't get in to the.
That's fine. We'll still take
there's
it.
six. Thanks. There's 6 copies of that which are circulating. We can get them to you digitally if you need any more.
That's fine. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Now, we'll start from left to right. Please state, Dr. Ross, please state your full name, position, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Bruno Ross, I'm a private large animal veterinarian, North East Equine Veterinary Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Johnston?
Philippa Johnston, Tenterfield Veterinary Clinic. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And under the committee's rules, if you wish to make a short statement, you may do so. Would either one of you like to make a short statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that would be great.
And could you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, not very practiced at this, so bear with me. Thank you very much for allowing me to appear at this hearing. I was directly involved alongside with Bruno in the animal welfare and the veterinary response to the North Coast floods. As a veterinarian, I followed the correct, albeit convoluted, pathway to register and participate on a professional volunteer basis. Professionally, I experienced a poor animal welfare response from the government and a lack of coordination between the government and the private sector operators and the community. In regards to the overall effectiveness of the flood response, I believe the scale of the animal welfare event was underestimated, especially by the government, particularly in the initial stages. There was a complete reliance on and a subsequent failure of that 1-800 number in the start. There was either complete lack of overall aerial surveillance or a lack of communication of any surveillance. Our Veterinary Practitioners Code of Professional Conduct outlines that we must always have a primary concern for the welfare of animals, including the provision of first aid treatment and euthanasia in a timely manner. Unfortunately, government veterinarians and departments were not able to provide this in the recent floods, exhibited by the delayed provision of food and veterinary attendance to stranded animals, particularly in reference to the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Regulation 2012. As a result of that delayed government response, we formed a privately funded veterinary group to provide animal welfare and veterinary attention to that area. Government agencies had helicopters on contract, yet grounded, and we were unable to utilise these resources. Instead, we had to enlist private helicopters to conduct aerial surveillance at our own cost. There needs to be tasking of appropriate helicopters so that we can be confident aviation support is available for animal welfare purposes. Owners of stock focus their entire lives around the provision of animal welfare, and when they required urgent help, they were failed by the same body who enforces such rigorous animal welfare laws upon them. Perhaps sometimes we underestimate the importance of animals and livestock to people's mental health. The gratitude and hope the public expressed when we could save a life was immense, as was the grief and the mental anguish associated with deceased animals and with the lack of formal identification of these animals. So, in summary, my three main government-related concerns are animal welfare breaches, delayed response, and lack of communication. Thank you.
Thank you, doctors. I'm going to ask some very direct, brutal questions. So, your animal welfare activity, was it in fact mostly euthanasia of stranded or injured animals?
Not mostly, no. There was obviously significant numbers of animals euthanized, but I think the majority, I don't know if we've got the raw data on that, but I believe the majority of animals that were seen, especially mostly cattle and horses, what we were doing, I believe they were treatable, and I think we did that.
Yeah, so there were over 250 cases that we saw, and the reason I looked to Bruno to answer that question was I wasn't involved in the initial first day of surveillance. So there weren't as many euthanasias, most were treatments, and the primary concern as well was fodder.
Fodder. So in fact, were many, did a lot of animals starve to death?
Look, that's an impossible question to answer. We could say from the emotional side, yes, definitely, we could have saved them. We don't know because the government response was so delayed. Our private helicopters were doing fodder drops prior to
I want to take you to fodder drops.
Yes.
So was there any coordination? I know we keep hearing this phrase over again, a lack of coordination. So was there a lack of coordination involving fodder drops to stranded or animals that were that were isolated?
Yes.
How did food get to those animals, if it got to those animals?
So initially, in the first 5 to 6 days, it was by private operators with donated hay primarily, especially via the river. And then on the Saturday morning, it was via our private helicopters.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, Mark and then, Mark, sorry.
We heard from in a separate inquiry to the approved charitable organisations, the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, that the Animal Welfare League's mobile vet truck was quite helpful in this situation, and that committee has now made a recommendation to, I guess, for the government to fund more of those. Did you have any experience in utilising or being part of utilising that truck, and is that something that you think needs to be more of?
Excuse me, may I interrupt for a second? Dr. Ross, there's a bit of confusion. Did we get you to swear an oath or an affirmation? You did,
Yes.
We did. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Yes, so did you have experience in it, and is it something you would support in terms of having more of those trucks available to be rolled out?
Chain of command, do you think? So there was a chain of command. It went DPI to LLS to AWL, 2 Vets Beyond Borders, 2 volunteer vets. It was too convoluted. AWL were great.
Yeah, so I guess I was there from day one. I believe the AWL truck arrived, I think, on the Wednesday. We've got that in the notes here. So they were awesome, particularly their CEO, and I think he should be named Mark Slater, who I believe has since been moved on for whatever reason. But he was awesome in terms of making things happen on the ground, getting me in contact with people who he believed could assist us where there was a vacuum from DPI and government. He, representing AWL, was awesome. So we could have done with several more AWL trucks, because especially the small animal clinics around the area, they were inundated and they were overwhelmed. If there's one thing perhaps what we could improve is to have more large animal vets attached to AWL, and that's a very easy thing to do, I think. But the idea of that mobile vet truck was awesome, immensely valuable to us, and we could almost have them still here now, because we've still got ongoing issues here.
Thank you. That was it.
Yeah, I've got some questions. Thank you very much. And can I just, I've read both of your submissions, and I think that what you were able to achieve under what was obviously extremely trying circumstances is really to be commended. And I know you don't want thanks for that, but I am very interested in just the series of failures that occurred in terms of trying to, you basically had to do a workaround with every government department from my reading of your submission. I particularly just wanted to ask about, I know that you were visited by very senior people in DPI and the Minister at one point, I think on the 9th of March, so a fair way into this, and there were some promises made there. But I just wanted to check that really nothing really changed from there, and if it, did anything change?
No. Oh, the only thing that changed was on the 10th of March, Lara Johnston got in touch with Simon Oliver. Once that got into place, yes, things started to change then.
But things like the red tape, so on the 9th of March you finally got the RSPCA after you contacted the Ag Minister directly, and they were there, but they couldn't go in the LLS helicopters.
So what happened, that's true. So what happened yesterday, I attended a DPI meeting, which as a group we were actually not invited to attend. I managed to get in through the AVA liaison, which had nothing to do with this situation. At that yesterday, Lee Pilkington presented a timeline of all their events. So I said, that's wonderful. Can I get a copy of that to bring to you today? He's emailed me today, sorry, there were some errors in it. Now, that was a professional meeting yesterday. There were some errors in it. I only did it quickly last night. I won't be able to have it in time for the hearing. So this is what it was a prime example of what we copped the entire way through, and are still to this day, experiencing.
If I can probably go back from the start. So, I mean, I was basically, as far as I know, I was the first large animal vet roaming about. Now, there was probably several reasons for that. One was our property and where I work was not severely directly, it's got issues now, but it was not severely directly incapacitated like other vet clinics. So by the Tuesday On the Monday, I could get out limited. By the Tuesday evening, I got into various parts of Lismore. As far as I know, when I treated the horses on the Tuesday night, they were the first animals, flood animals, treated by a vet that I'm aware of. By the Wednesday, I was in Casino. Through local contacts, was aware that hay was incoming to then be distributed. That's when the 1800 number, I believe, was activated. I then frantically started ringing that hotline. I've lost count of how many times, seeking who was in charge of the veterinary response, who was in charge of the animal welfare response. On every single occasion, my call for more information was denied because of privacy issues. I was not given ever the coordinator's contact, name or number. I asked numerous times that my contact was escalated to the very top and that they contact me. Was never done. So we were on the ground with limited to no resources. We did not know anybody was coming. We knew hay was coming. How was that hay going to be distributed? We did not know. Nobody, to my knowledge, was contacting anybody on the ground. So a few other private vets then started to arrive and try to get out on boats and access particularly horses to start with. But at no point in time did anybody from DPI, that 1800 number, the Ag Ministry, ever contact, or certainly me on the ground, despite numerous attempts that this information was critical so we could at least launch a coordinated response to this. And might I add, when they finally did arrive, some 6 days later, their arrogance to, well, certainly to me, because I'd probably been fairly vocal in my criticism of them by then, their arrogance towards me as a vet on the ground who had been seeing these for already 5 days now was breathtaking.
So just to be
Absolutely
clear, you weren't
breathtaking.
invited. So the DPI meeting yesterday, was that like a debrief? Was that supposed to be a debrief
Yeah, so it
on
was
what
supposed to
happened?
be a veterinary debrief, and I requested Bruno to be involved, and they...
That was declined.
Declined, yeah. So, and from yesterday, in the introductions I found out, we actually did have a liaison LLS veterinary officer who was initially appointed that, and none of us ever knew. And I actually found that during the introductions yesterday. And we had been dealing with her, but information had still
But he
been...
never told you that...
and information had still been withheld from us.
I've just got one more question, if that's okay. I mean, I could ask many more, but I know that people are keen. I just noticed your comment, Dr. Johnson, in your submission, which was the ease with which private vets could get involved. You take us through this very convoluted system in terms of whether so there's Vets Without Borders,
Yeah,
and but there's no involvement of the Australian Veterinary Association.
not
Just
at the
some
moment.
thoughts and reflections on that, but importantly, how does that get fixed?
So with the emerging animal disease side of it, which the DPI CVO, Chief Veterinary Officer, is involved with, they then immediately activate the AVA. With the emergency response, there is none of that. The actual DPI CVO isn't actually involved in the emergency response in regards to animals. So our proposition is basically to have AVA involved and to be involved from the start. They're the best organisation.
And so they're never involved? So, for example, in bushfires, so it's, a couple of years ago now?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there. I could ask many more questions, but I'll stop.
It makes me so angry, actually, reading both of your submissions, and we've actually all talked about your submissions, and we just can't believe the situation, to be honest. Going to the hotline, I'll go to you, Bruno, that you have indicated that this hotline was established for people to call if a couple of days after the floods emerged, I think, the floods hit, that there was no way for people to know what that number was. Do you know anybody who was able to receive assistance from the hotline? Do you have any, did it work? Was anybody able to reach anybody, say that they've seen animals in trouble and assistance was able to get to those animals?
Yeah, so there's so much I can talk about the hotline. So the hotline was established as far as, initially I was given the wrong phone number. I then put that over, I guess Facebook, dare I say it, is the quickest way to get these things around. The issue is that so many people that need the assistance aren't on Facebook. The average age of primary producers, I think, is 55 plus. They're not on the internet.
There was no internet.
They had no means. There was no telecommunications on one day. I think it was the Thursday or the Friday. There was no phone service in the greater casino at Richmond Valley area. So the hotline, I believe, was a brand new number established for this event. Nobody, I don't know how that information started getting out. Private people, obviously, we tried to disseminate it as quickly as possible. So the entire failure of the 1-800 number, it requires somebody to locate the animal. It requires somebody to have surveilled the area to actually spot an animal that needs fodder or veterinary assistance. That person then has to ring the hotline, has to lodge a request, tell them where it is. The hotline then, I believe, assesses whether that's aerial support or whether it can be accessed by road, and then it goes through a process of assessment as to what resources are thrown at that. The whole issue with that, we had cattle stranded any number of places you can think of. There was cattle there. They were on sides of roads that would just, you'd have a piece of road the size of this table and you'd find a couple of cows there. There was horses on balconies. There was cattle washed up any number of places. Nobody knew they were there. We seen them from a helicopter. They were on islands. There were dead cows up trees. I mean, obviously they're long gone, but the issue is you can only find out this information through aerial surveillance. So the notion that a farmer, who a lot of them were evacuated, they weren't on their farms. So these farms were empty of people, that somebody was to spot these cattle, ring the hotline. Sometimes you didn't have phone service or you didn't have electricity to charge a phone to ring. Someone was to ring the hotline and then fodder would be assessed to get out there. And remembering DPI did not show up until minimum 5 but 6 days after the event.
Do you think that potentially there really wasn't anybody within DPI who was coordinating any veterinary response? You were the first person on the ground responding. You were unable to talk to anybody really from DPI to get no response. There was some hotline that nobody could really connect with. Do you think they were actually doing anything in those first 5 days?
Well, I question, obviously, Dr. Johnson was at this meeting yesterday that I'm not privy to, and she's been given a timeline of which the initial parts of that I've seen, I question most of that because I've got photos of when things was happening, so I question most of their timeline. In that initial 3 and 4 days, I've got no idea who was there, who was in charge. This timeline that they've since produced in retrospect seems, I think it's full of holes, because in that initial period of time, if there was a coordinator, I cannot see, as a private vet here on the ground, why they would not have taken my call to actually get some on-the-ground information of what was going on.
So there's no evidence, is there?
No.
There's no evidence that within DPI there was anybody working on the emergency veterinary response for the animals in these floods.
In hindsight, I think that was our LLS veterinary officer that we were dealing with, Jocelyn Todd, who was the liaison. In hindsight, now I know, I went that correct pathway and I still received no instruction, no daily updates, and no information was given to me.
So the animals in this region were abandoned by the New South Wales government during this emergency?
It appears so, until at least day.
The first vets on the ground were all private vets, and there was an initial few that put their hand up and announced that they were here. Our biggest restriction was our accessibility to where the animals were. You either could only get there by air or boat. and nobody knew they were there. The only reason we knew they were there was through aerial assessments and people who were out on boats letting us know where they were.
So injured cattle, injured horses, starving cattle, starving horses.
Oh, I've got pictures of one.
Zero response.
There's numerous videos and photos, some of them I've made public, that they are the most extreme breaches of animal welfare that I think you could possibly come up with, taking into account that some of these animals during their displacement have washed through floodwaters we don't know for how long and how far. And then what's worse still, and there's an image that I think should be disseminated, and it's probably one of the most heartbreaking, which really riled me initially. There was a farmer downriver at Corrikai, and he made a sign in his paddock that said hay, H-A-Y, and he made that out of corrugated roofing iron that had washed onto the place. He had no phone service, no electricity. Nobody was coming to their aid. So he was cluey enough to write a sign, a big sign out of corrugated iron saying hey, and our helicopter that we'd organised spotted that. It landed to let him know that help was on the way. And to me, the fact that a DPI helicopter had not seen that days before is a grotesque and pathetic response by them. There's no other way to put it.
Can we have a copy of this of your aerial photograph?
Oh, I've got heaps, so you can
Would
have
you?
them all.
Thank you.
You can have the whole pile.
We'll take them. Thank you. Any other questions, Sue?
Yeah. So, thank you, Dr. Pip and Dr. Bruno. I know how much work you did, and I spoke to Oliver throughout the effort that you guys set up. It was phenomenal, and thank you, because there would have been so much more suffering without you. Do you think that it's fair to say now, on reflection, that there is a system that needs to be designed and implemented for the next time, because there will be a next time, and that is actually about immediate response and significantly improved networking and communication with respect between the existing private vet network on the ground and the government vets? Is that actually the answer to avoid the welfare issue again?
Yeah, look, I think it is. I mean, we've got the New South Wales legislation in terms of the prevention of cruelty to animals, and that says within 72 hours, fodder, treatment to be provided within 72 hours. So it is that real initial emergency response that needs to be designed. And if it wasn't so convoluted, I think it would be a lot more clear-cut. So if it did go directly to AVA, to private veterinarians, that would be one suggestion of mine. It would be a much less convoluted and easily communicated, and to have a liaison officer in the AVA who is also in direct contact with DPI, and to say, right, this is your funding that you get initially. If you need anything more, approach us. However, I think there needs to be a system and a protocol or plan set up to say this is what's going to happen, and to be disseminated prior to the next emergency.
So an emergency plan and strategy with a plan with all of the right people.
Yes.
And then we can be better.
All the resources exist. I'm led to believe that the government sits on or has on contract a fleet of helicopters that they can call upon rapidly. That was not done, certainly for the veterinary fodder response. There's countless numbers of private veterinarians that put their hand up and would do that every day and night of the week to go to any area in the country to respond. At the end of the day, DPI don't have clinicians. They've got limited vets through DPI and local land services. At the end of the day, they're not clinicians. So, and likewise, I'm not a government vet. So, if we could all get along and work better, more closely together in rapid time, all the resources are there. It's a lack of communication. I believe it's arrogance from, well, certainly I think that's come up through listening here before, even through SES. It seems to be an arrogance of government agencies to accept outside help. Now, whether that is through legal ramifications, I'm not sure. So there's so much I think that needs to be freed up to the even just to the of acts of allowing private people, be it say a private vet, into a DPI tasked helicopter to get up and do things. Ultimately, I don't think DPI have the on-ground free will, if you would put it. So as in, for instance, are you going to have a government vet going down a flooded river on a boat trying to get to a stranded animal? I'm not sure. There's probably a whole bunch of red tape that would prevent that from happening. Private vets were doing it. I think all the resources are there. It needs to be activated faster, much better communication, coordination, and have just a very simple chain of command with on-ground local knowledge, probably providing a lot of information on that. Because we had all the information initially. We had garnered so much information through initial aerial surveillance, calls coming in. DPI didn't really want to have any of that information.
Well, we had 2 LLS veterinarians at our meeting, and one of those was the liaison officer initially on that Sunday, and we didn't unfortunately hear back from them again.
Sorry, did you say liaison officer?
Yeah, she was in hindsight, yeah.
In Hunter region?
Sorry, the LLS veterinarian liaison officer.
In LLS, in the Richmond?
Based in Grafton.
She's based in Grafton.
And I'll give the last question to Penny Sharp. Sorry.
I suppose my question is, what is the role of the chief veterinarian?
So the CVO with the DPI?
In this whole process, now that you've
So-
had time to reflect on
so in the
is there a
emergency-
role for them?
Yeah, look, I think
they clearly played no role.
If they probably mirrored the EAD, the emerging animal disease side, which is completely separate, to an extent, those protocols plans are in place for that side of it. It would be reasonable to say that may be appropriate for the emergency side as well.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence. Thank you for your time. And did you take any questions on notice? No.
The only thing, there were a couple of facts that we've now found after from the DPI meeting yesterday. Would I be able to just collate them and quickly and send them in with the next 24 hours?
Absolutely. Thank you. We would like that. Thank
Can
you.
I just ask one final thing? What about, is there a need now for mental health support for the vets of what you guys have been through? Are you noticing that amongst your colleagues? And
they're pretty tough.
I mean, it's ultimately, I suppose you get by trying to help, the livestock owners, farmers, horse owners. I mean, that's, sure. I guess I keep in touch with a few of the vets, but you see bad cases of things every day. This was just a massive, overwhelming numbers, and just a truly overwhelming event. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, in terms of me personally, I think I'm okay. Like, I reflect on things nearly every day. It's beyond frustrating of, I guess, the entire system and the process, hence why I will be continually fairly vocal of criticism of that, because so much has to change from so much of the response from so many agencies to this. Things have to change, and if there's anything to come from these hearings, it's listening to people on the ground who have lived through this, went through this, so that a flood will happen again, whether it be at the same, bigger or smaller. And the real issues right now, I believe, are certainly with the farmers that have that have gone through all this, and that's a whole other conversation. But that's where the major issues are still ongoing, and I think will continue to get worse over the next few months.
so, just finishing that point,
it compounds the trauma, having the exclusion of the vets now, based on the meeting yesterday, that sort of thing. There's a compounding impact.
It was probably, I mean, the event itself is awful, but the fact that we didn't get government support was what made it even harder.
Yeah, I hear
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, you mentioned that you were interested in providing further materials to us. So if there's anything involving the DPI meeting or any further materials that you think that are relevant,
Yes.
please provide them to the Secretary.
Thank you
We
very
would
much.
welcome them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll take a short break, and we'll convene at 5:30. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Mr. Bennett, would you please mind stating your full name and provide a position if you think it's relevant, and swear an oath or an affirmation?
Edward John Bennett. I'll take this opportunity to mention that although I'm a member of the group that Beth chairs,
yes,
I'm also a long-time member of SES, going back until Civil Defence days in 1964. I'm the Flood Intelligence Officer at Lismore City SES, but I'm not here in an SES capacity. I'm here because I've been able to contribute a lot of data about flooding to Beth's committee.
Thank you, sir, but we also need to decide whether you're going to swear an oath or an
Certainly.
affirmation.
Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Triven, can you please state your full name, position, if relevant, and an oath or an affirmation?
I'll do an oath. Elizabeth Ann Trevan, and I'm the coordinator of the Lismore Citizens Flood Review Group. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Mr. Bennett or Ms. Triven, if you would like to make a brief opening statement, you're able to do so.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, so you're not making a statement?
No, I'm happy
thank
for
you.
Beth to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Northern Rivers is a very high rainfall region where there is a short time frame of 8 to 12 hours before Lismore is facing a major flood. Blanket statewide SES policies and procedures do not work for our community. In responding to the terms of reference, I'll say both the SES and Resilience New South Wales agencies were unprepared for the February 2022 event. Genuine leadership is lacking. Since the 2017 flood, the SES has focused inwards with a restructure and internal staff relabelling, but no effective change to capability delivery. Consequently, in the February flood, the incident management team was overwhelmed and focused upwards to headquarters and the media, leaving local volunteer units with little or no support. There was a failure of leadership and planning exhibited by Resilience New South Wales, with ineffective coordination between the SES and Resilience New South Wales during the transition from rescue to recovery. And this left a vacuum of more than 48 hours when the affected community and liaising agencies were left stranded. Resilience New South Wales did not operate as the lead agency for recovery, for which they're responsible. Internal cohesion was low, resulting in a split functional management arrangement with the police. This caused internal friction and dual reporting lines and communication systems between the police and Resilience New South Wales, which saw the organisation slow to make decisions and slow to react. The role of the SES headquarters is to support the volunteer units and ensure they have sufficient personnel and resources to provide the best possible outcome for the community. In the February flood, when the SES headquarter management and resources proved inadequate, help was sought from the local communities. The role of Resilience New South Wales is to ensure a smooth transition from rescue to recovery and provide the recovery service to meet the needs of the affected community. Unfortunately, from the outset, systems were not operational and staff numbers were so low that the liaising agencies outnumbered the resilience staff, resulting in considerable disorganisation. The community is not interested in who manages each section of disaster management. They just want it to work. At the state level, the battle for power, control and resources amongst emergency management agencies continues, and coordination with the assistance offers from federal agencies have been refused. All policies and procedures should be designed to create a seamless transition from the affected individual community member through local, state and national government agencies. The involvement of the ADF is absolutely imperative from the moment the Bureau of Meteorology predicts a major category flood. Communication with the public is hampered by interagency communication systems that are unable to talk with one another, disrupting workflow. The combined BOM and SES system of warnings and bulletins to the public is too slow, with information often out of date by the time it is broadcast. The community requires local information gathered from throughout the catchment, broadcast by local SES personnel on an hourly basis from the very first early warning to the peak of the flood. That is how it worked very successfully for generations until the introduction of the control of all messaging from state headquarters. The proven Vic Emergency MCOP system implemented following the Black Saturday Royal Commission or similar system would resolve most of these communication issues within and between all agencies and for the community. New South Wales emergency management agencies cannot agree on using this proven communication system. To date, there's been no effective action on issues of importance to the community noted in multiple reviews and inquiries. Issues include early warning, local information, community information, the 132500 hotline, community difficulties within and between agencies, and interagency territorial issues. Whilst the state level agency staff struggled and rivalries and communication systems hampered decision making, frontline volunteer units and the community joined forces, got on with the job, saving many hundreds of lives. Large numbers volunteered their boats, homes, food, clothing and assisted with clean-up. The increased involvement of the military and their resources was essential to the success of the rescue and recovery phases. In other related matters, the Royal Commission showed that the New South Wales emergency services were the least professional in the nation. Successive New South Wales governments have not taken emergency services seriously enough. Lismore is the most at-risk community in the entire nation, and currently the response is reactionary, not appropriately planned. It's time for the New South Wales to develop an emergency management and recovery system that works.
Thank you for... That was quite an opening statement, ma'am.
I tried to keep it to 3 minutes. I'm really sorry.
No, I was referring to the content and how straightforward and how tough you were. Now, how do you feel about Resilience New South Wales? Now, you talked about dual reporting lines, slow to make decisions. Did, in fact, Resilience New South Wales get in the way?
I think the major problem from what we've heard from various agencies that were directly involved was that they were either chaotic or disorganised or shambolic were other words that we used. They just didn't seem to be planned. There were insufficient staff and for days on end after they took over, it was a real problem.
So what did the professionals in the community do and feel when they encountered this?
Despair, utter despair, because they were dealing with all the various people on the ground who were suffering, and the system just wasn't working.
Thank you very much for that. What role did you play during the floods, Ms. Trevell?
I'm a community member.
I'm sure you weren't just sitting there.
No, in our family situation, we had 3 metres of water through in industrial estate, so we've been dealing with the aftermath of that for the last 3 months, and like everyone else in town, it's ongoing, but we still have a roof over our head, so there's no complaints.
No, thank you, and I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Bennett, I wanted to ask you, I know that you you're not here in your capacity as an SES volunteer, and I mean, everywhere we've been, people have recognised those that were there, did their best, and really difficult circumstances. I'm just wondering what is your reflection on, I suppose, what went wrong, and in addition to what Ms. Trevan said, what needs to change?
Well, I don't think much went wrong from the point of view of the SES response. The task was simply so great and our resources were so small relative to what was needed. We had access to a total of 17 boats that went out on the water, not all necessarily all at once, but at various times. But the community response was such that I don't know if anybody counted them, but the numbers of tinnies and little fishing boats and kayaks and jet skis, I would guess was probably at least 50. And as Beth said, without that community response, the situation in terms of people being stranded and quite possibly lives lost would have been much, much greater. In order for the local SES unit to cope with a flood such as this, we'd need possibly 5 times as much equipment as we have and 5 times as many people to man the boats, and given the constraints of funding and the problems in raising enough volunteers, I don't think if we had a repetition of a flood of this magnitude, I think the result would be very similar to what happened 3 months ago.
How many volunteers did you have 3 months ago?
It varies a bit. We have about 80 active volunteers on our books. A few of them at various times during the flood were busy trying to save their own premises. I think about 5 of our volunteers, had their houses inundated and, like a lot of other people, suffered massive losses. And in my case, after being on duty for about 12 hours, I handed over to one of my colleagues and I went home at about 10:30 the night before the flood peaked, only to be awakened by a phone call at about 4:30. Somebody needed some information. I looked out the back window and I thought, oh hell, look at the water coming up. I thought our house was always flood-free. Well, it was flood-free. The water came about that far below the floor. So I've got a little bit of understanding of the stress that people went through, because at one stage I was sure that water was going to get into my place. And then I was absolutely marooned for a couple of days.
Thank you. And I might just briefly explain. I actually requested this witness because the Citizens Review from the 2017 flood, which I've read, really reviewed the multiple inquiries. It is, I can only describe it as the most eminent, knowledgeable citizens of Lismore, and the amount of consultation that was done to bring it together. So, and can I just say, I'm stunned that you've produced another report in this time frame, and I can thank you for that and congratulate you. It just is that the community feels that many of the errors made this time are a carbon copy of 2017, and really reading what you're saying about the turnover in personnel, the restructuring, everything, no lack of continuity in emergency services. You've been trying to lobby for very clear-cut recommendations since 2017. Why do you think, just my heart breaks for the frustration that you must feel, but why do you think those simple reforms were unable to be implemented and the same mistakes were made again?
I think people in government positions believe they know best and that the local knowledge is of no consequence. Whereas it's absolutely critically important in our particular situation where you've only got that really short time frame. We tried several times to explain, to ask the question, what are you going to do when the whole coast is in flood? Because that's happened many times before. And we couldn't get them to understand. Well, I suspect they understand now because that's exactly what happened in February, where the whole coast from the border right down through the metropolitan area and further south. And whether some of the staff were being held back because they were concerned that they weren't going to have enough statewide staff to actually be able to support the units further down the coast, I don't know. But the situation here is very different to anywhere else in the state. And you would see in the last report, our recommendation is that we should be dealt with absolutely differently to anyone else. And in fact, our recommendation would probably be that we'd be a very good pilot project to completely look seriously at the way emergency services works, and that would include Resilience New South Wales. All these agencies have a system and make the community fit their system. The whole thing needs to be turned upside down, where the focus of every policy and procedure must be based on the community and it built from that particular point.
And you would agree that the expertise is in the community here, it's not in Sydney?
Absolutely. We've listened all day to the presentations here, and the amount of knowledge that Ed has is unbelievable. And yet the agency itself doesn't appreciate the level and knowledge and amount of knowledge that he has. And quite frankly, what happens in a time situation, the SES is so totally reliant on what the BOM says, and I suspect it's because they're concerned and the risk side of things controls everything that they do. But the time lapse is so great that by the time a lot of the bulletins are put out, the situation on the ground has changed considerably and it's out of date.
You would have heard the evidence from the local community radio station,
Yes.
River FM,
Yes.
said that in fact some of the announcements were 24 hours late, 24 hours old.
Some of them would be, and part of the dilemma there is that often those bulletins are put together by people who don't know.
I remember
one situation, and it wasn't just the big flood. We have multiple floods. We have small floods, big floods, localised central town floods, and there's a whole range of varieties. But just as an example of local knowledge, last February, 12 months, we had a moderate flood. And Ed was contacted by the SES salaried staff to ask what he thought the peak was going to be. And Ed said the peak will be 7.4 metres. Oh no, was the response. We're talking with the BOM and they've said it's going to be 8.5. You'll have to raise your prediction. And Ed's response was, well, I'll raise it to 7.5. Oh no, was the response, that can't possibly be right. So the BOM ended up broadcasting or giving the SES the information that it would be 8.2. It came to 7.44.
And the ABC, the local broadcasters, obliged to use the SES script, aren't they?
Yes. They don't do any of their own research into what is happening. They just rely on information that's fed to them.
So there's really no method whatsoever to people who are in the know locally realise this information is incorrect. People up in the catchment are ringing saying the water's pouring over my veranda, this has never happened. But there is absolutely no opportunity to correct or to influence what people honestly believe is incorrect information that is then broadcast to the community. I just think this whole warning system is so critical because everything then gets harder as the crisis hits harder and the logistics become harder.
Yes, for many years, for decades, the situation has been that the BOM is the official provider of information and forecasting and predicting heights and so forth. And SES, through the chain of command, so to speak, down to the local area, disseminates that information. The BOM doesn't write a report specifically for our catchment. They provide general information about what's happening with the weather and forecast predictions for the flood height. Then that has to be written in a form with reference to local place names and areas. That's done locally at SES. We've got 2 SES locations in Lismore. There's what used to be called the Richmond Tweed headquarters in Gunnellabar, just up the road here, and then there's the Lismore City, the local SES unit down near the river. And everything comes from the BOM to SES headquarters to the local regional or zone headquarters, and it is people there who put out the local warnings. We have nothing to do with it. However, after the 2017 flood, we, partly due to the effect that Beth's group had, we can now, local SES units now, can approach the media and put out factual information about what's happening, right? We are not allowed to do any predictions because that's the job of the BOM, which is fair enough. And there have been a number of occasions when the local ABC radio has rung me or whoever's on duty to find out what we think is happening.
Actually happening.
And that's an improvement after the 2017 fiasco.
Can I just ask you to, pardon me bumping in there, but can you just say what some of the errors were in 2017? And I know, for example, they muddled up 2 river systems.
I have
warnings.
I have a 4 or 5 page report on the 2017 flood, which is headed "Some Thoughts on What Should Have Been Done Better to Manage the Flood of 31st of March 2017. Unfortunately, my secretarial skills are a bit lacking and one page is upside down and they're a bit out of order. And I have several copies. I'll table it.
Sir, if you wish to table it, we can...
We
we can restaple it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. It'll save me the trouble. Thank you. No, just getting back to the question. One of the biggest problem in 2017 was that an incident control manager was brought in from Dubbo who had absolutely no local knowledge of local conditions. Under the SES protocols, he was supposed to liaise with the local unit, right? He was stationed at headquarters, zone headquarters. He was supposed to liaise with the local unit to take advantage of local knowledge. He did, but his parting response at the end of a very short conversation was, excuse the language, bugger that, I'm doing it my way. And he issued an immediate evacuation order, whereas an evacuation warning should have been issued. He issued an immediate evacuation order 11 and a half hours before the levee overtopped. The river was only about 6.5 metres when he issued the immediate evacuation order. I don't know if it was panic or what. But what should have been done, we realised then that the levee was going to overtop. What should have been done was the word should have gone out The levy is expected to overtop at 4 a.m. or about 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. This was at 4:30 the previous afternoon. Here's an evacuation warning. At an appropriate time, perhaps about midnight, an evacuation order will be issued so that people could evacuate and leave the CBD several hours before the levy overtopped.
But the sense is that there were massive property losses that were avoidable because the evacuation order was too early.
Absolutely. There hasn't been an estimate, but possibly tens of millions of dollars would have been lost because of that. There was one case where a man who opened a coffee shop only a few weeks before the flood. He thought that it was the right thing to do to obey the evacuation order. He left without lifting anything up. And he lost something like $55,000. Whereas someone else who'd been here through multiple floods said, oh, ho-hum, evacuation order, if you don't mind, I'll stay and lift my stock up, and didn't lose anything.
Having said that, though, that once the evacuation order is given, it is by law, our understanding is that the workers' compensation insurance coverage is no longer on the staff. So if the employer does not ask the staff to leave immediately that the evacuation order is given, then if anything happens, they're in trouble. And of course that then left those that did stay behind to pack up were there on their own, or they had to get all their families in to do something about it. There was a slight improvement this time, but with the second flood in March, it was equally confusing with the way the evacuation orders were going on and off. But the biggest problem is the fact that we've spoken with the BOM, and they tell us that it is not possible for them to produce their information any quicker than they do it at the moment, which is why they're always behind. It takes a couple of hours for them to look at the information, put it through their various systems, and then be able to put the warning out.
Members, I'm just mindful of time. Mark?
Just one quick, I guess, final question. The evidence we've heard from yourself, which is, I think, a clinical dissection of the issue, particularly Resilience New South Wales, I'm left wondering as to whether there's any shape or form where Resilience New South Wales can actually function properly, or is it just a failed concept that we should walk away from and look at a different model?
I would think if you look at the recommendations we've made in our latest one, we think both the SES and Resilience New South Wales should be completely looked at, and our recommendation is by an international expert.
Yep.
To bring someone in internationally who's very, very experienced in both the management of the disaster as well as recovery, and see whether they can be brought together in a much more suitable and sustainable way, because it would seem our area is always going to have floods.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts, and thank you for your experience and your years of experience.
Thank you.
I would like to make a brief announcement. We've brought forward the schedule a little bit, removed one of the breaks so we could accommodate people. So the next witnesses will be Naomi Moran and Ellie Bird from Curry Mail and Resilience. Lismore?
Resilient.
Did I say resilience?
Yeah, don't say resilience.
Resilient.
Did you see how sensitive?
And we will then take a break.
You'll be sued for
We will then take a break at 6:30 and reconvene at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, resilience is a dirty word.
Ladies, to start the proceedings, Ms. Moran, if you'd like to state your full name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Naomi Moran, General Manager of the Curry Mail newspaper, and the affirmation: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Bird.
Ellie Bird here in my capacity as Coordinator of Resilient Lismore. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, under the provisions of this committee, you are able to make a short opening statement if you wish. You either both can or one person.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Jinguella. Tonight I speak on behalf of the Cooree-Mail, a 100% Aboriginal owned organisation that has been providing a flood rescue, relief and recovery hub for 13 weeks since this tragic event destroyed parts of our region. I speak not as somebody whose day job is to provide rescue, relief and recovery, but as somebody who leads an Indigenous organisation that has a cultural responsibility to care for our Bundjalung people and region during this time. In addition to this, a cultural responsibility and right to have a seat around any table where discussions are had about the protection and care of our lands, which we know is vital in ensuring this region doesn't continue to suffer drastically by these disasters. The Cooree-Mail took the initiative to act quickly to take care of our communities during this time with a focus on our Indigenous community situated on the outskirts of the Lismore town and region. Our hub was set up by the Cooree-Mail staff and still is, maximising on our organisational and staff relationships with individuals, organisations, businesses, philanthropic donors and individual donors from around the nation who have provided invaluable support to the Cooree-Mail to enable us, in turn, to support the Lismore community. Primarily, this has included a food and supply bank, medical centre, emotional and wellbeing centre, supported by counsellors and psychiatrists, access to a free clothing, bedding and baby supplies shop, a kitchen that runs daily providing hundreds of meals per day, and an equipment registry where donated items can be given to flood victims to clean and repair their homes. This included round-the-clock helicopter drops to cut off and isolated communities within a 2 to 3 hour radius of Lismore, supported by privately donated choppers and aircraft. Round-the-clock vehicle drops and supplies to families and individuals who could not access our site, emergency accommodation for flood victims for our Indigenous communities, and supporting the capacity for us to help navigate this impact for our Indigenous housing providers. This hub has been a well-coordinated, community-run centre that reflects the foundations of the Cooree-Mail, that is an independent media organisation in our community, by the community, for the community, and certainly for the future of our community. Though we acknowledge the support given to our communities during this time, we are extremely concerned, just like everybody else, about the future of our communities. This is not just about mitigating flood risk to our region, this is about confidence in all levels of leadership that people come first, that humanity comes first, and that those who are in positions of power and those who are key decision makers directly within our region and above take it upon themselves to act quickly and maximise on their profiles and positions of leadership to support this region. We must start giving our communities the respect to autonomously contribute to the conversation, to autonomously contribute to the decision making, and to self-determine what it looks like to provide rescue, relief and recovery for our region. This means a willingness to listen deeply, listen with the intent to take action, to act practically in the reality, and consider that a holistic approach has to be part of the framework. This has been the experience of the Cooree-Mail, and it has made an invaluable difference to the people in the Lismore and surrounding communities, and as such, we now look forward to supporting the Lismore region with the establishment of a First Nations First Responders project that can provide greater support to this LGA and beyond to our Bundjalung people in the most culturally appropriate and safe way in times of crisis.
Thank you. Councillor Bird, would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to address you today. I speak as the Coordinator of Resilient Lismore. A brief insight into our history. Resilient Lismore started as Lismore Helping Hands in the 2017 flood response. We coordinated the community response out of the Lismore train station in what was basically a very, very small practice run for this event. We upscaled as soon as this event unfolded, and with full acknowledgement of the incredible work that Cooree-Mail did on the ground, we prepared for surge capacity because we knew that the scale of what we were looking at was just going to be impossible for us to manage. So we scaled up surge capacity around spontaneous volunteers, and we have since managed, with a 100% volunteer-run organisation, more than 2,000 jobs, more than 5,000 volunteer deployments. We've had a full-time equivalent of at least 15 people on the go all the time, 100% volunteer run, and we have a database of around 2,700 spontaneous volunteers. I think I'm in a unique position to speak to the failings of the New South Wales Government around preparedness for this event, particularly around leveraging community experience and response in recovery. After the 2017 event, funding was awarded to a local organisation to prepare a spontaneous volunteer management plan. That never went anywhere, and when this event happened, they were not able to respond for spontaneous volunteering due to not having funding to deliver anything. So again, we're in a situation where community organisations like ours are forced into a role of coordinating that surge of spontaneous volunteers. There needs to be planning around it, because otherwise our community is significantly traumatised by people coming in and throwing their belongings on the gutter, well-intentioned but often badly managed. Council was funded for a 2-year recovery officer after that event, and then that funding completely dried up, leaving any planning that Council had underway to wither on the vine. There was an intention under the Office of Emergency Management for the Lismore Council to be a pilot council for recovery planning, because we realised that there was no recovery planning for councils or communities. I think that that fell over in the transition between Office of Emergency Management and Resilience New South Wales. I think that important funding and project was lost in translation. In this current event, one of my biggest complaints is around not having a point person for Resilience New South Wales and not having an opportunity to work closely alongside them in delivering our response to community. It's something I've asked for since the very get-go. I was promised a direct link into Beacon so that we could work alongside each other, Beacon being the SES task management system. That never eventuated. I've asked repeatedly for point people at Resilience New South Wales, and it's never eventuated, and there's a revolving door of staff, as has already been outlined. The other thing just to mention briefly is public information. We run a Facebook group that has 30,000 plus members in it. It had 7,500 prior to this event and exploded to 30,000. It's the primary space for the community to talk about recovery, and it is ineffectively used by government agencies or organisations to communicate to our community. Not everyone is on Facebook or on social media, but many, many, many people are, and it falls to the community to amplify the important recovery communications that are being put out.
Thank you, ma'am. Sue Higginson, would you like to have the first question?
Sure. Naomi, with Corey Mail and the incredible work and effort, what funding assistance have you received from the New South Wales Government directly?
Zero.
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all. Our volunteers, similarly, we've had hundreds and hundreds of volunteers over the 13 weeks. We have key volunteers that have been on ground since day dot for 13 weeks. We probably have about 10 of those that are key volunteers helping coordinate everything. We receive zero funding for our volunteers, zero funding to operate the hub. It's all on the back of the Courier Mail. Primarily there's 2 staff from the Courier Mail that support the hub. That's myself and another staff member, and the community.
And how many, have you had a number of visitors from the New South Wales Government to?
Well, we've had plenty. Obviously, we've gained a lot of media attention to this, given that we're an Indigenous media organisation. So we've had immense support, which I think has gone a long way to spread the word about what's happening, not just in our Indigenous communities, but certainly the Lismore community. We've always communicated that this hub is for everybody. It just so happens that it's run by an Indigenous organisation. Myself, I'm the chairperson of the First Nations Media Australia, a peak body for Indigenous media, so we've been utilising our contacts to make sure that our stories are being heard, but also the story of Lismore and the surrounding regions are being heard. So we've certainly maximised on our connections that way to make sure that we are getting support. Now, naturally, that then filters, to politicians and to other people who are in leadership positions that want to be a part of it because they want to be seen to be a part of it. There's always 2 types of people in this world. Either you want to be a part of it because you genuinely want to make a contribution and help, or you want people to see that you are and then walk away and do nothing. And we've had more of the latter.
And with the, so
sorry, no, I apologise, it was the first time I've heard it, the First Nations Responder Project. Is that something that Koori Mail intends to auspice, or is that something that you think should receive direct New South Wales government funded independently to Koori Mail to be able to develop and do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was just a seed that was planted along the way. You know, after probably the first 4 to 6 weeks, we looked around and we realised that the majority of people that were doing the work with what we were doing at the hub and getting on the boats out to our Indigenous communities were our own people. We had the contacts. When we posted on our Facebook pages, Korakai, you're going to receive a drop of food and supplies, your point of contact is such and such. Those people knew who they were. They were a trusted source to receive, you know, those supplies and that information because we knew who they were. So we certainly made sure that we maximised on our connections within community. So then ultimately, you know, we just all had a conversation. We said we're doing exactly what every other emergency service and agency is doing. It's just being driven by our own people. You know, and I'm a very visual thinker. I like to think big. And so thinking big means there is no reason why our regions, particularly regions and towns and communities where we're at severe risk of natural disasters and that impacting our communities, that we can't specifically have a First Nations First Responders team that takes a load of local council, that takes a load of local government. It's culturally safe and appropriate for our own people and communities to go into our communities and make sure that our people are being cared for. What that means, though, is that we have to skill them and train them and make sure that they're qualified and adequate to do that, just like anybody else. That costs money, that takes time. It's something certainly that the Koori Mail wants to help drive and support as a trusted Aboriginal organisation for 30 years in this region. We can do it and we can support it, but we need people to listen and acknowledge that this is something that's really practical to help, you know, solve a lot of gaps and issues in times of crisis, that it's culturally appropriate, that it's culturally safe, but we do need support and backing to do that. And if we don't get it from the government, just like what we've been doing for the past 13 weeks, we'll find it elsewhere.
Thank you. Ms. Councillor Bird, you mentioned in your opening statement references and dealing with resilience in New South Wales. What happened, what transpired, and what were your experiences involving that government agency?
Yep, so very early in the piece, so I am a councillor on Lismore City Council. One of the first things I did, because I had lost power and connectivity at my own home, was I went to council where I knew that I could use the internet. I, by dint of being in that building, sat in on some of the Operations Committee meetings because I needed information to be able to inform our operations. So that was my first insight into Resilience New South Wales and their participation in that process.
And what did you see? What did you see?
So they had a seat at the table. In my opinion, the person that was in that role was very inexperienced and not up to the task given the scale of what was happening in Lismore.
Were they brought in? Were they from Lismore?
I couldn't tell you for sure. I think that she did say that she had a history in Lismore. She was in the role for a little while and said to me very clearly, I'm in this role for the long term. I will be the Lismore Resilience New South Wales person. I said, great, I've got someone that we can have a relationship with. She then quickly went on stand down for 3 days and I said, well, who's my point person now?
What do you mean stand down?
So official emergency services get stood down for a period of 2 or 3 days.
Oh, right.
My response is, well, the community doesn't stand down.
Yep.
We are full-time and there's no efficient or effective handover.
So when she was stood down, what did she do? Who did you
I asked who my point person was and I was given a generic email address for Resilience New South Wales. Every email I sent to that email address went unanswered and I was attempting to activate and stand up critical infrastructure for our community in the Quad Precinct, which was set up as a recovery centre.
Ellie, what day was this? What day after the 28th of February?
It was probably about, I'd have to take that on notice, the actual day.
Roughly.
I think it was about a week after.
Okay, when this person returned,
yes,
what happened then?
So I guess I'd like to just make share 2 examples. So
Yes.
one was They set up a recovery hub in the Quad precinct and contacted me and said, we're setting up this hub, we'd like you to be a part of it. I said, great, no worries, we're keen, because we wanted to get on the ground. We went down there was not enough shelter.
So can I stop you for a second? So you entered this relationship in good faith?
Absolutely, because we had our history in 2017. So I had a relationship with the SES, and I wanted to walk in partnership with government because I think it's critically important that community and government work alongside each other in recovery. We arrived in that precinct, they had dropped, I think it was the police had dropped a whole lot of food with insufficient shelter over the top of it. Disaster impacted people standing around in the full sun, so I had to fix it. So I fixed it, I brought in tent infrastructure because I couldn't get an answer from anyone in Resilience New South Wales about how I would solve that problem, and my community needed shelter. So I just did it, and then it took around about 5 weeks to get an answer of whether the government would cover that, and that was after repeated emails to this faceless email address. The other one was that I had an offer from the Surf Lifesaving Club to send 1,000 volunteers into Lismore to work alongside us to support our community. All they needed was an email from Resilience New South Wales saying that they approved it and that those people could work alongside us to support our community. Again, it took me weeks and weeks and weeks to try and get an answer to that and trying to get action, and it never actually happened.
Now, where is Resilience New South Wales now in Lismore?
Working out of the recovery centres.
And do you have anything to do with them now?
Yeah, so I sit on a couple of committees alongside the local recovery person in Lismore, and she's doing a fantastic job. She's very under-resourced though, and other than her there is a revolving door of people, so I still don't know who my go-to people are in Resilience New South Wales, and frankly I've kind of given up trying to reach out and connect with them to get questions
Now,
answered.
the previous evidence we heard that there was duplication, dual lines. Was that the same experience you had from Resilience New South Wales?
I wouldn't have clear insight into that, but the issue that I have is the rotation of staff. So they have a very swift rotation of staff. I think it's around 2 weeks. So they come in, that person comes in, has to get the lay of the land, has to understand what's happening.
Brought into Lismore.
Yeah, brought into Lismore, has to understand what's happening. They finally catch up. There's never an invitation or a connection to me or to us or to anyone.
Okay, Councillor.
And then they leave.
I'm going to ask you a direct question. If you had a problem, would you go to them?
No.
What would you do?
I would solve it using my own networks.
Okay, so do you think other members of the community have reached that conclusion involving Resilience New South Wales? Ms. Moran, have you reached that same conclusion?
Yeah, 100%. I strongly believe that everything that we've achieved over the past 13 weeks to support this community and the surrounding communities has 100% been driven from the community up.
But the problem is resilience, control of resources.
Okay, I was going to say, so what have been your dealings with Resilience New South Wales?
They, to be honest, put a bit of money towards a tent. And portaloos that took weeks to get down to our hub space.
So what did you use for the portaloos? I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Bird. I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
So what do you mean portaloos? Would you ask Resilience New South Wales for portaloos? How long did it take to get portaloos?
Our engagement with Resilience New South Wales has been extremely little and has primarily been coordinated with New South Wales Police, who have been amazing, who have actually been on the ground at our hub, acting as the middlemen, to be honest. So their representation on the ground has been amazing, and cannot thank them enough. And that's been our source of, I guess, communicating what we need on the ground. Like I said, portaloos coming here and there, and a tent that's stayed for a bit, got damaged in the second flood. Prior to that, we were using the broken toilets that were destroyed in our building because of the flood.
Now, Ms. Bird, I cut you off. Was there something that you wanted to say?
Very quickly, so that tent infrastructure is the same tent infrastructure that I organised, and it wasn't they came to the party finally to pay for it, but it was community organised. So in terms of what they actually sorted out, I think it's quite minimal.
Kate.
Thank you.
Just
one question. What recommendations do you have for this committee to make to the New South Wales government to support the community response, to be able to support community-led
first response?
Can I go briefly? So when Resilience New South Wales was set up, I was very hopeful that they would have a place-based community-led model and that the people that were employed for Resilience New South Wales would be situated within the community and then willing, ready and able to stand up alongside the community to coordinate recovery. That's not been the experience, and I think that's a great loss because best recovery is community-led recovery and is based on trust and relationships within the community. And if those people aren't situated here, we don't know them, they don't know anything about us, they don't know how to work alongside us, and they don't know how to solve problems. But we do.
Penny.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to check, this goes really to this issue. There used to be the Office of Emergency Management, and my understanding was that people were located within community, they had some experience. DCJ staff, for example, we used to regularly run a lot of that. Do you, and you touched on this before, which was that, Resilience New South Wales, it was lost on the way. I mean, we've been told that, about 100 staff were moved over and then most of them were made redundant and everyone was made a manager. I mean, have you been able to identify any of the people that were around that had the experience? Are they still there?
No, so I've only just identified this in the last couple of weeks, but I was wondering why our experience had been lost in translation, and then it became clear to me that some of the key staff who had carriage of the community development and engagement model around recovery had been moved sideways out of Resilience New South Wales and are no longer in the agency. So therefore they've lost that many, many years of hard-won understanding of community-led recovery and how to work in partnership with communities.
And I've really a question for both of you, which is, I mean, you're still in crisis given the number of people that are still, not housed, and we've heard a lot about that. But what are your organisations doing in terms of sort of the next 3 months, the next 6, the next 12, really, the next 3? And I know that's a big question, but the other one is, what would help you the most in terms of, is it really knowing that you can actually pay a coordinator for the next 3 years who can gather all of those things, given you have zero support now? So, I know that's probably quite a broad question, but if you could just take us through that.
I think one of the realities is that, is it fair of us to expect that for another 13 weeks we're reliant on volunteers day in, day out? The Courier Mail has been offered some funding to which we haven't accepted yet because the requirements to execute that funding don't align with timeframes that are feasible for us. The expectation... Can you be a little bit more specific about what you're being asked to do with how much money in what timeframe?
I'm sorry, you're a newspaper.
Yeah.
You're a communications company. Why are you proposing? This is extraordinary.
NIA, the Indigenous agency, has come forward and offered us some funding to support our volunteers on the ground. Now, unfortunately, that's only 6 positions, which will get us by, for the next month or so. But the expectation that that funding agreement is in line with a date from the 2nd of May until the 31st of December really doesn't align with how we're all feeling in terms of hub relief and support and what realistically we can provide the community with. And again, that comes down to listening to the community and what their needs are and whether there is opportunity to carry out that agreement. If not, we will go back and see if we can vary it. But if that can't be varied, then naturally we can't accept that funding because it's not feasible for us. So I think the reality is that when it comes to funding, how tied that funding is and the requirements of funding is really problematic. It's not purposeful in the moment, and we need something that's purposeful in the moment. So what we've done is, again, we've taken it upon ourselves to, build those relationships with our volunteers that are mob volunteers. So naturally, they feel it's their cultural responsibility as well to keep doing this. So that's how this is run, basically, is on cultural responsibility. In terms of how we're supporting the Indigenous communities to recover, the Courier Mail has actually raised $1.3 million of donor money to support our Indigenous families, businesses and communities through this disaster, and we've actually dispersed $425,000 of that funding already to our Indigenous businesses and organisations to either recover or to actually keep doing the work for us. That means they actually then provide programs and services to support our Indigenous communities around emotional and mental wellbeing during this tragedy. So we've had to think really strategically about what we can do, even though we were flood affected and we lost our offices and we're trying to rebuild and continue to operate, but how we can actually on-share this funding now, through a tiered system so that these organisations can take some of that responsibility off us. We're basically doing a job that government agencies should be here on the ground doing. This is not our day job. We are the Courier Mail. We're a newspaper. We're a media organisation. But I think it just so happens that we are very good at communicating. We are very good at maximising on our networks and are very good at making those connections on the ground, connections with other hubs that have done it before us, but we're very good at listening.
Mr. Mark.
Yeah, just one question, and well, actually two questions. Ms. Moran, did you perhaps on notice provide a bit more detail about the First Nations Responder project that you, just so the community can actually take that information, maybe put forward as a potential recommendation from this committee?
First of all, that's just a name that we plucked out of thin air because it makes sense.
It's a great name.
Give me an opportunity to create an idea and a way forward, then I will, absolutely. But the reality is that during these times you have to look around at what's being done in the most proactive, positive way to help people rebuild and recover, and try and push those ideas through to the top. And like I said, if it doesn't get pushed to the top, or if it does and nobody's listening, we will then take it upon ourselves to continue trying to deliver something that we feel is absolutely going to be practical to this region.
Yeah, the second question, Mike.
And I think you've already sort of touched on it a bit, but to both of you, would it be unfair to say that the only group that isn't doing the job of Resilience New South Wales is Resilience New South Wales?
They are doing work in some spaces, so I would acknowledge the work of some people on the ground, and there is an ongoing role for them in the next couple of years. But in my firm belief, based off my experiences in 2017 and currently, is that I think that all of the work should be grounded in community, led by community, and that the role of government is to resource and support community organisations that are doing that work. And just back to the previous question, because it links, is our strategic planning now is with a 2 to 5 year event horizon, because I will not repeat our mistakes of 2017, which is not continuing to lead this work. Communities must lead this work. If we leave it to governments, or if we leave it to, and with my council hat firmly off at this point, but if we leave it to local government, it will not have the same weight or commitment that it will if communities are front and centre of that planning and strategic work.
Scott.
Councillor Bird, you touched earlier about a spontaneous volunteers program. Money was provided for it, and it didn't go anywhere. What did you mean by that?
So spontaneous volunteers, for those that aren't familiar with the lingo, is volunteers that swarm into a disaster-impacted community, full of goodwill and intention to support the community. It's one of the big gaps in disaster response, is that people aren't really ready for that surge. And in my time since 2017, I've had a lot of conversations with people about spontaneous volunteers and the challenges around managing them. So I think off the back of the work that we did in 2017, a funding proposal was put forward, and we were an impacted community organisation, and we, to be honest, weren't ready or able to step fully up into that space of capitalising on the work that we had done. So that funding was given to the Northern Rivers Community Gateway. But again, I think it's really important to understand that recovery funding is often provided for 2 years and then it just stops. But this work, and so much money is poured into recovery, it needs to be poured into preparedness. And we need to be funding planning, preparedness, community-led plans from the get-go. And I think that's one of the issues we've seen, is that funding dropped away, similarly to the pilot program that Council was running around recovery.
So the money went in there, and then you said it didn't go anywhere. Did they not do anything with it, or?
So a plan or a strategy was developed, but it didn't materialise into this is what we will do when an event happens, these are the players, this is how we'll work together. Yeah, so some analysis of the way that spontaneous volunteering should be managed was done. It didn't translate into anything of substance in this event.
And just one question for you, Ms. Moran. So your organisation could be a very different organisation in 12 months, 18 months' time, are we thinking about that yet? Like, this could change what the Courier Mail has set up to do. Are we wanting to go down that path, or are you wanting to get back into the Courier Mail?
I think there's opportunity for the Courier Mail to guide and support either a branch of what we do or something completely separate to what we do. What we'd like to see, and I think what a lot of people in our communities would like to see now, given their experiences with us over the past 13 weeks, is that the Courier Mail is a trusted source of I guess making things happen, and that while yes we are a newspaper and we're back operational as a newspaper, there's nothing to say that the Courier Mail as an Aboriginal business, as a 100% Aboriginal owned and independent business, can now, with or without funding and support from other agencies, move forward to support our community, I guess to contribute to what it looks like now in the event that this happens again. We are not free from these disasters. This region is certainly not free from these disasters. This is bound to happen again, and whatever time frame that presents us, I guess as an organisation, we're now exploring the possibilities of what it looks like to, in the very instance, train up our community people that have been by our side for the past 13 weeks to get the skills needed so that if it does happen again, that they're ready, just like the SES, just like any other emergency services, to go into rescue and recovery and relief on behalf of our communities.
Catherine.
Yes, earlier Janelle Saffin suggested that it would have been better initially if we'd looked at registering victims so that that would have simplified the grants process, made it easier for other volunteers to know that they were actually, and reduced the fraud opportunity. Yep. I just wondered if you do have any thoughts on that.
Yep, so I think only about a week ago or something it was announced that there would be outreach happen into the community, which was welcomed. But I was advocating for outreach from week one. So that outreach should have happened into our community while people were at their homes cleaning up. That is when government agencies should have been out on the ground collecting people's contacts and details. And yes, earlier even at the evacuation centres, and I think there were some failings around data management and collection at evacuation centres, but also in recovery, because we know that not everybody went to evacuation centres. Still people are camped up on top of each other in the hills and wherever their family and friends are. So there should have been outreach.
Can I just acknowledge that it was not compulsory to register at those centres?
I wouldn't give you a clear answer on that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
But a lot of information was not collected.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, much better opportunities for data.
Sue.
Would it still be community-led recovery if, say, the role of Resilience New South Wales was to rock up on day one and say, Courier Mail, Resilient Lismore, you're right here doing it. What do you need? Here it is.
Yes.
And would that have been a more joyous experience by all?
Yes.
In part, I guess the difference between Courier Mail initially leading support around rescue, relief and recovery was that we did make our Indigenous communities a priority. So I would question whether they had the capacity to navigate the engagement in our Indigenous communities at that point, and whether they would ultimately say to us that we were okay to lead that ourselves, or whether we would say that we were going to lead that ourselves.
Because they wouldn't recognise it.
Because the relationships would be non-existent, and that was very evident in those probably first 4 days, where we had to get out to our Indigenous communities that were cut off within a 2 to 3 hour radius because they had no access to any food or supplies, either by roads, either getting to them by boats or cars that were equipped to take the roads that had been damaged by the floodwaters after they'd receded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you give a sense to committee members? This is probably a two-pronged question, actually. Firstly, what type of support your organisations are both still providing to the community, to individuals, to families, and the scale of the mental health impacts and the mental health support services that should be provided to this community in the coming months, if not right now?
So we have moved into prioritise. So we've had a short-term phrase that we say safe, secure and warm for winter. So we're focused very much, given the acute housing crisis, of getting as many of those homes habitable as possible, because there's nowhere else for them to go. We are focused on that, so we're coordinating skilled volunteers still. We have a jobs list of around 400 jobs in our system currently. The scale of peer-to-peer connectivity in our Facebook group, we're not really tracking that because we just don't have the capacity. But so that is current and ongoing, and we will continue to work in that space. We're also doing a bit of grant support. We have a tool library that people can borrow resources from, and essentially we do a lot of informal community trauma support of people just walking through the door. We are collaborating with Koori Mail around wellbeing support, but that is something that desperately needs resourcing. There is mental health support in some of the government programs, but we know that people aren't accessing them yet because they're not at that stage of their recovery. So all that money is sitting there and those programs are sitting there, but I don't think people are really tapping into it yet.
Similar, so ongoing food and supply bank, clothing, bedding, furniture supplies, mattresses, medical centres. So we have volunteer GPs, registered nurses, nurse practitioners, chronic disease nurses. Obviously were a priority for us because of our Indigenous elders and community members that suffer from kidney problems and diabetic problems. We've had them on site. We have wellbeing support on site, so we still have counsellors and psychs on site that are actually doing on-site updates or outreach, and we'll continue to do that. Obviously the kitchen's still on site. The equipment registry, unfortunately we had about $15,000 of our equipment stolen from an off-site storage facility, which is a shame, but we're still able to provide some kind of equipment for those that are still in need, and they are absolutely still in need. As of today, we've had people come down and access equipment, so if people think that the cleaning process and the recovering process at their homes is over, it certainly isn't. And again, for us, what we've been able to do is generate an enormous amount of money through the $1.3 million, which we're able to drip feed down to our Indigenous communities, not just here in Lismore, but throughout this Bundjalung region, to make sure that they're providing as well ongoing support that we don't have the capacity to do. So that's through our preschools, through our medical centres, through our community organisations, through our land councils, through our cooperatives and our societies, to make sure that they're able to provide intimate support to the people in their communities in that region that have been flood affected. So it's a really practical way to offload some of that responsibility that we just don't have the capacity to do at this stage. But also one of the biggest things that we've, again talking about cultural responsibility, is making sure we're supporting organisations like the Jali Local Aboriginal Land Council to support the community of Cabbage Tree Island. That's obviously been a priority for us, and prior to the announcement of funding to rebuild that community, we'd already dedicated $200,000 of our own community donations that have been funded to that GoFundMe to support initial infrastructure down at the Wardell site, which will become interim homes and a community for that community until they're being rebuilt. So like I said, certainly not our day job, but we've been really strategic on how to best support our communities through this, and obviously on top of that making sure that we do take on that responsibility to support other hubs and engage with other hubs in the process, support local Lismore residents and the towns and communities surrounding.
Okay, last question will go to Rod Roberts.
Thank you, ladies. I don't expect a commitment from you now. This is just in a thought bubble type of process at the moment, but I'd like a comment on it. It's quite apparent from everything we've heard, and in fact our own knowledge as individuals, that community is best placed to engage with their own community and lead the recovery effort. Government is best placed to provide the money for that. And as I say, I don't want the commitment now, but this is a concept. Going forward, would your organisations, because they're two separate ones, be prepared to enter into some sort of agreement arrangement with Resilience New South Wales for the future, where there's terms of engagement drawn up, for example, and the moment there's an incident or another flood, touch wood we don't, but you know, the likelihood is going to happen, that you can get funding immediately because there's this pre-arranged agreement between Resilience New South Wales and yourself. And you know, obviously Resilience New South Wales has to be careful in how they hand out taxpayers' money, and I'm not suggesting that your organisations would be doing anything improper, but they could give you a finite amount to start with, of which you could immediately tap into because your bank accounts are registered with them, and you know there's points of contact, etc. You could swing into operation immediately, and then ongoing, then Resilience New South Wales can top up that account, and perhaps you know spot audit it, perhaps, and how you've handled that money. How's that for a concept, do you think?
I think it's okay, but I think the thing that we need to remember about disasters is that there are always emergent groups that step into leadership spaces. So as much as Resilient Lismore may be here 3 years down the track whenever we have the next event, I think that government needs to prepare for emergent groups. So in this instance, Koori Mail stepping up in the really strong way that they did was an example of an emergent group stepping into leadership space. And so I think in terms of thinking more broadly about disasters in general and impacted communities in general, I think there needs to be some type of model around supporting emergent groups.
Can I just state the obvious? It just blows my mind that this hasn't happened already.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, but we are in a flood-prone region. We have always been in a flood-prone region. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I said, this is not my day job, and I haven't been across, you know, all the conversations in the history of flooding. But I am local to this area, not originally from this area, but local from this area, and I've seen a few floods. My family has seen a few floods, and it just blows my mind that this hasn't happened already. Also, in terms of putting confidence. Or I guess the concept, so considering the concept around what this support looks like. As an Aboriginal organisation that's been independent for 30 years and is a strong, independent Indigenous business, you would actually then be asking us to consider working in close partnership and relationship with a structure and a framework that has never served Indigenous people in this country. So for us to consider that, it would be I hear what you're saying, and you know, I do think that it is possible, but is it something that we can have full confidence in terms of our experience as an Indigenous organisation leading flood relief and recovery during this time? It may be. I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you, everyone, and that ends our session. Thank you for your time, and we will take a short break, and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Is that correct?
Earlier, hopefully.
Well, you can't. What time is it? Sorry. 7 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 7 o'clock with the community forum. Welcome to today's public forum for the Select Committee on the response to the major floods across New South Wales in 2022. This session is an opportunity to hear directly from people who have been impacted by the floods on the North Coast. What we're doing this evening is a public forum, and it is a relatively new innovation to the New South Wales Parliament. So bear with us. We have 15 registered speakers at this stage. And before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's public forum. Speakers are asked to register, which they've done, and you will be given approximately 5 minutes to speak to the committee, and you will hear a warning indication at 3.5 minutes, and we'll ask that you can conclude or wrap up your comments at about 5 minutes. What you say will be transcribed and streamed live on the Parliament's website, and it will be included as evidence to the inquiry. Now, I want to make one final point. I stress that it is important that we try to keep to time as much as possible to ensure that we give everyone who has registered an opportunity to speak and share their story with us. So 5 minutes, and at 3.5 minutes, a warning bell, a warning sound. Now finally, it's also important to note that all participants are covered by parliamentary privilege. Committee hearings and public forums are not intended to be a forum for people to make adverse reflections on others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that participants focus on issues raised by the inquiry's terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. Finally, can I sincerely thank those who have come forward today to share their story. It's important that the committee hears the personal stories of those affected by the floods. It will help to shape our report and formulate what we hope are important recommendations to the government. Welcome, and our first participant is Mr. Steve Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity for speaking here. So I'm Steve Rogers, I'm the manager of Natural Rice Co. I'm also speaking on behalf of our rice growers and probably a bit more broader growers in the Northern Rivers here. So we've only got 5 minutes. I'm going to try and cram as much as I can into it. I'm going to start by giving you an idea of who we are, what we do, and probably more important, how a company like ours is going to help the local farmers in the recovery process. So quickly, Natural Rice Co is a Australian family-owned business. We are located in Kyogle. We contract local growers to grow and supply dryland rice, in which we process locally and distribute into major supermarkets in Australia. We've been building a base of growers and investing in the area since 2015. We are one of 2 rice growing areas in New South Wales and one of 2 commercial rice suppliers into supermarkets in Australia. One area, the main area, is the Riverina, which is Sunrise, and the other area is here in the Northern Rivers, which is Natural Rice Co. Our point of difference to Sunrise and the other rice growing areas is that we produce dryland rice here. So dryland rice is rice grown without any irrigation or the need to be grown in a traditional paddy system where it's submerged in water. I'm just trying to build you what we and how we support here. The Northern Rivers is the most unique rice growing area in New South Wales, if not Australia. And that's due to the ability to grow our rice dry land without the need for any irrigation water. Our climate, namely warm nighttime temperatures, and our rainfall allows us to do this. So we are a pretty special place for what we're doing here. We currently contract 30 to 40 local growers. I've got one of them sitting over here just now. But, and we grow our rice in areas that is of high risk of loss for any other rice crops. So low areas that are inundated by floodwater, predominantly. A high percent of our rice is produced in the floodplains of Woodburn, Corrocky, Broadwater, where the rice does thrive in our typical floods. Saying that, rice completely submerged underwater for 7 days, which happened during the major flood, it doesn't survive. We lost 55% of our rice in the main flood and a further 10% of our rice in the wet weather, that's continual wet weather we've experienced since. So that's a little bit over $2 million of revenue that would have been generated from the rice crops that will no longer flow through the local economy. Unfortunately, a lot of our growers didn't just lose crops, they lost a lot. And, this is one of the saddest things I've ever experienced. So this brings me to how does the NRC, or Natural Rice Co, come into play with the recovery of a crippled agriculture sector? We can offer an opportunity to growers who want to plant the next summer crop that has less risk. Growers need a quick income. They can't be waiting 2 years for sugarcane, etc. Not that I'm not downgrading sugarcane or something like that, but we have an opportunity to give growers a quick income. And look, the government needs to support people like us who can give those opportunities to these growers. Now, the government did have a chance recently to support us, and it wouldn't have cost the government a cent. And that was purely to grant us the export licence in the recent rice vesting review. So for those who don't know, Rice in New South Wales regulated, and Sunrise owns the single exclusive export licence. So that leaves us in a place where we are dictated on where, how much, and when we can sell our rice. So the opportunity that was going to come to us was the ability to sell our rice into higher markets. Higher markets equals higher returns to growers equals higher money going back into the economy. It just makes sense. So now, unfortunately, the government decided to keep us in this same old monopoly that we're in now, where we are restricted on where we can sell our rice. And okay, so I'll just summarise it all up. There was an opportunity for government, wouldn't have cost a cent, not a cent. So now, to support our growers, so now we ask the government to support agricultural sectors like ourselves that can give growers the opportunity to get income quickly by looking at things like grants, etc., the modern manufacturing grants that a lot of businesses have applied for around here. I ask of you to show some support in generating our opportunities to give to the growers.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Now we have Hannah Beth Luke, and after Hannah Beth Luke, we'll have Mrs. Kylie O'Reilly.
Good evening.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. So, as I said, my name's Dr. Hannah Beth Luke. I teach how we build resilience in a changing climate at Southern Cross University, and I'm also marine rescue. And on the morning of the flood, I was in a tinny rescuing people from Woodburn, and I spent the following weeks helping with the recovery efforts in Evans Head and supporting the surrounding areas. There are 4 areas that I want to speak about how we can improve our response, our preparation and recovery in future. First is through technology. Climate resilient infrastructure, and I'm not just talking about better roads that don't wash away. Better communication systems that will withstand fire and flood is key. But also real-time data capture. So when the rain falls, we have real-time feeding back, say, just rain gauges into a modelling system that can give people that crucial information of when the flood peak is going to come, how high it's going to come. But also, if we have a smart 3D model that looks, by using a 3D contour map, we can help people to prepare. Also, we can help the emergency services to respond, to know where people are, and this would have been really helpful for us when we had been through Woodburn and we wanted to know where to go next to help people. So helping with rescues for emergency services and for community rescuers. Also, it can help with the claims process. I know people who filled in 5, 10, 6 more forms and still haven't had a cent of help. So you can go out once the waters have receded, you send surveyors out, you verify how high the waters went and where, and then you can say, right, we don't need to know your postcode, but where were you on the map? Pinpoint it. Okay, these are the things that you are eligible for. A few more information. So the second area is people. So rejuvenate our emergency services. I'm talking about funding here. I'm talking about more paid roles and emergency services that are well-resourced to be locally run, well-connected, and also to support that essential community response that we learn can be so important at times like this. But moreover, we need to support the community recovery hubs. They have played and still play such an important role in our communities since the floods and are struggling with being shut down or unsupported, so those are really key. The third is housing. People are in a desperate situation. In the short term, people are doing better. I've got mobile homes. Those who aren't doing so well are in dome tents in the mud. This is a desperate situation that needs urgent help. But for the longer term recovery, people have different needs. Some people aren't getting any support from their insurance. Others want to rebuild, some want to raise their houses. A lot of people are being told we need to wait till the outcome of the CSIRO study. That's too long. People need more certainty and they need it now. But I think what needs to happen is that there must be a very strong community engaged approach to making the decisions about how we move forward, which can empower people about the different pathways that they may take. Also, I guess the fourth one is mental health. Wolfgang will talk more about this later, but the mental health of our people across this region is terrible. People are in a state that they need so much help in terms of that. But certainty and a pathway forward in terms of whether they move, whether they rebuild, whether they rent their houses, will go a very long way to taking people out of what for many is a catatonic state of depression. And finally, I just wanted to finish with the important point that how we recover from this is a statement of how we as Australians can work together, how we can listen to each other, and how we can get the best outcome for the future of this area and for other areas that may experience other extreme events in this time of climate disruption.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next person is Kylie O'Reilly, followed by Christopher Sheary.
Good evening. Thank you for having me and listening to my story. Basically, my husband, I have to take my glasses off so I can see you and then put it down. My husband and I own a commercial mushroom farm in between Woodburn and Evans Head. We live on a road that was never meant to flood. We bought our farm 15 months ago. In the flood, we lost our farm completely. It was demolished. We had 15 sheds. We now have 3 left. We lost our home. We had 1.7 metres of water go through our home and just under 3 metres of water go through our farm. We lost everything bar a backpack with laptops, a pair of track suits, 5 pairs of work socks and 2 pairs of underpants. That's what we got out with, plus our dog. Aftermath, we were lucky enough that we were taken in by one of our local staff members' parents. We spent 5 days waiting for the water to go down. Our first day back in was by boat. We saw what we were faced with and realised we were in trouble. We're like a lot of people, we did not have insurance on the farm or the home. Luckily, we did on our vehicles, so that's another story. On the clean-up, we spent 21 days, 143 truckloads, family and friends to clean up our farm. We had the ADF come in and tell us it was too dangerous for them to do it. We had compost. As you can imagine, it's a commercial mushroom farm, 800 boxes, 4 kilo boxes of mushrooms going rotten, leaking into the river. We screamed for help. We tried everyone, our local council, everyone, and we got no help. So if it wasn't for our friends and family, we don't know how we would have got through it. That's one story. Then we go to the grants. We have currently applied for the 2,000K small business grant. We're not valid for that because we don't employ 21 staff. We only employ 12 local staff. We've employed for the 75,000 special disaster grant. Our application is still being assessed. We applied for that 3 days after the flood. We applied for the 10,000K small business grant. We're not valid for that because if you apply for that, you can't go for the 75,000. We applied for the 50,000K small business grant. We're not able to get that because we're a primary producer. Lastly, we applied for the 25 rural landholders grant. Not valid for that because our land size is not 10 hectares. On a win, we applied for the 20,000 back to home grant and we got it. We paid $27,000 to live in a caravan outside our house. So that's not really going to help us. What I want to see from the government is don't make it so hard for us to get funding. As I said, we employ 12 local staff. They're out of work. Out of the 12 of them, 3 of us have now got jobs. I've had to go back to full-time work, so my husband and I have an income. We're living in a caravan on our block. looking at a farm that's been absolutely destroyed, wondering how are we ever going to get back on track. We supply 63 businesses from Yamba up to Tweed Heads. I don't know if you guys eat mushrooms, but have a look at the cost of them now. I know we're only small, but it makes a big difference. And we live in a region where we have a lot of vegetarians and vegans. We have been lucky enough that we have had our bank come to support us, but we're not in no means to go back to the bank and make our mortgage even larger. We, unlike other people, are a little bit lucky because, yes, we have a caravan to live in. Yes, we're 45 years of age and we can continue to hopefully bounce back from this. And yes, we do want to open our mushroom farm again because we loved it. We bought it 15 months ago knowing that this was going to be what we would do until we were around 65, 70 years of age and hopefully sell it on to the next generation. But at this point, we really don't know that that will happen without some government support. And the paperwork is just enormous. I've had to go and identify myself to Centrelink 5 times. I've given my birth certificate, I've given my passport, I lost my licence, I was told I couldn't get an emergency licence to get a job because I wasn't going overseas. It's just ridiculous what they have put us through. They dangle the carrot and then they don't give it to us. There is also another grant that is apparently available and they tell you to apply for it. Then when you ask them, oh, we're sorry, the framework hasn't been done. Don't tell us to apply for things if you're not ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christopher Shearing. Is Christopher here? Okay. How about Camilla Peters Quayle?
Hello, yes, my name's Camilla Peters Quayle. I lived in what would you consider the epicentre in South Lismore, 47 Cogle Street, beautiful old house, once. I bought it 2 years ago. I was technically legally above flood. I love obeying laws and ordinances, but what I didn't know, there was a few secret squirrel documents that said I wasn't above flood. I found out after the fact. I also found out after the fact during the flood that it went in 2 metres into my home, so there's shit, literally. I'm not swearing at you.
Can you hold the microphone closer, please?
Sure. There's literally effluent, whatever, all over my home, inside and out. It took months to clean, and I'm a clean person. I'd renovated it. I could have got $650. It's now worth less than $200. That's the cost of my mortgage. I'm not eligible for Centrelink. I've been back 5 times. I've tried to apply for the Back to Home grant. You know, I keep getting asked everything. I've given my mortgage docs, my banking documents, my board home documents, everything, pretty much except my bra size. And I get these 20-year-old kids that say to me, oh, you've got to give us proof that you own the house. I have. I've given them council docs. They can't even tell the difference between a rates water and a water notice. Oh my goodness, or a council notice. So I'm not here to whinge or looking for pity. I'm looking for your help and recommendations. My background is, I have a Masters in Business, org psych, org change, behaviour. I work with tremendous, beautiful leaders. I've had privilege to work with Prime Ministers and make recommendations on Comcare, to heal, to stop, prevent, and was the first whistleblower on that before the doctors. My first degree was in medicine, so I believe strongly in duty of care, duty to act, do no harm. When I come to you with information and I beg you for help for my community. I'm speaking from a particular angle, I get that right now, and you're hearing others which are beautiful, and I beg you for recommendations and outcomes that I'm asking for. Statistically, I ran billions of dollars of procurement as well, resourcing, all sorts of things, telcos, banking. I was a global diversity manager for Qantas. I wrote the reconciliation and plan roles and responsibilities. So I get annoyed when I see responsible people not acting to their duty of care or duty to act. So where's the $3 billion that's been spent? I've not received a thing. Where's the $10 billion that's sitting up the top with the short arms and nobody's putting their hand in their pockets? Where's the $5 billion down there? Where's the $4 billion that insurance agencies made last year and underwriters in profit alone? I want investigations on that. I want the money in the people who really need it, like these people in my community, the disabled parents and children who couldn't be here today, the 75-year-old who's got who in her house and she's lying in a house with cardboard, who's my friend who's dying of a terminal illness, who's just put IKEA things together, He lost Salvador Dali paintings in his house. People in my street, painters that couldn't be here because they're trying to get money to pay for things. None of us have been paid. Shame, shame, shame. Sorry, not at you, but the system's clogging. It's not helping. It's not getting the outcome or results. So here's some recommendations, and I'd sincerely love you to support them and deliver them. Number one, sorry, I'm reading my terrible notes. Do no harm. First, pay people who are above flood their insurance. My insurance agency's budget director scammed me. Legally, I was above flood. My contract said obey ordinances. They haven't paid. That means they breached the contract. They've cooked the books, brought in a hydrologist, bodgy-dodgy. All right. Secondly, and that's insurance payments. They should be paying, not you, not government. Pay people who weren't insured 50K. Match Queensland. Please, I beg you. Do voluntary removals. Let people get paid to market rates prior to the flood, not after, clearly, and give them the option to relocate their homes and in the Shire if they want or out. I don't want to ever be in this council again. And please, there's reasons for that. Please stop forcing people in my area to pay water rates for us using water to clean the poo off their sewerage, and the fact that they were derelict, didn't fix the pumps. Were told when the levy was put in it's too small, rejected people from around the world who've tried to help them all of the time. So please don't shoot your messenger, I'm being honest with you. Just remember, please, the time is always right to do what is right, and that's what Martin Luther King said. And you all have the power to do that. You all have the power to influence the people with the money to deliver it. First and strongest recommendation, they say it'll be 400 million to move us. It's going to be a lot more. If you spent $3 billion, I'll save you some money in 2, 3, 5 years. It's going to happen again, no doubt, okay? Climate change, everything, believe it or not, whatever you want, I don't mind. However, pay 1.5, relocate people. Pay 3 and then save yourself 3, 5, 10 in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. It's the new norm, unfortunately. It's sad. And you can save the government and you can save lives, and I really beg you for help for everybody here, and I really thank you for coming here from all areas and offering us this chance to speak. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
The next speaker is Lyndall Murray, followed by Mark Collins. Is Lyndall here? Is Mark Collins here? Mark, you're up next then. Mr. Collins. After Mark will be Susan Conroy.
Okay, first of all, I'll apologize in advance if I had offending people. My name is Mark Collins, and basically on the 28th, I was woken up by a telephone call at 1 o'clock in the morning. Local gym needed help in getting equipment out, evacuating their things. Now, at that time, I met the head of the SES, was parked at Uralba Street in the car, and he started I went up to say hello to him, and he started ordering me to run along the street of Durban Street, ordering people to evacuate. I got constantly asked, why are you doing this, not the SES? Now, I could, on and off I stayed there, and when people started showing up asking with boats, I gave them a hand, tossing them off the trailers and into the water. At some stages during the day, I literally mean throwing them off. Now, I broke the record that day for, if there ever was one, for throwing boats into the water off trailers. I was, the SES eventually came but returned 2 younger members, and they threatened us all and told us that we should stop rescuing people. That was illegal. Now, when we, about an hour or so later, a police officer walked up to me and said, listen, what are you doing here? And explained how I was taking information. That's how desperate the situation was. People were going onto Facebook and to Twitter and blogging on, showing how desperate they were, doing their selfies, saying goodbye because we're about to drown to death and the SES won't even take my call. Either will O. They literally were ready to die. Now, I started asking, there was a bunch of elderly ladies had just happened to have the internet on their mobile phones, and they were giving me addresses, and I was begging people as I helped them unload their boats and put them in the water, saying, no, we've got to go rescue their family. I'm going, yeah, well, once you've done that, begging them literally to go looking on these people. And I'm told that the emergency services and police lost count of the number of lives that saved. One of them pointed out to me that the OOO was still at 5 o'clock in the morning telling people to climb into their roofs, into their ceiling, underneath their roofs, and that eventually the SES will come to them. Now, I got her to call, we had to patch in a line through, working there on the spot, 2 civilians, patching a line, getting called through to OOO from someone in Sydney who they knew to us there in Lismore, here in Lismore, and say, listen, and I spoke to him and said, listen, this is killing people because the boats are going out there and we've got no idea who's in there. We can't see through roofs. And they were ordering us to tell the boats to slow down and check every single roof that's empty. I managed to convince them to send the information of every single person, every single OOO call they received from 11:30 the night before that night to the evacuation headquarters at the university. I begged and pleaded with them for this. Now, then I got the police calling me up and demanding why was I doing this? The police eventually came down. A police officer eventually came down and said, "Right, listen, you are the manager of this operation." I'm going, "What do you mean?" And they're going, "You're the manager." They told me I had a really calm head under stressful situations. I debate that finding. Now, basically, the people from I was the one who decided to send the boats out to North Lismore. I was arguing and pleading to get more boats to East Lismore early in the morning because the current would rise, the water would rise, and the currents would get stronger. And that seemed to be totally beyond every single thing that the headquarters seemed to understand of floods. Now, they unfortunately sent me the public servants to try and help me, who were trained by the public service in disaster management, and they were just out to get glory for themselves, arguing with me, hindering me, and they were just a total distraction and waste of time. I fought, and literally I was attacked, physically assaulted, jumped by 5 men at one stage. Another time I got jumped by 5 men and threatened with a knife. I had my family threatened, their welfare threatened, and threatened on the radio, over the radios. And the police had appointed me to be the manager. The state emergency backed that up. As I said, they said I was the only one doing that job. Now, literally, I decided I got the major evacuation, the drop-off center moved to Ballina Street, where they could actually get the buses in and out of there and get vehicles out of there faster. I got the people to give their mobile phone numbers to the police at the evacuation center, and that in South Lismore, that reduced the response times for emergency calls. And I asked, begged, and pleaded, and finally Kevin Hogan, who was running the Nimbin.
Okay, Mr. Collins, you've had more than 5 minutes, and we have other people who would like to.
Yeah, well, anyways, the tools that I begged them to put in those boats saved lives.
I understand that. Thank you for what you've done. Susan Conroy is next, followed by Big Rob. Yes. And then Ms. Conroy, if you don't mind pulling the microphone closer. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for listening to the stories that people have to tell. And there's obviously just a limit to how much we can cover, all of us, in the experiences that we've had that are now 3 months old. I'm going to jump around a little bit, but just to start with, I live in a house that is an early 20th century house, has no history of being flooded. I'm lucky, therefore, that I had affordable insurance. God help me for the next time round. I don't think I'll be so lucky. I was one of those people, some people may have heard Janelle Saffin's story. She was staying with us because she couldn't get home, and the three of us eventually resolved at a certain point to leave the house and to swim up the hill to get away from the floodwaters. We started to, we had some extraordinary conversations because Janelle, being who she is, was in touch with both the government and the opposition and the SES locally and so on. At one stage we were told to get onto the table that was in our dining room, and by that stage it was up to about my hip height. And that was at the stage when furniture started moving around and floating. And when I finally got back into the house, a table that we were told to get onto, which is hardwood, eucalypt, and took 3 men to get into the house, had actually been moved onto a diagonal against another wall. So it was never going to be a good idea to do things like that. And we were all very clear that we weren't going to stay inside the house because it wasn't safe, and we were just trying to debate when was going to be the right time. We did try to leave before the mud flood arrived, but it was too late. As we walked down to, I'm in an elevated house, I had walked down to the landing with my partner, and there was the clear flood storm water coming down the street at the same time as suddenly the mud flood came across from the Brown Street Basin, and it was too late to leave. Went back into the house, blah, blah, blah. So there are lots of things to take out of it. I was ringing and trying to maintain connections with my neighbours and make sure I knew where people were. So I knew who were the immediate neighbours who were in their roofs. I didn't know about the people a little bit further up the street. As we were finally swimming out, and we waited until we had some flotation devices, and one of those things was a great big four-wheel drive wheel and tyre that floated into the property. My partner swam out and got it and brought that back in for all of us to use to move along. So we used the protection of our houses and then had to push across between our houses to keep going up the street until we got to a point where we had to actually go out into it. There are issues around communication, like tonight I know about this because someone who's in Yamba posted this information on Twitter. I learnt about the Commissioner's inquiry at SCU. I learnt about that from the Blue Mountains, and somebody sent me a Facebook link. I'm not on Facebook. I said, I'm not on Facebook, I can't read this, I can't open it. So there are lots of communication issues right back to the night of the flood, but continuing for how people participate. And expecting, it's hard because so many of our neighbours are so caught up with trying to make one day at a time, being able to participate in this or to actually write their stories is a sheer impossibility. There are issues in terms of our catchments and the fact that those catchments have been degraded over a very long period of time. There are issues that have been raised by others in terms of the length of time it's going to take to make decisions around when people get their funding or relocation. I now live in a house that when we get to the 16-metre flood, and Lismore City Council's now recognising that at that point my house will definitely drown. It got above the windows and the doors, so we were all very glad we were outside on the veranda debating when to leave. Thinking about the planned retreat from North and South Lismore and parts of the CBD, there's no thinking that I'm aware of in terms of the social and cultural infrastructure It hasn't been renewed in many years, and it's missing in action now because of the destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So Big Rob is next, followed by Harper Dalton Earls.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Big Rob. I'm a Lismore City Councillor, a Rouse County Councillor, and I'm on the Floodplain Management Committee. I'm here as an individual though. I'm just going to quickly give you a rundown of my history. So I've been interested in the flood issues around Lismore for well over a decade. In 2017 I lost my shop in Keene Street, and mainly because I couldn't get a boat or a jet ski or anything to come in, and all these keys around my neck are for boarding house rooms that I manage for low socioeconomic groups, and I couldn't get 3 people that were stuck in one of the buildings out. So I spent hours trying to get one and I couldn't get it. I have a beautiful photo of about 15 SES and other rescue people watching the meter at the levee waiting for it to overtop because it never happened before then. I also arranged since then 3 boats, 3 motors, and for this exact event because we expected it to happen. I couldn't use them because at the time this event started, my ute was off the road, and the 3 motors were in my out of flood storage in South Lismore, which is no longer out of flood, and I couldn't get to them. And also, as a councillor, apparently it was improper to get out there amongst it. Now, that's one of the big regrets I have of this event was sharing an SES post to tell people not to put their boats in the water. I was asked to do it because I actually have the biggest social media presence on the North Coast, and I was asked to put it out there specifically, and I did, regrettably, and I'm glad Aussies don't listen, because if they didn't get out there with their boats, we would have a lot of casualties and deaths. In the 2022 flood, I lost my shop in 2017, I lost everything else, except for some clothes, some computers, and a couple of books that I had where I work, where I keep an address as well. I also caught COVID 1 week after the evacuation centres opened because I was working up there between 18 and 21 hours a day until they sent me home for a nap. And I caught it on the Friday, I think. I didn't know until the Sunday when I got tested. So then the next week I was very sick, and for the next 3 weeks after that I was even sicker after I recovered from COVID, but from coughs. Now, about the points, I'm speaking quickly because I've got a lot to say, but about the points. Point A, there was no one on the ground prior to the event. It took a while to get there because all the roads, access and everything cut off, including the airport. We need to address those. There's no reserves anywhere. There should be a big shed with, non-perishable goods in reserves because we need food, we need clothes, we need things like that. We know we need this. We are the most flood-affected area in Australia, and we don't have anything ready, so it just makes no sense to me. The information, and the decision makers are nowhere to be found until it's after the event. I'm going to jump to the evacuation centre quickly because there was issues with that. Food availability 24 hours was difficult to make happen because I was one of the councillors that was up there into the night, and we were being told when DCJ came in 3 days in, shut it down and this and that, we just ignored them. So people were coming in at 2 in the morning, we wanted to give them a hot meal, we wanted to feed them, we wanted to let them have a coffee, someone to talk to, we could direct them to the shower. It was like 9 to 5 only. It was the response from DCJ. We couldn't accept that. Drugs and alcohol were a huge problem. Security, lack of policing was a huge problem. There was one security guard, I think, for the first few days, but we had 2 guys punching on and they landed on top of 2 young girls, 7 and 9, I think. And then the guy tried to pick up a big rock this big to throw it at me because we were trying to get rid of him and get him out of there. He was in that room where there was hundreds of people sleeping, men, women and children and animals, all in that one big room. So we need security and police from day dot. That needs to be done. I've got so much more to say. SCU access was a big problem. One of the issues DCJ had with control was that at one point, one of the members of the public picked up a vest and started running the centre for 3 days, and police had to get involved. That's how insecure this thing was. The SCU access is also a problem because it floods in East Lismore, main roads in, and the main road out, going up the hill up to Lismore Heights. I was literally live streaming the road as my car was going like this, up and down with the water under the road, and all I got was a message from SES saying, get off the road. Well, there was nowhere else for me to go because that was the access in and out to the evacuation centre. So that was something that was, the video is still online and available. I'll just quickly deal with flood heights. I'm jumping ahead because I know I'm out of time. People are talking about this, 1 in 100 chance flood. It's not a 1 in 100 year flood, it's a chance. It can happen every day for 5 days, and then for 500 years it doesn't happen again. It's still a 1 in 100 chance according to the statistics. But our PMF, probable maximum flood height, has always been 15.9 metres. 15.9 metres. Recently it got upgraded to 16.55 metres, allowing for various things including climate change. So that has been incorporated. There's also what's called freeboard of 0.5 metres, and then we have a big gradient in Lismore which can be up to 0.25 metres. So we can actually start flooding when the gauge at the rowing club reaches, I think it's 10.2, because the levee's 10.95. So that takes it to 17.3 metres. And this is one of the big reasons I don't support things like house raising, because at that level, because that's where you've got to go to go on what we know, or what we think we know, that's where you've got to go to get out of it. The velocity of the water is very high, very fast. The debris is like torpedoes. We saw it at 14.39. It's going to knock houses, that's what it did, knock houses off the thing. And people get complacent and think they're safe. They get isolated, water, power, sewage goes off. Rescuers have to get there. If you get injured, you need a helicopter. It's just things like that we need to discuss and prepare for and have it ready before the event and ongoing. And hopefully with disaster management committees at the local council level, not at state or federal levels. So is that my time?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Harper Dalton Earls, followed by Veronica Coughlin. Is Harper here? Veronica Coughlin. Marcus. Sorry about that, ma'am. Are you Veronica?
I am.
Thank you, Veronica. Veronica Coughlin, please address the
I've been here since 12:30, so I don't know how I fucking keep functioning. But anyway, thank you for today. Mine is the microcosm story, really. I'm here as a grandmother and a mother and a mother-in-law. I've been here for 37 years. I'm still not quite a local, but my daughters are and my granddaughters are. I was involved in many floods at Trinity Catholic College over the years, so I'm familiar with floods. This is the first time though it's affected my family directly. At about 5:30 on Monday, the 28th of February, I'd been listening to the radio, the local radio. I called my son-in-law in Molesworth Street. I said, I think you'd better get out of there. His wife, my daughter and 2 granddaughters had come to my place the night before. They were pretty sure they could go back in the morning and get what they needed. Because in 2017, it didn't go into that house, which was brand new to them in 2017. There'd been no flood in that house for 100 years. Been under the house, but not in. At 5:30 when I called him, he woke up. He'd been picking stuff up from under the house at 2:30 to 3 o'clock. But at 5:30, it was on the 12th step at the front. And within 20 minutes, as he collected passports and a few other items, he came then to the front steps to the landing to see what he could do. He had a little dog with him, and the water was up to his waist. He put the dog up onto the roof. I don't know how he did it. He's a bit of a surfer, which is a blessing. He's an Indonesian who's seen earthquakes and volcanoes erupting. But this was scary. He waited for the water to get high enough for him to swim to the roof next door. Told me this the night after. The presence of mind was wonderful. He said if I jumped and leapt, I could have just missed. So he swam and he got onto that roof, and he was able to send a photo of himself then, and then the mobile was too waterlogged. So for 5 hours, we had no idea what was happening. But at 5:30, I'd rung 000 and SES. I got really supportive people. And the SES assured me as soon as possible there would be an officer there to save him. My daughter called a good friend of hers who had a little tinny. And at about 11 o'clock, eventually, my son-in-law appeared. Those 5 hours were rather stressful. And what had happened was that the man with the tinny, his friend, his best man at his wedding, was told by the SES, no, you can't come in, it's too dangerous, go back. So he hadn't come to save him. But there was a woman about 4 doors up from him, and her son had come in a big fishing boat, a bigger one anyway, picked her up. Then the woman and daughter next door to my daughter's house. Then the little dog jumped in and my son-in-law. The son-in-law then saved 2 people across the road. One woman was all locked in. He smashed open the window with part of a fishing rod, pulled her through the broken window to safety. And I suppose what really gave us such false hope and a lot of nightmares was that I had had my faith in the SES. I had my faith in the young man who would have gone in, but he was not able to go into the water, and that frightened us. And there were so many other things. I mean, there's the aftermath of it as well. But look, I might not get to do this. I wanted to just read something to you. My daughter wrote, "My heart hurts, my swollen heart overflowing with sadness. My heart's erratic rhythm quickens and slows with pangs for my people. My racing heart jolts me awake at wee hours with urgency for action. My little girl's heart longs to just be in my own bed, mummy. My big girl's heart searches for a sense of justice for all swept up in this destruction. My heart feels numb, pushing away what ifs I cannot yet face. My expanding heart is making room for the boundless generosity of so many. We are hardwired for kindness, it seems. My constricted heart is consumed with aching compassion for friends who are our family. My heart sparks with joy at the rainbow birds overhead, oblivious to us. They continue. Emotional deluge flowing. We are reduced, but we are rising." On the title of Love. Love more, Liz more. She wrote that 10 days later when the little girls were at my place having nightmares about rain and storms and things. I could say much more, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Marcus Beebe, followed by Wolfgang Smith. Are you Marcus? Yeah. Thank you, Marcus.
That's a hard one to follow.
That's very. And we didn't stick to 5 minutes on that one.
No, yeah, look, I think we all feel what that one was. My story, I'm 68 Elliott Road. I've got a family of 5. The flood, the morning of the flood, same that you're going to be told everywhere. It came fast. No warning. When I say no warning, we had warning, but it was 74 height, 12 metres. We'll all be right. I had a RFS bloke tell me, sorry, that's got me really caught up. We had an RFS bloke tell us the night before the flood that we'll be right. My floorboards are 12.2 metres. You say 14.4 metres, I say 15 metres because that's from my floorboards to my flood mark is 3 metres. We lost everything. I got a esky delivered 2 days ago from 3 streets over that washed out of my house. We had cattle, we had couches, we had everything. The morning of that flood, brother-in-law picked us up. I did rescues for 3 or 4 hours, pulling young families out of roof cavities, elderly people out of bathroom windows, stuff that keeps you awake at night. You'll hear it again. I had an SES bloke, the only SES bloke that I saw in South Lismore that morning, tell me to stop rescuing people. Nobody's coming. At that stage, we were pulling people out of the houses and putting them on Ballina Street Bridge. Ballina Street Bridge. Never thought I'd stand on that thing and have water run through my kneecaps. I dream about that. That's gut-wrenching is the word that I use. I was here today. You asked a few questions of a few people today. Our hubs, what we call our hubs, our Lifeline Centre, our Wyrella Road, Lifeline closes next month. I live in a caravan at the showground. I've got no cooking facilities, I've got no cupboards. We go to Woolies every day to buy meat and veggies. Everything else I get from Lifeline. It's not because I can't afford to go shopping, there's no point going shopping and buying a heap of stuff. I think Steve said today that people are going there 3 times a day. That's us. We're going through there 3 times a day. The breeze and the wind in the last couple of nights, we've been going to Lifeline and getting blankets. We don't have blankets. We can't go to Big W, we can't go to Kmart, we can't afford to drive the Ballina, we can't afford to drive the casino. It's lifeline. Orange Sky, washing machines. Well, we talked about kitchens today, washing machines. Don't have a washing machine. I don't know anybody that does at the moment. We use Orange Sky. Orange Sky at the showground leaves in a month's time. I know that's not government, but wash machines. Cooking. I know Steve said today about the barbecues. That's what we're using. We're using a gas hot water system for our hot water system, a camping one, that we got told when to buy it and not to use it for what we use it for. We've got no choice. Unless we're boiling water and using it out of a bucket, that's what we got. Schooling. I know they touched on that today. I've got 3 teenagers, 2 of them are U2 and U10. They haven't had school for 3 years. That's the reality. They're doing online schooling. Son's academic, daughter's not. So trying to juggle that when they don't have a school, a physical building. We got told by the department, we got told by the school that last term we would have had one. They're still waiting. And it's got nothing to do with the department, sort of. Bloody weather. It's just screwed them. Back to me, rain. I know you've probably heard it and you'll probably hear it again. Rain. Rain on my head, it reminds me of sitting on my roof. Rain on my head reminds me of sitting on the bridge, sitting in a boat. Laying at night in a caravan, because that's what we're living in. Rain on that roof of that canvas. It's driving us insane. You touched today about accommodation. Resilience New South Wales, that's all I can do is laugh. Give me 5 minutes, let me run the place. Got to be better than what's going on at the moment. My situation, we live in Lismore, kids go to school in Lismore. We can't live in Wallingbar, we can't live in Ballina, we can't live in Evans Head, we can't live in Casino. This is where work is, this is where life is, this is home. I'm fully insured. Beautiful, great, brilliant. I thought so, but not really. ComInsure screwing us around. We can't get anybody at the house to look at the house. I've still got walls, I've still got mould. My walls are standing by mould. Insurance assessor, our engineer came a week ago, said to us 5 weeks before his report's in. We went to an insurance thing the other day, apparently that's expertise, there's not enough, Completely understand. 2,500 houses in Lismore, there's going to be a shortage somewhere. But the fact that I'm sitting here going, these are supposed to be helping us, not just in general. And we've got politicians sit here today and go, why aren't we helping, why aren't we? I knew very quickly, I knew about the caravans coming to the Northern Rivers 3 days before the local state MP. And that's because I run 4 government departments asking for somewhere to live for my family 3 weeks after a flood. The response I kept getting was, we have an evac centre. We've heard about the evac centres. Where am I living? My father-in-law said, oh, you've got accommodation. No, that's couch surfing, that's a temporary accommodation. That's somewhere we sent the kids the night before the flood. That's not something to set up in. I got paid, very quickly, I got paid accommodation from an insurance company that paid for a caravan. I'm looking at 3 years if they rebuild. I had a conversation with my wife this afternoon. If they rebuild, 12 months' time, you decide we're doing buyback, where's that leave me? If I decide to rebuild, if I take a cash settlement, well, then I'm in the same situation. You do a buyback, we do a scheme, we do whatever you're looking at. Well, we need to know that stuff now. I'm sitting in limbo, sort of waiting. Anyway.
Thank you, sir.
Happy to talk more to you, but I'll leave you be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wolfgang Smith, followed by Jude Forsyth. Are you Wolfgang?
I am.
Thank you, Wolfgang.
Hello, thanks for having me. My background, I'm an Australian Army veteran, communication logistics HR specialist, and I currently work in disability and mental health around the region. During the floods, I acted as a volunteer coordinator as part of the health response, so coordinating efforts of volunteer doctors, nurses, psychologists, mental health people, supports. I visited and liaised with multiple evac centres and sites around the area during both floods, and I liaised with people from managers in the primary health network, the local health district, team leaders from Australian Defence Force, Rural Fire Service, Disaster Recovery Australia, and civilian search and rescue teams. I ended up being one of the coordinators for the civilian search and rescue teams down in the Corrokai, Bungalwalbin, Ellangowan regions. From my experience and the people I've worked with, we identified a bunch of gaps in the crisis health response, which would pertain to medical, mental health, disability, and culturally and linguistically sensitive and specific healthcare. My experience and that of the people I worked with has been communicated in the independent flood inquiry. This is one that's separate to this, so I won't cover it here. And these recommendations that I'm about to list are evidenced by my experience and that and the people I worked with, and can be elaborated on further if anyone is interested. So I'll just read through them. Essentially, a state emergency management plan needs to be reviewed and updated so that it's one, fit for purpose for disasters of increasing frequency and magnitude, two, appropriately designed for areas of concern, urban, regional, rural and remote, because it's now broad and blanket and doesn't fit. Address the issues of planning and preparation to move from one that is a state of reactionary response, which is inadequate at that, but one to preparedness, and address the overall problems with command, control and communication. That's the emergency response departments operate in silos. It's been touched on heaps, but a complete review and overhaul of the Department of Community Justice in their role of disaster welfare and what is expected of them in their roles and responsibilities related to health, because I don't think it's clear for them or the people who are working in the health departments. And so there's a huge gap that is left there with needs. People who are holding functional area coordinator roles within the emergency management plans need to be reassessed for suitability and subsequently replaced or retrained. Increased interagency training and communication measures between emergency response departments, which will hopefully alleviate some of that situation where people are operating in silos, which was silos within evac centres themselves, between evac centres in local areas and then across the region. Primary health network and local health district require a needs assessment to be conducted for the crisis health response to better inform needs and define individual department roles and responsibilities, because each department doesn't know where they sit and who covers what. Even if they tell you they do, like our experience says that they don't. There needs to be a creation of a dedicated disaster response health team that operate within the local and regional emergency operations command centres, which will improve health-related crisis response communications and control and reduce the over-reliance on volunteer SES operators who are not adequately trained in crisis health response. And the creation of a dedicated volunteer coordinator to act as an interface between emergency services and the essential volunteer workforce that is necessary in disasters of this magnitude, where they did the bulk of the response. Funding for the development of community-led disaster response strategies that allows for coordinated and resourced volunteer response capability for health and welfare. The creation of a virtual and or cloud-based system for health resources templates, referral pathways, key points of contact, supply and equipment options that can be accessed by health volunteers during a crisis, which could include like an opt-in for service providers. Example I've only got a couple more points. In case of a disaster, this can apply across the state. Are you prepared to step in? And here's the tools and resources information you need. In investigation into and mitigation of logistics, staffing and supply issues caused by localised disaster impact, whether it's flood or fire, and as well as subsequent road closures and contingency plans to be developed, because we heard, oh, we don't have staff to do this, we don't have this resource to do that because this road's cut off. But as Big Rob mentioned, there could be dedicated areas for those resources. And looking at the modelling that Dr. Hannabeth Luke mentioned, you can see which areas are cut off and not during, if we used here as an example, the flood. Improvement of development of strategies and methods for adequate and timely gathering and dissemination of information to disaster-affected residents and the volunteers helping them, because that disaster to the ground and from it didn't occur. There's like a lot of meta-management happening with emergency services. They're all talking amongst themselves, and the people on the ground are like, we don't know what's happening, and so they fill in those gaps with that void that's left. It'll be like 30 more seconds. Increase funding in health to ensure the system can adequately respond during crises and they're not like strapped and struggling at the best of times. Dedicated disability focused response plan, because they were completely missed. I didn't hear the word disability mentioned. It was community groups that were responding and saying, I'm not cut off, I can access this area, how can I help you? I've got a spare sling, or I can do this, I'm work in disability support and I'm around my area, I can come help whoever needs to. A lot of people were doing that. There wasn't, from what we could see, a dedicated organised department offering that help. And planning for culturally and linguistically appropriate responses. For a Korokai, for example, there wasn't there's a large Indigenous community down there and there was no dedicated service. I mean, they struggled for the fundamental basics, even at first responder level, but there wasn't anything for those people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. The next person is Jude Forsyth, followed by David Tomlinson. Are you Jude?
I am, yes.
Hi, Jude. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've come a bit unprepared, but and David is not able to speak. Well, he's not here, so I will attempt to speak on his behalf.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm a relatively new resident to Lismore. I moved up here 3 years ago, although I have been visiting the area for quite a number of years, as I have friends up here and have been well aware that this area is very flood prone. Didn't know it was fire prone until 2019 when the rainforest burnt, but flood prone, yes. So I was lucky enough to be able to buy above the flood zone, and that has stood me and my friends who've been flood affected in good stead, in that we've had somewhere to stay. So I've had a house full of flood refugees since the flood started. They are still homeless. Their houses are still stripped. There are no doors, no windows. They're struggling to get certainly monetary or financial assistance. I think we've heard enough speakers here today to say the hoops that people have to jump through to try and get assistance are insurmountable, frustrating, and are now leading to despair, in my view. David and I have been discussing how we may assist or promote a way forward for Lismore from this disaster, given that we're looking at our friends and the community in moving, as I said, to now despair, I think. It's 13 weeks post floods and people are feeling very much, as we've already heard tonight, as if they're in limbo completely. There are a number of things that are, I think, problematical for the community, and that is communication processes throughout this response have been probably patchy. I'm not laying blame anywhere, but I think that there needs to be maybe a clearer move from council to communicate more forthrightly what the plan may be, or to at least consult a little bit more frequently to determine a way forward for Lismore, in that people don't know whether to sell their houses, whether to fix their houses. They're fixing them because they don't have anywhere to live, but as one friend said to me today, I don't know whether my house is going to be picked up and moved, demolished, or, I've got nowhere to live, I can't move on, I'm stuck. And he's stuck because he can't get financial assistance either. So this is a very common story. I think the broader plan for how Lismore might recover is not being discussed probably or communicated very well either. I hear little about adaptation processes which need to be adopted probably, because we know Lismore will flood again because of climate change. So there is a need for both federal and state government to start pouring in resources, monetary resources. I think we're, as far as we can see, the financial assistance is very held up. There's some 200 million, I believe, held up until there's a CSIRO report. There's money elsewhere that doesn't seem to be flowing into the community in a meaningful and useful way. And I think as state government, you could really be looking at that, how that might work better. And I think there's a need and a hope with the new federal government that there might be better resources forthcoming for Lismore. I understand that maybe that in Queensland they got a 774 million grant fairly quickly, and it's not been tied to particular types of spending. The other thing that I will very quickly say is the other thing that struck me since I moved up here, and it's been alluded to by a number of speakers tonight, is maybe the lack of preparedness for floods. I think there's a real need to get a community-led organisation that deals with the floods, that is able to coordinate it, that is takes account or includes very much the Indigenous knowledge and ability to communicate with their groups. So, as Naomi pointed out, they do so effectively, and I think that that such a community-led recovery or response and recovery organisation is very much needed. It needs to be ground up. The top-down hasn't worked. We heard from Janelle, Resilience New South Wales has failed miserably. Rouse is in disarray in terms of infrastructure mitigation. There's so much to be done, but I think local community needs to be harnessed, used, funded, and supported. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
The Nigel Kerwin, followed by Stuart James. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, that's right, that's my mistake. So Nigel, Stuart, Beth Shelley. I understand is there three? Yes. Thank you. That one? Thank you for this.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Nigel Kerwin. I'm from my maternal side of my family is a Northern Rivers farming family. Grew up in the country in New South Wales. I've lived in Byron Bay for 12 and a half years. I now live in Alstonville. I'm the principal of a company called Prima Capital, offices in Brisbane and Hong Kong. I'm also a director of Northern Regional Rail Company, and I'm a member of the Northern NRAG, Northern
Rivers Railway Action Group.
Northern Rivers Railway Action Group, and Northern Rivers Rail Company. I advise both. But I'm not here just to bang on about rail. I'm glad I heard so many of the earlier speakers, and living at Alstonville, I can again be reminded of survivor guilt. There is so much grief, so much sadness, and so much trauma that we witnessed living on a plateau with two major cities either side going through what they went through. I'm not so much here to talk about what government should pay for or anything like that. My background's business, but please do not cast me in any particular light because of that. I've only ever worked in business. But I witness already a failure in terms of the coordination between two essential parts of the community, which is the private and the public sector. And I'd urge everyone in the New South Wales government to get on board something which is the Queensland government is adopting very strongly, very thoroughly, and that's having business continuity plans. That might sound like jargon, but essentially it's the master plan for managing anything that might come along, any eventuality, both at a state, a regional, a local level. It's about communities. In terms of these communities, and I would contend that the communities of the Northern Rivers in New South Wales, I will kind of go out on a limb here and say most people from Sydney just don't have a clue. You're too far from it. I love Sydney. I go there all the time. I'm always happy to get out of it. Spent most of my life there, actually. But you're just so disconnected from the reality. And these people here, time and again, it sounds like something from the collapse of the Soviet Union, what they're describing in terms of the public response. But in terms of these communities that I mention, one could easily argue they are what's called a polycentric, dissipated city. And it's a concept of the ideal city. And if you go from the Ballina, well, the river basins, if you like, the Richmond, Brunswick and Tweed River basins and the towns and cities in those basins, you've got 300,000 people. And the way they develop can be very much guided by government. That's the role of government. And the way they respond to situations like this, it's up to government. But I'll give you an example, the prescience of government with respect to rail. Back in 1963, when they were tearing up the old the South Coast line in Queensland, Sir Gordon Chalk, some of us are old enough to remember that name, when people were imploring not to tear up the rail, and that was the last section between Beenleigh and Nerang and Southport, he said, by 1970 everyone will be flying in helicopters. So, you know, he's just a little bit ahead of his time. But the lack of political foresight with respect to this railway here, there is a private strategic plan that I'm part of developing. It involves a disruptor when it comes to supply chain logistics, and the pandemic and the flood identified the stupidity of supermarkets being packed in Melbourne and shipped up here. Also, what these communities went through with the pandemic and the lockdowns, because the majority of people here, one way or the other, are interfacing more with Brisbane and the Gold Coast. It's just a reality. But the supply chain logistics, we don't need $60 million warehouses, $20 million warehouses and cold stores. We can actually have a system which also assists with getting stock in and out fast, so that retailers don't have to have stock sitting around on their floor space and not being able to get it out by truck. Okay? We can have just-in-time inventory management and also return commuter rail on our... Thank you.
Okay. Stuart, will you be saying something?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Look, before the floods and after the floods, our communities from Casino to Murwillumbah and everywhere in between need connection. They need connection of a railway system that has commuter trains, not an XPT. We need an XPT as well, but we need commuter services so people can access mental health resources and health resources. They can get education, and this would be these rail services would be complemented by minibus services that complement them and bridge gaps, like say from the railway station to the hospital precinct and the university. So yeah, our communities are desperate for connection and mobility. It's a young person's right to get on public transport and be independent. I mean, this is about people learning how to travel, how to conduct themselves in our communities. We're denying them that whole experience, and consequently they rely on their parents to drive them around. And parents worry about, when they get their licence, about them going out at night time in vehicles. I mean, we desperately need connections. We need an integrated transport system. We need our trains reinstated. It seems funny that, the government is paying to rip up this valuable railway infrastructure so people can walk and cycle. I mean, after the flood, are you prepared to say to Lismore people, you're going to get a cycleway, now you can walk? I'd like you to think about how that might be received, They need to be able to get to the beach. People from the beach need to be able to get to Lismore to medical services and education. We also need, there's $2.4 million visitors to the Byron Coast every year. We could have a slice of that of those people come on a train, on a regular commuter train, and have dinner and a show at our Norpa and the Regional Art Gallery. That would make them sustainable, those two organisations, which are currently costing council money to the tune of millions of dollars. So we could make this a sustainable thing where we get the numbers coming in from the coast. My lips are really dry. I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shelley, will you be addressing us?
Thank you. I'm not sure which of these is working.
You need.
Okay, both.
You need both.
Thank you. I guess I want to start by talking about flood preparation, and I've been here since 1980, and I was talking to someone who's lived here all their lives, more than 60 years, and in the past I heard many times about how people out in the hills would contact SES or Public Service Management about what was happening out there, and they would give warning as to what was coming. And this friend who's been here a long time said he actually got a call on the Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock to say that at Dunoon, this friend at Dunoon, they were seeing 9 metres of water and it was heading for Lismore and it was going to be a catastrophe. Now, from watching what happened that night and the next day, that warning didn't get through. And as far as I know, like I heard after the 2017 flood that the SES management was happening in Wollongong or somewhere, it wasn't the local system anymore. The local system that used to work had been lost. And also this friend told me that a few decades ago there was 21 SES boats in Lismore and this time there was 2. So it seems as if in terms of preparation and support for people in that flood situation, this has been really lost over time. I've read many times in articles how funding was being cut to these services. The other point that I wanted to make was ever since then, driving around our roads, every day it seems like there's another pothole. I don't know how the roads are ever going to be repaired in this area. It's like there's more rain. And the thing that I've learned is that it's the heavy trucks that constantly go around this area that cause a lot of damage to the roads. And then the rain happens and bang, there's 10 million potholes everywhere. And it just seems to me that, at the same time, what we've been talking about is that there's a railway, the local railway that serviced this community for over 120 years is in the process of being ripped up right now, and that could be preserving our roads by carrying freight and passengers instead of everything going on the roads. These roads around here are never going. I mean, how many millions and billions is it going to take to repair them? I mean, and just listening to everyone tonight, it just reminds me, I was flooded in for 5 days, but my daughter and her family were renting in North Lismore. They lost everything. So many people I know lost everything. Every time you go through Lismore, because you have to go up to get Elibar to go to the shops, every time you go through, it's dead and destroyed, and it's devastating, and it just seems as if government has deserted us and has ignored Lismore and the Northern Rivers for so long, and we are so far from Sydney. You know, who in Sydney knows anything about what's happening up here? I mean, the only place they've heard of is Byron Bay. But the railway goes through Byron Bay with millions of tourists going there. It's an absurdity that it's being ripped up.
Thank you. The next person is Stuart Prins. Thank you. Thank you. And after Stuart, we'll have Deborah Ray. Are you Stuart? Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Chair. I did lose my house in the flood, but I'm here to address you in my volunteer capacity as the President of the Men and Family Centre. The Men and Family Centre is a local community-based organisation that works to address domestic and family violence and to build safe, respectful relationships. We have two primary streams of work. Firstly, we run men's behaviour change programs for men who have used violence, intimidation and coercion in their personal relationships, working directly with men who have been identified as perpetrators or are concerned about their own behaviour. And secondly, we engage in primary prevention activities at a community level to address the underlying drivers of domestic and family violence. Our programs are funded by the New South Wales State Government, and we're very grateful for that continuing support. Chair, it is well known and understood there is usually a spike in the level of family violence in communities following natural disasters of the nature that we've seen in the Northern Rivers. So it is our expectation, therefore, that there will be a significantly increased need for the direct interventions that we provide through our programs over the next few months. However, this could be mitigated by strengthening the social services safety net in our region and through an extra effort on primary prevention. In fact, if it's done well, there could actually be an opportunity out of this tragedy and this disaster to trial a more comprehensive approach to reducing family and domestic violence within a community and in a region. Out of disaster, we could actually do something quite revolutionary here in the Northern Rivers. So with this in mind, I'd like to put forward 3 suggestions that could underpin a community-wide approach to minimising harm from domestic and family violence. Firstly, we could establish a social services coordination and case management function in one lead agency, such as the new Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, to stop people from falling through the net of social services. This case management function should include referrals to local service organisations, such as the Men and Family Centre, where appropriate. I recognise that this would involve an expansion in the role and scope of the Reconstruction Corporation, but the reconstruction effort should not just be limited to fixing hard infrastructure. It should also help people to rebuild their lives as well. Secondly, we could enlist the support of the whole community in the effort to combat family violence, and one way to do that would be to ensure that all local employers provide their staff with bystander intervention training so that people can more readily identify the warning signs that someone may either be experiencing or committing domestic violence and to help them respond appropriately. This community banded together to keep people safe from the rising floodwaters. So why not use that same spirit to keep people safe from family violence? Thirdly, as you've already heard, there is a critical need for housing, both short and long term, especially for women and children escaping violence at home. This is absolutely fundamental. We need urgent investment in social housing and in emergency housing so that people have a safe space to go if and when they need it. My plea to you tonight is don't overlook the ongoing social and human consequences of the floods. The potholed roads, the empty shops and the boarded up houses are easy to see, but the emotional and psychological wounds are not. The stresses on families are not. And these problems are not going to disappear. They'll be with us for a long time to come, and we'll need a long-term commitment and strategy to deal with them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Deborah Ray. Thank you. And then it'll be Awa Wojak. Are you Deborah?
Yep.
Thank you, Deborah.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I was fortunate that I evacuated my house early when the flood was happening. So unlike nearly all my neighbours and friends, I didn't have a near-death experience or any really harrowing trauma of having to be rescued from my roof or out of my house up to my neck in water. So that's a blessing. But I live in South Lismore, and my house in the 2017 flood was one step from coming in upstairs in my house. This time it went right up to the ceilings and I lost everything. I left with my dog and my partner and our passports. I also have a business in town. I have a CD and record shop, which has been going since 1993, and in 2009 I got a mortgage on the building. And after the 2017 flood, where I lost a lot of stock and underneath my house got flooded, I decided to take out another mortgage and convert the office space above to apartments, and thinking that that was above the highest flood level in recorded history here. And so therefore that was my way of safeguarding myself financially for the future, and that people would always need housing. It was also really encouraged by the council to do shop top housing, to have a diversity of styles of housing in the area. This flood went chest high upstairs in my apartments. So I've lost my apartments, I've lost my shop, my business, and I've lost my home. Both my tenants I had advised to leave, not because I thought they were in danger, but because I thought it would be unpleasant to be surrounded by floodwater. Neither of them did, so they were both rescued by boat. One of them was crouching on a narrow window ledge with water up to her chest for hours and hours, waiting to be rescued, completely unable to get to the roof or any awning or anything. So I guess really there's a couple of things I want to talk about, and one is that there doesn't seem to have been any financial assistance from the government when it comes to commercial landlords. So I was really fortunate my house was insured for flood. Most of my neighbours have been quoted unaffordable amounts for some random reason. It's not across the board. I pay about $5,500 a year and I'm completely covered for flood. My house is lower than most of my neighbours, which was why we left, because we weren't sure we would be above the flood level. Some of my neighbours have raised their houses. Most of them are about 12.5 metres or 13.5, so they felt safe to stay and ended up fighting for their lives. But they were quoted $27,000 a year for flood insurance on their homes, or told they're uninsurable. I don't understand the discrepancy, why it's so different. I've just got my new amounts, and I think it's more like 10 grand a year they want to charge me now. I've got nothing left to insure anyway, so there's no point in me getting flood insurance next year. But there's nothing for commercial landlords. So our town is dying. It's dying really badly, because as a business I've managed to get the $50,000 business grant to restart my business, which I haven't started to spend yet because I'm still attempting to get the building dry. I'm still trying to get wet stock down, and I'm also having to tear apart the apartments that I just built, tearing up the floors, pulling out kitchens, ripping out mouldy walls. But I just can't understand why there has been no funding for commercial landlords. There's many businesses that have got the money to come back, but they've got no premises to come back into. It just doesn't make any sense that both those things weren't rolled out together. And meanwhile, there's all these empty shops in town. People are frustrated their landlords aren't doing anything, but they don't have the money to do anything. I have heard it suggested today, actually, that there are 3 companies or people who own a lot of the property in the CBD here, and that they are, one is an insurance company, or maybe a couple of them are, or superannuation companies who have a lot of money, and then maybe the government is hesitant to roll out grants for people who actually could afford to be doing something. I'm not sure on the truth of that, but there are also a lot of people like me who have put decades of work into building a business and owning our properties here in the town, and we're just left stranded. I also want to say that it's not just Lismore. Like I spent a while living in Kyogle because we're also homeless at this point whilst our house has been stripped out. And I realised that losing Lismore is also a loss to Kyogle and Casino and Nimbin. It's all of our town, and we need this hub, but we need better solutions, and I don't feel safe in any of the premises that I own. We need some solutions to move to safer places. Or
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
thank you.
Awa Wojak. I think this is the last one. Could be. Oh, sorry, one more. And after this will be Kirsty Medina.
Hi, my name's Anya Voyak, and this is my neighbour, Marianne Conroe. Marianne's currently, we both live in South Lismore, known each other for over 30 years. And Marianne's currently camped in a caravan at the bottom of my yard because her house has been not only inundated, but has also been completely covered in asphalt by Boral, who are 2 doors up. And I think it's important that you hear her story. Thank you.
Okay. I've had my home for 33 years.
Can you pull the microphone closer, please?
Hi, my name is Marianne Conroe. I've had my home for 33 years. I'm an artist. It's my business. It's my home. In this last flood, Boral asphalt's built on quite a bit of Lismore, but my house is very badly affected. I need to go home. I need to go home now. No one's done anything. There's bitumen right through the creek. It's going into Hollingsworth Creek. It's going into the Wilson River. It's a disgrace. The council's doing nothing. The EPA's doing nothing. Boral's done nothing so far except put a fence around my yard. It's 3 months on, and I don't understand how this is possible. So I want to bring that to the table. And I don't think there should be toxins lying around in flood areas. They just shouldn't be there. The other issue I have is I don't understand why the levy bank, when we knew it was going to be a big fall, why they were used, because we know they cause impact damage. So the use of levies and the build-up into the floodplain is of concern. And there's a lot of us that are homeless. We're artists, we're a community. We don't know where we're going. I've just made a decision I'm going to move into an asphalt-covered room because I can't handle living in a small space and I need amenities and I've got a brain injury. I need to go home now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd just like to add too that not only has that Boral spill impacted people's homes, as Marianne pointed out, it's actually an environmental disaster. There's a small creek that completely surrounds her block. There's an empty block which is supposedly greenery. It's coated in bitumen. That creek is coated in bitumen. It's flowing into Hollingsworth Creek, which then flows into the river. And 3 months on, nothing has been done about the fact that there is an environmental disaster in the middle of South Lismore, which is coating not just Marianne's house, but quite a number of houses further down the road, as well as the actual watercourse, and it's affecting that watercourse. So, yes, I was flood affected in what was supposedly a flood-proof house, and I am back in it, but at least I'm not coated in bitumen. And the fact that 3 months on, nothing has been done about what is an environmental disaster in a built-up area, that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirsty Medina. Kirsty Medina? Oh, sorry. Are you Kirsty?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a bit nervous, so it's been an emotional evening listening to everybody.
My name's Kirsty, and thank you for listening to me. I'll try to keep it on the straight and narrow, but I might bounce around. I live in North Lismore, and we purchased, myself and my partner purchased our house after the 2017 floods. I'm originally from Melbourne, so I'm a city slicker. Not prepared for what we went through on the 28th of February. It was real. It was traumatic. I feared for our lives. I got, at about 8 o'clock on the Sunday evening, I made the decision, thank you. I made the decision to get my daughter out of our house and take her up to Gunnellabar, because I knew if she would be safe up there. If water got up there, we're all stuffed. But then I chose to go back to the house because I had my father, my partner, we had 2 little dogs and my daughter's rabbit, and I made a promise that I'd save her rabbit. My father also lives with us and relocated from Melbourne. We built a life here. Me and my daughter, we were displaced from domestic violence when we relocated to this area. Thinking we were safe, we purchased our house. I done my due diligence. I got all the council documents. I knew our floor levels. I was insured. We were lucky to be insured, fully insured. And it was affordable for us as full-time workers, paying $280 a month. But yeah, our neighbours across the road, a few doors down, they'd been quoted $25,000 to $50,000 a year. I guess my point in terms of the insurance, there needs to be, I know there's something up in northern Queensland that's a state government or federal government insurance scheme. It needs to be level across the board if we are expected to live in these sort of impacted areas. Do I want to stay living there? No. I don't want to go through it for a second time. We've had a nightmare with our insurance company. They have started dismantling a house that is also a historic building in North Lismore. We know the building is salvageable. We need action. We need the option to be able to move our house and repair it. So Lismore City Council, I've gone to all the other meetings and the inquiries that we've had. They've openly said they cannot afford and will not be able to come to the party and help fund land swaps, buybacks. They said they're $7 million in debt. So we need people we need action. While they're all arguing amongst themselves on who done this and blaming the last 5 years and 10 years of issues, we need action now as residents, and not just for us. Everything we speak about today, in 100 years, we'll all be dead. I'm sorry for the expression, but what about our children and what about our children's children? So I just ask for you guys to please, we need people to make some decisions, and serious ones. The only other thing is that we were told, I rang 000 on the night. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. We had water coming through our floor and I felt a brick wall under our house move, and I was told to get in my roof cavity by 000. I don't blame that person, but I think we need a real look at on the support that our emergency services have, technology, everything, on that information that they supply. If I get told to get in my roof, I want a way out. If we've got smoke detectors to detect smoke, why don't we have attic staircases? They cost about up to $1,000. Why don't we have skylights so that people can actually get out of a tin roof? It's just simple things I think that will be effective if people have to live in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the list of our people who have registered. For anyone who has not spoken today but would like to share their story, there is an online questionnaire involving which the Secretariat staff have brochures with information on it available for those who want it with a code. So again, this brings us to a conclusion. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.